harusi mambo ni mengi. Akaniambia mwenyewe akaniambia bwana kama uko busy basi bwana. Ungeenda na gari. Sielewi hapa. Kwani tu wanalazimisha ile kutoa kile mnajua uko busy na mimi niko busy huko.
Wewe ulikuwa busy na nini?
Kuna gigi. Unajua gigi gani? Kuna gigi.
Hakuwa na gigi ile siku tumekaa tunaongea wewe nenda kama
sasa lini umempigia simu?
Alikuwa game
huyo alikuwa amekaa game tu pale.
Sio nimekaa
lini umempigia simu? Yaani umempigia.
Sasa ulishinda kumtumia hata hela pikipiki aje basi kama ulishinda kwa
jamani kule yenyewe alikuwa busy. Ameenda kama yaani kule alafu Arusha wamekuja Arusha Ijumaa usiku. Jumamosi Arusha. Wao kwa alipo hivi wana alikuja
kuongea hata kula ubwa hapo.
Hani una lolote. Wewe una lolote.
Hapo kwa mkaidi namna hiyo.
Hata mbona wale
sielewi nani?
Ndio ungechelewa.
Sichelewe yani.
Jamani au machete mjenda kuyafuata ni
koma. Hebu nenda mix tu hapo mama. Pandisha hiyo kuna tatu kama. Basi hapo.
Mama Africa, Africa.
Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been the climax event and convening platform for different stakeholders to debate, assess, and deliberate on the most pressing issues affecting young people. The YouLead Summit 2022 was held from the 12th to the 16th December 2022 at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Day 1 hosted the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, which examined the policy and institutional environment and the state of youth participation in political governance, explored factors that help or hold back youth from becoming leaders, and advanced new thinking on what it will take for Africa's youth to become the leadership for the Africa we want. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examined the role of stakeholders in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. It examined the relevance of the Africa-Europe Partnership to African youth and how to best make it work for the African youth in areas of digital access, economic opportunities, and decent work for youth, especially under the AFCFTA. The afternoon session of Day 1 also featured the launch of the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project and the plenary experience-based young leaders debate on If You Sat Where They, the Leaders Sit. His Excellency Donald J. Wright highlighted that youth in Africa want democracy and that democracy provides opportunity to build, strengthen, learn, share ideas, collaborate, and get mobilized to achieve the Tanzania we want. Honorable Masai Pamela Simon spoke on the relevance of such an initiative and called upon the integration of climate change as a key to achieve digital access and the future of work in Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat Hanje called on youth MPs to connect with the youth by meeting them, engaging them, and ensuring young people are meaningfully engaged. The plenary session provided the opportunity for delegates to outline their priorities if they were the leaders in certain elected positions. The day ended with an inspirational fireside chat between delegates and Dr. Susan Nasuzi Mwanga, the first female head of Department of Political Science at Makerere University and Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, and His Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand, we want the concept in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As youth, as we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovative systems that promotes alternative energy sources, and that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
My river of life to this particular fellowship starts way back in campus when I led the students in the Students' Union for about 2 to 3 years, and I had this motivation to do politics to the higher level. So I delved into trainings that were training people on how to be good political leaders, especially women, and I got a lot of insights to understand how the system works and how my country understands and takes women in politics and how it treats women as well. Later on, when I delved into YouLead Summit as well, I found the link on the group to apply for Lead Her. This motivated me to just still delve into women in Africa and trainings in Africa as well, to come back and bring that to my community.
The reason I applied for this fellowship is because of my interests. I'm interested in public management, in leadership, in being a leader that makes an impact, and a positive impact at that. And immediately I saw the advert, I just thought, wow, what a good thing it is to be in a space of female leaders and female leaders with a positive impact. It was such a good opportunity, and I said, why not? I need to connect and network with like-minded people. So I gave it a shot, and I'm so privileged that I was actually shortlisted.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Corporation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, reinstating education as an eminent public good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The presidential address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The fireside chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action, a proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders. Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policy makers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Corporation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, reinstating education as an eminent public good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The presidential address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The fireside chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action. A proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika. Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika.
We can get in, we can get in. When you hear the song, it's a welcome for you. Yeah. Let us come to the venue, to the tent, and we dance from inside. Come, 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 come. Our wonderful volunteers just make sure that everyone is in.
Young men and women, with the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud, in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Break the stage, but join, just on the stage. Hey! Come on. Yeah, replay the song, Mr. DJ. We are here. Come on, everybody, arise. Day 2 has started. Everybody arise. Day 2 has started. Africa.
So you
entrepreneurship, young men and women, with the pillars, with the future, here we are, let's join together, with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone, as I say loud in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women, let's join hands for youth and women.
Mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
We can take our seats. I don't know whether Kapwani Kavunike is in the house. She had promised to give us some energizers. But I will also need, okay. Yes, she will give us one or two, and then we shall do a quick recap as we wait for some of the stakeholders to arrive, and then we shall be moving with the program. Otherwise, welcome to day 2. Just shake your neighbor and tell them welcome to day 2. If they're not responding, softly slap them and tell them welcome to day 2. The business day. Hey, we are talking money, we are talking business, we are talking impact today. So welcome. Kapwani, Kavunike, introduce yourself, what you do, and then take us for the next 5 minutes.
All right. Okay, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Amazing. So my name is Kapwani Kavenuke. I know you're going to forget it, so just call me KP. Is KP easy? All right, so KP or Kapwani if you do remember. So just a bit of, I'm actually part of the European Union Youth Sounding Board team with the team over here. Yes. And yeah, I'm also representing Tanzania as the United Nations Youth Delegate for Tanzania. So if we can stand up and just energize a bit, want to see how sharp our minds are today, this morning. So if we can stand, get on your feet. It's morning. So we're going to do a little bit of a numbers game. No, it's not mathematics, you're not calculating anything, so calm down. Okay, so I'm going to say a number, and this number has an action. So if I say 1, for example, I say 1, you give a high five to your neighbor. So 1. Yeah, high five somebody. Is it back? Oh, thank God. My voice was going. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Hey. Okay, 2. Whoever high-fived, you are judges now. I saw you. 1. You should sit, actually. Those who messed up, sit, 1, 5. Oh, if you turned around, sit down. You know yourself. 1, 2, 5, 4, 2. Whoever high-fived, sit down. Okay. 1, 5, 3, 2. Perfect.
Let's give Kavanike a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So I have still asked her to stay with the mic. She's just going to be within, and we just need quick 3 or 4 people very quickly to just give us their learning. It's like a learning log of what they picked yesterday. Just 3 or 4, and then I'll invite the next speaker. So if you're ready, you have been burning to share what you learned, and with our online audience, with the people that are here, very quickly in 2 minutes, and then we shall proceed. If we do not have, then we proceed. You want to share? The mic is just right there.
Raise your hand. Oh, here.
Yes, you tell us your name and possibly your country, and then you tell us your learning very quickly from yesterday, and then we shall jump into today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arnold Gekonge, and I'm from Kenya. Yesterday, I learned quite a lot, and it was a packed program, and we stayed late into the evening. But key to mention is that we should pay attention to sustainability in our programs from the roundtable that we had on the panel. But we also learned from the youth leaders who are representing various countries from across Africa on the stage on some of the challenges that are facing other countries. Some countries, probably other people have done and used certain strategies that we can also employ in our contexts and get some best practices. And also, one of the panelists mentioned something very important, that youth often face challenges when looking for funding. And one of the hindrances is the stringent reporting guidelines that they should look into finding another way of making it easier or capacity building youth organizations to be able to do that.
Amazing.
But also I got to interact with many people from many countries and made friends.
Including connecting with me on LinkedIn at 5 a.m. this morning. Yes, we connected with Arnold. Yes, 2 more. Very quickly, thank you, Arnold.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yes, we have a brother there. We also need a sister, yes, over there. Very
Thank
quickly.
you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Kembo. I'm from Uganda, representing some organization called Vijana Corps, and another one called Women on Environment Mission. So I'm an activist. I'm very glad to be here, and I would like to share what I learned yesterday from our leaders, especially the first session. We are supposed to be visionary leaders. Be an example. Before you make an impact, first make it yourself. For example, you are supposed to lead the youth, but you are not doing what you're supposed to do as a leader. And you don't expect youth to connect when you're not connecting to them. So as a leader, you are supposed to be wide. You don't specify in one direction. You are a leader to everyone, to every youth, whether opposite or you are supposed to represent everyone. So when you are a leader, whether the opposition side there is a youth session, you have to attend. You don't give side. So I found it as a challenge why some of the youth leaders are saying the youth are ununited.
Okay.
Youth leaders, you are supposed to attend all the sessions that youth they are giving out the ideas or their challenges they are facing. So you are supposed to be there. Give them their ideas. They may think what they are doing is right. When you are there as a leader, you are there to direct and give them the motivation. We can do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, our brother there. Yes. Okay, the other one first. Very quickly, we are finishing. We need to go to the next.
Okay, my name is James Sylvester. I'm representing East Africa Youth Ambassadors as well as the UNFCC. And what I've learned yesterday is we need to take up space and cementing ourselves rather than staying and waiting for the chances to come. Because success is a representation of dedication, resilience, and perseverance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and then that brother will be the very last. The people at the back, we shall come back later in the next sessions. Yes.
My name is Kajage Laurian, a youth sounding board from the European Union. Yesterday, first, I learned a little bit of French. But secondly, is one key takeaway is even though ChatGPT and all this modernization is coming, hard work is inevitable as youth. We should put on the effort and the work. But I had one realization from the last speeches is as men, we should not be part of the problem. Thank you.
Okay. We should be the solution and not the problem. Lastly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kibwana Garama from Tanzania. Yesterday, I learned a lot of things, but two remarkable things were from two people. First one, from our chief guest of honor, that for African youth to develop, we need three important things: nation, institution, and people. And the second thing is nothing really, just get better. We have to work hard, that's all.
You can't escape working hard. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kavunike. Let's give them a round of applause. That was so cold. Brekti is coming. Please clap for her and the rest that spoke to us. Thank you very much and welcome to day 2, our online audience as well. This is the day that we discuss business, youth in business, trade and enterprise, and capitalizing on education to empower African youth innovators as contributors in making the AFCTA magic happen. Our speakers are already in the house. Of course, our very lovely executive director, but just before I invite her in the next second, I want to remind us that we are on social media, and we are encouraging you to use YouLead 2024, hashtag YouLead24, as well as tagging at One Young World. When you do that, the posts and messages that you're putting will be amplified. And of course, also tagging your friends and tagging your own institutions so that the message can go out there as much as possible. We will still continue to have our interpretation for those that connect with French on channel 2. And then when we have a French speaker, you connect on channel 1. Otherwise, it is now a great time for us to applaud and be happy to welcome our Executive Director, Dr. Anna Haule, to open day 2. Join me.
Good morning. How are you today? You're feeling good? Yeah. Have you got energy? Yeah. I only hear the one person here. I'm very, because I'm very old, I can't hear very well. So, are you all feeling good today? Yeah. Right. I'm happy to be here again with you. And I think yesterday we learned so much, isn't it? We learned so much from the different panels that we had, and we learned so much from the speakers in the evening. So just remember that you are here because you are the change that we want to see in the world. Yeah, we often say be the change you want to see, isn't it? But you are already that change. And so keep yourselves motivated. Know that things have to change within you during these 3 days, or 5 days, sorry, I should say. Nobody should come here and leave the same person. Yeah? Things have to change. You have to receive and then you have to allow it to move around inside you, and then you have to let it leave in a different way. Nobody should be the same person they were when they arrived. Have you felt any changes already? Yes? What's the biggest change that you felt? Go on. What did you say? Mindset. So mindset change is very important, isn't it? Yeah? Then outlook. You know, what you think, and then I think another important change that has to happen is leadership. We often have that idea that leadership is just for those leaders, those people in the top places. But as our fellows learnt, I think a lot during their fellowship, leadership is about the choices you make every day in who you are. Isn't that right? Yeah? Leadership is about who you are and how you make your decisions, whether you are already in a position or whether you are working in just, the normal everyday work. Everything you do is a choice. And if you know how to make that choice, then you are a leader. If you make a choice because you are informed, because you know who you are, yeah, then you already are a leader. You don't need the title. Are we together? We don't need a title to be a leader. Okay, I'm executive director here. But even without being an executive director, every choice I make, if I make it knowingly, if I know who I am, what I want to be, how I want to change this world, then I am a leader, whatever I am doing. So what I would love to see, the biggest change in you this week, is to see you say, I am a leader. Are we together? Can we say it together now? Yeah. I am a leader. Again, I am a leader. I am a leader. Okay? So be leaders. That's what we want to see the youth being proud of every day. We are leaders. We know who we are, where we are going, and we know the change that we want to see in this world. Are we together then? Yeah. Have a great day. Enjoy everything. Tomorrow I'll be back and I'll be asking you again, what did you learn from yesterday? Okay? Be the leaders that you want to see in the world, not just be the change. We have two phrases now. Be the change that you want to see, isn't it? Be the leaders that you want to see in this world. Okay, have a great day, and I'm with you again for most of the day, I hope. Okay? Enjoy. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Yeah, Doctor, we love you so much. Thank you for the inspiration. I would summarize the wonderful message that come as you are, but don't leave as you came. So make sure that there is a change in you and for others as you live. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see the Principal Political Affairs Officer. If he's around, he needs to be welcomed here, but we shall proceed. We are privileged to have a key opening remark from Mr. Adrien Njau, who is the Acting Executive Director of East African Business Council, represented by a wonderful gentleman that has been at it for some time, Mr. Moses Kanyesye, who is a youth and women in trade expert for the East African Business Council. Let's receive him as he gives the opening remark.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, the Executive Director and protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you today? How are you today? Good morning. You lead. No, you don't. You have forgotten. When I say you lead, you say we lead. It was in the song, right? You lead. We lead. No. We say you lead. We lead. When I say we lead together, right? You lead. You lead. We lead. At least. My name is Moses, and I've been here working with YouLead MSTCDC for some time, since 2018, and I was coordinating the business and enterprise pillar at YouLead. Now I'm with the East African Business Council that has MOU with MSTCDC to coordinate the work of women, youth, and SMEs. But also I was privileged to be a boot camp faculty lead for this 5th boot camp at MSTCDC. So I'm happy to see most of my students that I was with for the last 1 week, yesterday graduating. But for this time, I'm here to represent Njau Adrian, who is the acting executive director of Business Council, who wished to be here, but he's in Kampala for EABC Secretary General breakfast meeting that brings together private sector and key stakeholders to see how EAC policies can work better for private sector. I'm to speak about capitalizing on education to empower African youth innovators as contributors making the CFTA magic. And in our boot camp, CFTA was the major topic, specifically the protocol on women and youth in trade. Why was it negotiated? Why was it so important? From other protocols, protocol on trade in goods, trade in services, digital trade, why this protocol and why is it important to you? On CFTA, it's a market of 55 countries. You have a market of 55 countries. You have an economy of $3.4 trillion. You have a market where Africa has unique borders. So whom does it target? It targets two important people. It targets someone who produces a good. Two, it targets someone who supplies a service. So if you are not among those two categories, it's not for you. But also it can be for you as a consumer. If you consume, it is for you. So for young entrepreneurs, business people, business community, you need to produce, add value, trade across borders. If you are a youth and you can produce and provide a service, then it is for you. We are here speaking, but someone in Europe is watching us through digital tools. Someone is providing a service, right? I heard MC saying hashtag. Someone is providing a service. Now imagine your service is consumed by 2 billion people. That's how you make business. But for this topic, we want to look at the education, capitalizing education to empower youth innovators. And when we are talking about education, we are looking at prioritizing STEM skills for youth and economic prosperity. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We look at them as enablers of high economic growth. Research shows that countries with high STEM human capital are competitive and productive and experience high economic growth. The African Union Agenda 2063 recognizes STEM's education strategic role in fast-tracking Africa's development. Therefore, Africa needs to capitalize on STEM education and skills to leapfrog as a global leader in addressing mega development trends. Most importantly, in emerging technologies in cybersecurity, climate change, green economy, and global health. And the ability for Africa to convert its youth dividend with a projected 362 million young people between 15 to 24 years by 2050 into a highly skilled STEM workforce that can be a game changer. A major constraint is low participation and weak pipeline in STEM fields, with less than 25% of higher education students pursuing STEM fields, of whom less than 30% are women. This trend subsequently impacts graduation rates. Only 18 to 31 of science researchers are women. This issue is particularly or partially due to the lack of students' awareness of career opportunities in STEM. Also, inadequate infrastructure and resources, including low access to electricity and internet connectivity, combined with lack of smart classrooms, science laboratories, and equipment. About a fifth of children between ages of 6 to 11 are out of school, whereas for children between 12 to 14, exclusion is about 33%. And an estimated 60% of youth between ages of 15 to 17 not in school, with girls more negatively affected. Thus, access remains a challenge at different levels. How should we address this so that we capitalize education? 3 key areas of focus: enhancing STEM awareness and access. Effort should be directed towards creating opportunities for STEM discovery, such as establishment of science centers, targeted campaigns, community engagement program, partnerships, and other STEM initiatives. with local education institutions, creating a culture that promotes the value of STEM, especially among girls and their families. Transforming STEM education, this requires curriculum alignment. We talked about it in our boot camp, especially why would an engineer in Uganda be refused to have access or to practice engineering work in Kenya? Why would not a lawyer in Rwanda practice law in DRC? So how do we align a curriculum that we have harmonized curriculum? And this happened in 60s, where we had centers of excellence, when we have our first integration. Modern technology approaches and investment in teacher training and professional development. Fostering entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems. Investing in incubators, innovation hubs, and startup programs foster entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. As I wind up my remarks, day 4 of our boot camp, the participants needed the ideal Africa they want. We are talking about CFTA, make it happen, magic happen again. Goods move with people. But what are those enablers for the CFTA to happen? It's not a word of mouth. And they were asked about the ideal Africa they want, or the Africa they wish to have. And many retorted about what, how, why questions. For the policymakers in the room, these are a few questions as we move towards realizing the CFTA. 1, who would lose if Africa is free, visa free? Who would lose? Let's ask our questions. Let's ask our leaders, our policymakers. Who would lose if Africa is visa free? Some of you were stranded at airports because you don't have visa. From African country, you are coming to African country, but you are required to have a visa. Why? Do you have some experiences? Am I talking to some people? So who would lose if Africa is visa free? Who would lose if we are connected, if we have a harmonized airspace? Why would one travel to Spain, Italy first before arriving to North African countries? Why would one first go to Turkey, Dubai, when you are going to West African countries, Guinea-Bissau? Who would lose if Africa adopt and harmonize one currency? Why would I need a dollar to trade in Kenya from Uganda? Why do I need to exchange a rate? Why can't we have a common currency? Who would lose if we have an African passport and proud to be an African? Who would lose if we have a common identity, a common language? Those are enablers. Who would lose if we have a startup fund for innovators, for entrepreneurs. Who would lose if we have a common security force to have peace in all corners of Africa? Those were questions from the participants. And to me, those are the questions, once answered correctly, we realize one Africa and one Africa dream. I empower you, the youth, especially where I sit at the Business Council, that you take up opportunities that have been put forward. The Continental Free Trade Area, especially the Protocol on Women and Youth, empowers you to be on specific committees, especially the National Monitoring Committees on NTBs. Take the initiative and be part of that. Access to data and information, research, read. My colleague is seated there, he was taking you through compliance. How do you make sure that you comply before you export your products? With those many remarks, I thank you for coming, and I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Another round of applause to Mr. Moses Kanyesije. Thank you so much, Moses, for inspiring us and also share with us who were not at the boot camp to have a feel of how the boot camp was. We are extremely happy about it. Ladies and gentlemen, and those that are joining us online, day 2 is the day for business. And we have our signature engagement that happens on day 2, and it's called the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum. And we are going to share experiences. We are going to have a panel. I am hoping that the moderator will be able to give you some time to ask questions. Not so many, but at least 1, 2, 3 questions, so that you can be able to gain as much as possible from this engagement. So I would want to welcome the panel, and then we'll welcome the moderator so that we can have this session. Join me to welcome Mr. Niyonkuru Jean Petit from Burundi Business Incubator. Yeah, let's welcome him. Please. Mr. Niyonkuru, you're very welcome. Next is Mr. Adomako Desmond, who is the CEO Desmaco Farms, actually. Desmaco Farms. Yes. Desmond, you're welcome. We also have Mr. Andrew Julian Mahiga. Mr. Andrew Julian Mahiga is the Country Director, Tanzania Department for Business and Trade, United Kingdom. You're very welcome. We have Mr. Ibrahim Nzutu. Yes, Mr. Ibrahim Nzutu is the Head of Business Advisory at NBC Limited. I'm sure at some point he will tell us what NBC is in full. Mr. Ibrahim, you're welcome. We have a wonderful lady, Miss Eve Rebecca Layero, who is the EAC Youth Fellow. We also have Miss Janice Chimaro. Janice Chimaro, Project Coordinator, East African Women in Business Platform. You're very welcome. And this wonderful panel is moderated by Mr. Adam Al-Kwali, who is the President, African Youth Business Council. Since Mr. Adam Al-Kwali is president, I will be happy to call him Your Excellency.
Where do I sit here?
I'll just get you one.
I hope I'll be visible to the audience. Otherwise, I'm happy to stand.
No, I can go to that side.
I'm happy to stand. I'm happy to stand.
Giving your back to her.
Pardon?
Giving your back to her.
If I stand, right? What do you think?
No, I just sit there and then you sit here.
Oh,
yes, they will.
Oh, okay. I think it's okay. It's okay
Yes,
like
that's
that. That's okay. Will I be visible like this if I remove it? Okay. Good to go? Okay. Good morning, YouLead delegates. You're welcome to the second day of the YouLead Summit. As the moderator has said, usually YouLead Summits have this signature. Yesterday was the political forum, and today is the business forum. And usually when we come to these business forums, what we do is we discuss Africa's trade agenda vis-a-vis young people and young entrepreneurs. In other words, how can we make the business environment favorable for young Africans and young entrepreneurs to trade across the continent in the spirit of Africa's integration? So our discussion today is going to center around how young people, young entrepreneurs from across the continent will be able to take maximum advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But before then, I would like to know how many of us here know about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, otherwise called AFCFTA. How many? Please, hands up. Oh, that's not bad. And then how many, who can tell us how many countries have signed the agreement out of the 55 member states of the African Union? What? 54. Excellent. That's good. That's good. And then who can tell us how many have ratified? How many? What? What? 53? I don't think so. Who can try? Maybe if there's someone with the mic, they can help us to take it round. How many? 43? I doubt. Any other answer? Any alternative answer to what he said about the ratifications? As young people, we should be aware of these instruments because you can only engage and take advantage of these instruments when you are aware of them. But if you are not aware of them, you can't. So it's really important. I think the level of knowledge and awareness about the AFCFTA is quite encouraging. But I would like to really encourage us as young people, as young entrepreneurs, to really, try, invest time and energy in terms of knowing these instruments. Either you work in the area of advocacy or you are an entrepreneur. Like I said, these instruments have great potentials in terms of fostering integration, promoting youth inclusion, and addressing Africa's momentous unemployment challenge. Now, to discuss this very important topic with me today, I have an ensemble cast, I would say, of panelists who I would like to introduce themselves individually. Adomako, can you go first? Tell us your name and what you do.
Hi, everyone. My name is Desmond Adelkon. I'm from Ghana. I'm the founder and also the chief executive officer at Damasco Farms. Permit me to tell something small about Damasco Farms. Damasco Farm is the Cramé Smart Agriculture company that recycle discarded refrigerators that are posing environmental challenges to raise meals for customers. We also train and empower people into sustainable small farming business. Thank you.
I thought everyone has their mic.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hi, beautiful people. Mine is Nyonguru Jean Petit. I'm from Burundi, and I'm in charge of communication at Burundi Business Incubator. I really like the intervention of His Excellency. May God bless you.
Hello. Morning. My name is Andrew Mahiga. I am the country director at the Department for Business and Trade at the UK High Commission in Dar es Salaam, and I am Tanzanian. Nice to be here.
Am I audible? Yeah. My name is Ibrahim Zutu. I'm the head of business advisory of NBC. I think I was told to explain a bit about NBC. It is the third largest bank in Tanzania, but I also do wear double hats as a young entrepreneur into the fast-moving consumable goods. So happy to have this discussion with you, and in relatable to the topic, I'm quite relatable as a youth, and I understand the struggles of raising the funds in the financial sector. So looking forward to a fruitful discussion. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eve Rebecca Lanyero. I work for Eastern African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the Advancement of Women, and I'm also the EAC Youth Fellow Cohort too. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Janice Kimaro. I'm the Executive Director of the East Africa Women in Business platform. Thank you for having me around, and I look forward to have very fruitful discussions with you today. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Janice. And as you can see, the panel is all made up of young people, if I'm right, except for Janice. But even for you, for today, you are young. Assume you're young. Like I said, this is really a very balanced panel in terms of the sectors that they represent, and I have no doubt they'll be able to do justice to this important topic. But beyond them, this is going to be really an interactive session. If at any point in time anyone wants to ask a question or make a comment, please feel free to engage, and I hope we'll be able to have someone to take the mic around for interventions from the floor. Now, let me start with you, Adomako. You are into snail farming, snail business. You export snails to Togo and Burkina Faso. What would you say have been the challenges, for you as a young African entrepreneur who takes advantage of the free trade area that is that we have in West Africa, the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme to trade across the region? What has been the challenges, and how do you hope that now that we have the AFCFTA will help? How will the AFCFTA will address these challenges that you face as daily as an entrepreneur exporting to neighboring countries? How do you think, number one, the challenges you face, and then how do you think the AFCFTA should address these challenges? In 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. To succeed as an entrepreneur, you need to have a vision and also stay opportunistic in front of others. Sometimes you need to have a shepherd. Sometimes you need to be on your own. Sometimes, too, you need to find your own way out. As an entrepreneur, I have been facing so many challenges when it comes to exporting, because I first exported to Burkina Faso, Togo, Nigeria, and that of other ECOWAS countries. What I can say now is that this Africa Continental Free Trade Area will be one of the best solutions for African entrepreneurs, especially the SMEs, like some of us, the growing startup like Damasco Farms. The reason behind this is that, we cannot depend on our local market alone. And having a chance to export across Africa, give you a very great chance of market share. Imagine the population in different countries. So it is the opportunity for you as an entrepreneur to utilize this particular institution as your tool to market yourself, to grow better Africa. This is what I can say for now. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Adomako. Now, I want you to, in brief, since you have been quiet, prompt in terms of respecting the time, you still have got some time to speak on challenges like that you have, shared with me earlier you face as an entrepreneur. In terms of, number one, like you said, security. Burkina Faso has been quite unstable for some time, and this really has affected your ability to export your snails into the country. And also, like you said, this issue of multiple currencies that we deal with on the continent, really hindered, business, particularly the businesses of young entrepreneurs who do not have huge capitals and connections in terms of, this fact that young entrepreneurs would always have to need, these foreign currencies, these so-called foreign currencies. How do you think now that the AFCFTA Secretariat and the Africa Export and Import Bank has come up with the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which helps entrepreneurs to pay money in their local currencies to fellow entrepreneurs in other African countries who will also receive the same money in their local currency? Speak to this challenge of multiple currencies, the lack of access to forex, and the need that entrepreneurs would have to always get these foreign currencies sometimes at very exorbitant rates, and then before they're able to buy goods from other countries. How do you think? Speak to this challenge, and how do you think the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System of the Afrexim Bank and AFCF Secretariat is going to address this challenge?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance again. So the challenges that I faced was, as he just mentioned, the security, the multi-currency, and the exchange rate, which was something that I thought it was that if we could have an institution like the African Free Trade Continental Area, then it will be the best solution for we growing startups. So one thing that I can say now is that this is an opportunity for us, although, but most people are unaware of this opportunity. So I'll urge that we will get the platform like this to inculcate in the spirit of entrepreneurship and also the opportunity of the African Free Continental Area to many people using the modern and then the traditional digital platforms. This will enable most of the entrepreneurs to know what they need to do, the procedure that they need to pass through, the documentation and other things that they need to get before they can have the opportunity to trade across Africa. This is not about the Eastern. Is a free opportunity for entrepreneurs to sell your product and services across Africa.
Exactly. Very good. Thanks so much. Now, when you talk about entrepreneurship in Africa, we know that women, constitute a large majority, of these, small businesses, including young women. Indeed, we call them the backbone of even the entrepreneurship community on the continent. And these women engage in trades, in businesses, either locally or across borders. Now, Eve, I want you to speak, about your work, and in your organization of supporting women cross-border traders to trade, to be able to export, to trade across borders, and speak to the challenges that they face daily. We know there are challenges around security, harassment, at the borders, molestations, lack of sanitary facilities on the borders for women, and lack of, even like I was discussing with you yesterday, currency challenges, like women will have to exchange currencies. If a Uganda lady wants to cross over to Tanzania to trade, she will need to get the Tanzanian shillings. How do you think, can you speak to these challenges in brief, and what your organization is doing to support women entrepreneurs to take advantage of the AFCFTA?
Thank you so much. Once again, I work for Eastern African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the Advancement of Women, that is EAC. Mainly, we empower women through capacity building so that they are able to trade across the borders within the East African region. And then you find out that there are so many challenges that the women cross-border traders, including, when I talk about the women, I'm also looking at the young people. So you find out that there are so many challenges that these women face in the course of doing business. And some of the challenges, we have issues of sexual harassment. You find out that a woman wants to move her goods from one border to another. This is a woman who is trading in tons. And then you find out that some of the trade facilitation agencies want to first take advantage of her so that she's able to get the support they need. So it has always been a challenge that has really been going on and on. Issues of extortion of money because the woman doesn't. These women who are engaged in this kind of trade are normally the grassroots women. So you find out that they are not really so much exposed. The money that they're supposed to use to do the transaction, in most cases, in the process of them crossing from one border to another, the money is being taken from them. Women have struggled over time to hide money, even in their bras, but still they are touched and that money is removed from them. It's really, really, really a big problem. Issues of infrastructure, market issues. You know, cross-border trade, you're shifting your goods from one border to another. But then you find that the market facilities are not in good shape for the women to trade effectively. We have the issues of the bureaucratic tendencies. You're overly delayed over simple things that can be sorted out, but they kind of try to tighten up things so that you're unable to cross wherever you're going in time. Storage facilities. There are really so many problems. Access to credit. Some borders do not have banking facilities or microfinance institutions that can enable them access credit. They end up in the hands of money lenders with exorbitant high interest rates. Interest rates of 20%. You as a businesswoman, what are you going to get? Do you think you're going to profit from the business? So for me, I'm looking at establishing, the market or the infrastructures, for example, the market facilities across the borders, so that women or the young people are able to transact across the borders. The issues of digital skills gap. We are entering the bigger market after, you talked about it, with the after framework that has come in place. That means that we are going to the larger market. And how can we get to the larger market when we have inadequacies in the digital technology? It's a very, very big problem that needs to be addressed. Capacity building trainings have to be organized so that the young people, the women, are fully equipped so that they are able to exploit the benefits that the African Continental Free Trade Area is bringing. And digital trade is one of the protocol under after. So we really need to leverage on some of these platforms so that they are able to reach the wider market, so that they are able to trade their goods online, because technology is going so fast, and if you don't catch up with technology, I really don't think you're going to benefit from some of these benefits that is coming with the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Thank you so much, Eve. That's really brilliant. Women cross-border traders, like I said, are the backbone of trade on the continent. And indeed, we must find ways to support them to ensure that they're able to thrive in their businesses. The barriers, the non-tariff barriers, that hinder this kind of business are so enormous, are so traumatizing, are so inhibiting. But there's no better person to speak to these barriers, I believe, than Janice, who is the Executive Director of the East African Women in Business Platform. Janice, you heard what Eve has said. Your work is focused around entrepreneurs, generally women entrepreneurs in the region. These challenges she has itemized. To what extent, has your platform, tried to address this challenge? And how do you think the AFCFTA, particularly the Women and Youth Protocol of the AFCFTA, will address these challenges that women entrepreneurs generally face, but also women in cross-border trade?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think from their platform, from the East Africa Women in Business platform, we try to do a lot of advocacy. We try to do a lot of capacity building, and then sensitize the women and youth across the region on the existing mechanisms, on the existing initiatives that have been set at the EAC level to sort of like facilitate ease movement of goods across the region. There are so many initiatives that are existing in place. How many of you are aware of the simplified trade regime that is used across the EAC region? Very few. So we have that, whereby we have that initiative set by the EAC, the East Africa community, that sort of facilitate ease movement of goods that are traded across the border that are under $2,000 for those goods to be exempted from import duties. But it's so unfortunate that we have such kind of initiatives, but very few cross-border traders are aware of it, like especially the women and youth. So we, as a platform, we do a lot of advocacy. What has worked at EAC level, and now we are going to the African level, to the AFCFTA. What are the lessons that are withdrawn from trading across the EAC that we need to sort of like do better when we have a bigger market in like African market? With the Women and Youth Protocol, it's there to sort of like give out these initiatives that are also existing at the EAC level to the African level. But we need to sort of like do a lot of sensitization. We need to do a lot of capacity building. Now we have the Guided Trade Initiative that is one of the initiatives set by the AFCFTA as
pilot phase of the AFCFTA.
Yes.
Is Tanzania part of the Guided Trade Initiative?
Yes, it is.
So can you give us an experience in terms of your members who might have exported to other parts of the continent on that initiative?
Yeah, people have been facing challenges, and it's so unfortunate. The partner states have sort of like adopted this, but you find even official government, the customs people, the immigration, they're not aware of it. We have airlines that are sort of like supporting the shipping of airlines and other logistic companies that are supporting this initiative. But you find that people, when they're reaching to the other part where they're exporting the goods to, they face a lot of barriers. Clearing goods for them, it may take a number of days before their goods get cleared by the customs officials because of lack of awareness of the GTI. So we need to sort of like do a lot of sensitization. We need to do a lot of advocacy on what is working and what is not working. We need to sort of like work on NTBs. We need to have an NTB, like a non-tariff barrier reporting mechanism.
But I think we have the tradebarriers.org, right? Is it working?
It is working, but we have barrier like NTBs that are repetitively, but we need to do a lot of monitoring on the NTBs to ensure that we do easy facilitation of like cross-border trade. Yes.
Exactly, very good. Like she said, the Guided Trade Initiative was an initiative by the AFCFTA Secretariat to say that since not all countries have signed and ratified the agreement, let's test this agreement with a few countries that have developed the capacity and the readiness and established the right infrastructure for countries to trade. So I know initially it was like 8 countries, and the second phase, those were, I think Kenya was involved in the first, Ghana first phase, and I think Tunisia, Cameroon, but then a few more countries have been added. So it's good that you, if you're an entrepreneur here, that you find out, you go and do some research to find out if your country is among those countries who are already trading on the AFCFTA, so that you begin to take advantage of it. But like she said, indeed, the non-tariff barriers, those challenges at the borders are really, really crippling for women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs generally. And we really hope that, policy makers at your level too, because these agreements are continental agreements, but they are meant to be implemented at national level. So as young entrepreneurs, as young advocates, we must endeavor to begin to engage our policymakers about this agreement. So as you live here, if your country has not ratified, because I suppose most of the countries in the EAC have ratified. I think all have signed, rather. If your country has not ratified, I think this is an opportunity for you to begin to engage them at national level to see the value in ratifying this agreement so that you can begin to take the maximum advantage that it offers. Now I'll go to Andrew. Andrew, we have spoken about lots of issues, challenges that entrepreneurs deal with. You are the kind of work you do is supporting entrepreneurs to, you work for FCDO, which is the UK foreign government agency, to support, British or other UK entrepreneurs to invest in Tanzania. But also you try to support Tanzanian entrepreneurs to also export to the UK. Now, the topic of discussion today is AFCFTA. So what we are talking about is how can we support young entrepreneurs to be able to take advantage of the AFCFTA? What do you think are the gaps based on your work with young entrepreneurs that young entrepreneurs must, what advice do you have, like strategies, insights that you think would be useful to young entrepreneurs who would want to, export to the African market?
Thank you, moderator. So before I answer that, I want to give some context because the AFCFTA has been around, but in the larger scheme of things, it's relatively new. Let's not forget that there have been sort of regional, like EAC, COMESA, SADC. There have been regional bodies where people have been trading under for quite a while. And not to mention, there's also bilateral trade agreements between the UK and other countries, Tanzania, Kenya. So this is happening in the midst of all these other things happening. So we have to really understand context and see, what agreement or what union works better for small entrepreneurs, larger companies and whatnot. But I think the gaps I'm seeing when it comes to enterprises, entrepreneurs trying to export their products or services to the UK and many other countries is, one is why you want to export there. Is it just because it's the UK, it's Europe, it's the US, and it will look good on your business plan, it will look good when I raise funds? Is there really a need and demand for your product there? So really understand, what niche do I have in those markets that people will want? If you just want to export because you saw someone else doing it and they've been profitable, it may not work for you, right? So find a niche, start small, identify a market that there'll be a long-term demand for your product, and cater your product or service to that market, right? And some advice I would give is don't even look that far yet. Look at neighboring countries. Look at, if I'm Tanzanian, I want to export to my neighbors in Kenya and Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, what opportunities are there. And you're exporting there not to make a lot of money, but to gain that experience and learn about the different challenges when it comes to packaging, storing, transportation, and so forth. So start small, start at a closer market, and gradually graduate to those larger markets like the UK or the US. And then another thing is also I find especially, up and coming, startups, entrepreneurs, maybe their first year or 2 years, they really try to do everything on their own and they get overwhelmed and sometimes they don't even take off. The business fails before it even starts. And I think that's one, of course, isn't, understanding your market well enough. And, we all go through those sort of teething pains. But I think young entrepreneurs don't take advantage of partnerships enough. You don't have to do the packaging yourself. You don't have to do the transportation yourself. Find partners that are doing what you need very well. Speak to them. Not everything costs upfront money. Get into long-term partnerships with people that can help you with packaging, with storage, with transportation, with testing, with standards and things like that. So partnerships are really, really important when you're taking off, when you're starting to grow. When you become bigger, you can start doing these things in-house because you have the capacity and the resources. So that's, two things is identify a market, see a niche. Do I need to go there? Or am I going there because it looks good? And to find fancy. It looks fancy. And if I'm going to the banker here asking for money and say, hey, I'm taking my products to the UK, the bank will probably, his eyes will light up, but you could probably double your sales.
You have to take it to the UK when you can export to Tanzania, or you can export to Kenya,
to Zambia or South Africa. You could have been making more money. So, do you really need to go there? It's a competitive market. There's a lot of players trying to do what you're doing. So find your niche, make inroads, and then grow gradually. So
very good. Yeah. Now I want to ask you, Andrew. Like you said, young people. Ibrahim is going to speak to that. Financing. I know is one of the major challenges for young entrepreneurs. Everyone is complaining that the banks don't give us the loans. They ask me to bring the land, the titles, the documents of my family's house, my family's land, you know. I don't have any property myself in my name as an young entrepreneur. Ibrahim is going to speak to that. But then before then, Andrew, there's this tendency for young entrepreneurs to, you know, always want to approach the bank when there are alternatives ways of financing your businesses. You know, organizations such as Ibrahim's, such as Andrew's, provide grants and other support facilities for young entrepreneurs. So what do you think, to what extent do you think entrepreneurs can leverage the kind of opportunities that organizations such as yours provide against going for, you know, loan? Because we know loan require, you know, the criteria for accessing loan, Ibrahim, is quite stringent, and not all young entrepreneurs, especially those who are at a startup stage, are able to fulfill those. So what are the alternatives to that?
Yeah, thanks, moderator. Just a disclaimer, we don't provide grants, but FCDO in general provides grants.
Well, you are from FCDO.
But yes, of course, there's grants, there's, you know, there's equity. I think a lot of, you know, when you're, so grants are available, and sometimes, you know, grants could be good and bad, because sometimes I see young people, young entrepreneurs cater their business to get that grant, rather than this is the business or idea I have. This is rather, I'm going to create this business and this idea so I can get that money, right? And then you kind of like stray away from your passion, your plans and your goals, right? Because you're chasing after grants. So that's the challenge, but grants are there. Look at what grant works for you. Look at the sort of the, you know, the conditions under that grant, if it really fits your business model, your growth and things like that. So grants are available. You know, there's other forms of financing like equity, for example. You know, you can sell off a percentage of your business. You don't have to own 100% of your idea or your business.
So
right?
are you talking about also the idea of working with venture capitalists?
Venture capitalists, you know, people that can put in equity into your company for a percentage share of your company. It helps you grow. And some people actually, they buy back their own percentage of the company once they grow big enough. So there's different ways, you know. There's also, like I said, partnerships again, where you don't actually have to use money to get something, but a partner that does this well, you know, bring them on board as a strategic partner and let them use their resources to get you where you want to be. So there's different ways. And I you know, of course, it sounds very basic, but, you know, going for a loan as a startup should be the last thing you think about. It should be really the last resort. You've tried all other options, so.
I hope you are not demarketing Ibrahim's business. Ibrahim, over to you. You know, like I said earlier, financing, access to funding is one of the major challenges of young businesses. Everyone you ask, they tell you that I need this funding from the bank, but the banks are asking me for this and that. I can't fulfill the criteria, Ibrahim. What do you think? What is your bank, for example, you know, doing to help support, you know, young SMEs, you know, young business owners in Tanzania to be able to access the AFCFT market? I know there are many, you know, since the AFCFT has come into place, I know there's also this fund that has been set up by the AFCFT. I think UBA and Equity Bank were involved. They are going to provide a facility of around 5 billion, I think, USD to young entrepreneurs across the continent to trade under the AFCFT, to build their export readiness capacity, you know, to support them generally to export. For you, for your bank, what are the facilities that are available? And what do you think, generally speaking, should be done to make this idea of collateral very, you know, very, you know, achievable? Because as it is now, many of the criteria that the banks put in place are so stringent that the young entrepreneurs can just not you know, be able to meet them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. So I think it's very spot on. Number one problem for SMEs is to raise capital, to raise fund. And this is underpinned predominantly by a lack of collateral, as you have put it. So I think I'll respond that first to what NBC specifically does, and overall, you know, financial sector, how are they supporting SME, and maybe touch a bit of sovereign help, how the governments they're helping us. And maybe in this one, I'll go beyond Tanzania to give a view of what the neighboring countries, what are the support that are out there. So understanding the challenges of collateral, for example, at NBC, you know, we do have products that they have lesser requirements, so to say, to cater for the group of youth and women. For example, in agro, you know, we've done a lot of lending to young entrepreneurs in that space through the Farmers Association. For example, in in coffee. We've lent more than $20 million to this group. But also, so to your question, young entrepreneurs do not have access to title deeds, as you say. So we do have flexible terms. For instance, we have a dedicated product called Kwanasi. In English, that's like grow with us. So, we don't demand title deeds. If you have sort of a sales agreement, for example, of a small property, we can accommodate for that. Usually, we'll take an assessment of a business span for 3 years to be able to understand there's a going concern, someone understand the business. But for young entrepreneurs, we do have flexible terms, sort of 1 year. So we do have flexible conditions to be able to accommodate, this group. But what I would like to, add on, there's something called credit guarantee schemes. These are the schemes that are there to support young entrepreneurs, and it's very important for the audience to understand this. So financial sector in general, they do work with credit guarantee schemes to enable to give loans to young entrepreneurs where the collateral, they're not enough. But also there are other credit guarantee scheme where entrepreneurs can go to. Maybe I'll just mention a name. There's one called PASS, where you can go and they'll be able to give you a certificate and you can walk. They can even advise you to what bank to go to be able to get support when you have less collateral. It's equally important maybe to highlight, as a financial sector in general, as support from the government in general, there's so much that has been done to support this group. For example, the government of Tanzania has an SME policy, has a financial inclusion policy that work towards, supporting the groups. If you are a trader, a young entrepreneur in Tanzania, let's say you're doing export, which means you are reducing the reliance for the country, to seek foreign exchange. The Bank of Tanzania can guarantee you, to support when you go to the banks to get, loans and whatnot. So my call for action here is just to, look up for this information, and then maybe I'll summarize on my last talking point around this area. To get a view of maybe at an East African level, we appreciate the effort that has been done with sovereign in these countries. For example, I am aware in Uganda they have a parish model where, at a household level, youth and women entrepreneurs, they're able, to get funding. Also in Kenya, I'm aware, there's a deliberate action around the government procurement plan. I think about 30% of it to support women and youth.
You mean a quota, right? Dedicated.
Yeah. So, it all starts with having an understanding of what is out there. And then similar to what my sister mentioned earlier, it really caught my attention around the initiative to simplify the trade regime. And this goes to my last calling action in terms of communication. We understand sometimes, as to her point, she has mentioned, sometimes different departments in the government maybe not be in line in terms of information to work smoothly. And this is a complex matter maybe to solve, but let us look on the simplified version of communication. Can we have, I think you know it better to this audience and other stakeholders, can we have a one-stop portal that just has information pertaining youth and women? This can be funding, this can be market opportunity, because right now everything is just left, right, and centers, and it becomes difficult to access this. But also secondly, to young entrepreneurs, as much as the financial sector want to support, but there's an issue of accountability. Are you trustworthy? Every penny that you get, from financial sector should be going towards furthering your goals, furthering your business. The level of accountability we are seeing sometimes, for lack of a better word, is not there. And this is a big call out for a male child. You'll be surprised how these credit guarantee schemes that I'm mentioning, some of them, they're much more favorable towards women than the male counterparts, because women seems to be, trustworthy and quite accountable to, the fund that they get. So this is a call for action to, my brothers to, step up a bit. As much as, I've never heard a young entrepreneur say, no to a funding or whatnot. It's always a yes situation, but, accountability is very pivotal. And maybe lastly, is around, getting fund in the financial sectors require a a different ball game. You know, there's a way how you have to present yourself to be able to get easy access to finance. And this calls to formalization of your business. No one funds an idea. You know, start small, as Andrew has mentioned, formalize your business. And I do take note of the support from the government in terms of formalizing small groups of young entrepreneurs. So once you start there and, you know, someone sees there's a bit of a going concern in your business, it's very easy to get support. Thanks.
Now, Ibrahim, you have painted this rosy picture of accessing funds, make it seem it's really easy. In reality, these things are not always as easy as we are told. You know, if you go to the bank, you start the process, you know, there are lots of delays, sometimes even unexpected hitches. How real are these, you know, things, these packages you're telling us about? How accessible are they really? And what do you think? You know, you said something about, women being more transparent, more accountable. I know there are, as men, we have a tendency sometimes, a man will go get loan and then you add another wife. we do abuse this. I think this is something, you know, like, this is not about stereotyping the male gender, but I think we have these tendencies. Now, like you said, integrity is very important when it comes to access to these things. Transparency, accountability. How important are these qualities in terms of accessing these facilities, loans from the bank? Please expatiate further so that, you know, our young entrepreneurs here understand the value of these things and how far, you know, they can take them.
Yeah, thank you.
So also, before you speak also, you know, the idea of collateral, like I said, is really, you know, frustrating for young entrepreneurs. And I had a discussion with a gentleman who is the president of the Africa Association of SMEs, and he was telling me, can't the bank start thinking of looking at people's personal integrity? This is someone who, you go to someone's community, you ask, who is this guy? Do you understand? Is he very responsible? Is he very accountable? How does he do to people? Can that be something of value that banks can use as basis for granting loans, other than just, you know, insisting on these tangible material, things? Go ahead, Ibrahim.
Yeah, thank you. So let me start with the collateral, and then I'll move to, you know, the idea of banking on someone's integrity. I think that still speaks to collateral to your question.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It is an intangible one. Collateral, it could be.
Yeah. So, you know, here's how financial sector works. You know, the money that is being given out, there's cost to it. You know, banks also get this money, can be from central bank, can be borrowing from other banks, can be capitals injected from shareholders. There's a cost to it. So banks, then space of doing business. You know, when they give out money, they expect some sort of a return. So, and as part of business turbulence, not everything works. So in an instance that something does not work, a fallback position is your collateral. I think that's the essence why, you know, banks demand collateral. So we understand that collateral is a challenge. I'll give you one of the work in progress as a country what Tanzania is doing along collateral. So there's a regulation that I think possibly it will come out this year in terms specifically to simplify collateral for financial institutions, to recognize things like immovable assets as proper collateral. Immovable asset can be something like your motorcycle and whatnot, which are not formally recognized as collateral at the moment. But in understanding this problem, you know, the country has seen a need, you know, to actually formalize that. I do not have a site at an East African level in terms of development, but I'm pretty sure, you know, these are the common problems that we're facing, and hopefully, you know, the counterparts will work towards that. So I think once we have that regulation, it will be a game changer. But in the meantime, I am aware that, you know, financial sector, they do give a flexible eye when it comes to assessing. As I mentioned earlier, you know, sometimes we require someone to have a title deed for a land, but we understand not everybody has access to title deed. So we look at, you know, are there cash flows that can be able to back us? There are those incidents that we give lighter requirement so as to be able to support this group. To your second thing, in terms of goodwill, actually, you know, I think you mentioned about integrity, yes. How that is very important for the group, and how that can help or demolish, you know, the dreams of a young entrepreneur. So I think you're aware of, if you're not aware now, I might mention a bit around something called Credit Reference Bureau. So Credit Reference Bureau, these are the platform where they assess individual credit worthiness. All your records or in terms of how you're performing, in simple terms, repaying your financial obligation or loans. These records becomes available in Credit Reference Bureau. And then banks and financial sectors, before they give you this facility, they go to this Credit Reference Bureau to check, Mr. Andrew, what is his integrity in terms of repaying our loans? And then there's a risk rating there. If you are higher risk, forget about getting finance from the financial institution. So let us not be thrown away by, is it cheap thrills that calls Andrew? Let us not be thrown away by, let us look at the big picture. Let's honor our responsibility, because that might have a long-term effect in your aspiration in terms of getting funding. So the more transparent you are today, the more accountable you are today, it gives you a better chance to continuously being able to get funding from the financial sector.
Good. Andrew, you want to come in? Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly. I think what he mentioned about the new regulation that come out will be a real game changer, because if you have a border, you have a smartphone, you have a TV at home, some of these things cannot be used as collateral. Then the second thing about this credit rating, it's it's going to be increasingly important, especially in this digital age that we're living in. I mean, in the West, people get loans for houses and cars and whatever just from their credit rating. They don't actually have to put any collateral. They look at their credit history. You're graded really good, you get that loan. So
Ibrahim, Andrew, I used to think friends who live in the US and Europe are rich.
Yeah, it's not their money.
One of them told me that you see everything, this phone I have, iPhone latest one, is on credit.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
So it's not that they are really actually able to put down 1,500 USD to buy, but you can literally buy everything on credit. Everything you can buy it on credit. And that's what we like here. And if you look at even our systems, for you to even own a house there, you can spread the cost over 30 years. Here, it is not possible. I think you can go ahead now.
Yeah, and just a call to action is, one, it emphasizes the point of formalization, because people cannot track your propensity to borrow and pay back if you're doing it a cash economy. If you're using mobile money, if you're using bank transactions, you're creating a history of your habits and your personality, your financial personality. And that's what's going to work for you when you're going to the bank and you don't have collateral, but at least your credit history is very good. So again, it's sort of like build that character and that history of your financial behavior to access NBC and the products that have.
Very good, thank you, Andrew. Now, last but not least, Monsieur Jean Petit from Burundi. Colleagues, we all have to have our interpretation gadgets for those of us who do not speak French, because he's going to speak in French. Now, you've had the conversation that has gone on here, Jean Petit, so far about the AFCFTA, the challenges of young entrepreneurs, trading across borders in Africa, issues to do with gender-specific challenges to this efforts, financing, alternative sources of financing. You work in a business incubator in Burundi. How does your organization, your entity, comes in terms of building the capacity of young youth-led businesses, youth-owned businesses, to be able to access these immense opportunities that we speak about, to be able to navigate this large array of challenges? What is the role of business incubators, so that young people who are here, young entrepreneurs who are here, who also either have running businesses, active businesses, or would want to go into entrepreneurship, would consider working with a business incubator such as yourself to incubate, ideate, incubate, and grow and scale their businesses?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think all the assembly is ready to hear with gadgets. Okay, let's check just a little bit better. Are you ready, guys? Hope that I'm not disturbing.
Let's hold on. So someone should please let us know if we are set, we are good to go with the interpretation.
I can speak right now. Are you ready, guys? Thank you. So, j'aurais aimé parler en français pour aider surtout ceux qui avaient des gadgets depuis hier en écoutant juste l'interprétation. Merci à Madame Traoré qui a d'ailleurs proposé à ce qu'on soit à l'aise avec notre langue officielle. Alors, j'aurais aimé répondre à la question du modérateur qui est d'ailleurs très sensible, surtout à ceux qui ont déjà embrassé le projet de la ZLECAF, c'est comme ça qu'on le dit en français. Donc, AFCTA, en français on dit la zone libre d'échange commercial africaine. Pour le moment, comme incubateur au Burundi, BBN a pris le relais à ce que les jeunes entrepreneurs aient accès à exporter et importer les produits venant de l'étranger et allant à l'étranger. J'aurais aimé d'ailleurs vous informer que même durant la conférence qui vient de se terminer la semaine passée, dont même le président de la République vient d'embrasser la présidence en exercice du COMESA, on a déjà commencé à signer des traités, surtout avec le Congo, qui est d'ailleurs une très grande opportunité pour nous. Mais malheureusement, même s'il y a pas mal d'opportunités pour notre région, surtout est-africaine, on a même des challenges. Le tout premier challenge, c'est bel et bien la monnaie unique. J'espère que c'est très sensible, surtout pour le ministre qui l'a bien précisé hier, avec des idées vraiment très panafricaines. J'ai vraiment aimé toutes ces interventions. Je vous prie d'applaudir pour lui, monsieur le ministre qui est d'ailleurs ici. Alors, l'autre challenge que nous avons, c'est surtout One Stop, le guichet unique. Si on avait un guichet unique qui pourrait même certifier les produits que nous importons ou que nous exportons à l'étranger, ça aurait été mieux que nous ayons cet accès, surtout pour les jeunes entrepreneurs. Voilà, je ne sais pas si j'ai bien répondu à vos questions, mais vraiment, on a vraiment pas mal de challenges à qui nous, les jeunes, pourrons mieux faire pour jouer cette zone libre d'échange commercial. Merci.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Jim Petit. Now, I wanted to also allude to this idea of one-stop border post. I think it's really a very novel, creative and progressive idea.
Of course.
To explain it in lay terms, is a situation whereby all the processes that one has to go through as an entrepreneur when processing, passing through borders, are simplified and united in one system, such that you just, perhaps if you have to go through, like, let's say 10 points, then now you are able to go through 1 or 2 points. I want Janice to please speak about this idea of one border post. How do you think this one-stop border initiative can help us achieve, support women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs, including cross-border women cross-border traders, to make them ease this process of trade in Africa? I know we have some examples here in East Africa, right?
Yes.
Please talk about how those examples work.
Yeah, we have the one-stop border posts existing, and I think from the experience we have been having, the systems are there, they are working, but technology has been changing. And then you see then the systems are sort of like outdated. Sometimes you go to the border, the systems are not working, and you find like very long queues of people and vehicles trying to cross over. So I think we need to sort of like look at the technology that we're using within the OSBPs. It needs to be constantly updated. And then also the people that are using the systems, they should be very conversant with using the system. Also the issue of backup should be existing, because sometimes you see like the systems are down, then we don't have a backup system to sort of like do the...
You mean the manual way of doing things?
Yeah, then it sort of like inconveniences the businesses that are doing the cross-border trade. So the issue of technology, the issue of backup, we have an issue of electricity outages within the region. We need to sort of like have existing backup systems in place. Secondly, we have OSBPs that are existing, but for women and youth, you know, like most of the cross-border traders, they are women. But then the facilities, the nursing rooms, the changing rooms, the washrooms,
Yes.
they are not there. We have information within the OSBPs, but maybe in languages that are not conversant with the cross-border traders. So the OSBPs, they need to sort of like
What are the
have-
OSBPs?
Yeah, one-stop border post, sorry. Yeah, they need to have like informations that are translated in various languages. We need to have like officials that are conversant with speaking different languages for us to be able to like ease the movement of goods and services across the borders.
But there's this famous one-stop border post in East Africa. What is it called?
Namanga, Busia, Malaba.
Between where and which countries are they?
Tanzania, Kenya,
Okay.
Kenya, Uganda,
Yes,
Rwanda,
yes.
Uganda.
Yes,
yeah.
and there's this also famous one between Zimbabwe and Zambia in Southern Africa. So indeed, what essentially the idea is, the one-stop border post is the way to go, but it seems we're still struggling with it. And I think this is also one thing that advocates in our midst and entrepreneurs also can take up, to advocate to the member states of the African Union to really, take up this idea of one border post, because if we are able to get that, I think, well, it will address most of these challenges that Jean Petit has. Do you want to say anything, Jean?
Just a question. Is it possible to integrate this one-stop border? Because Burundi, I think that Burundi is not the member of this one-stop. Is there a problem?
I think it's something that is under discussion, because there is data that is not available, or some border posts are way advanced than the others. So it becomes a bit of a challenge to sort of like integrate the systems. But I know most of the OSBPs have been funded by Trademark Africa when it was Trademark East Africa. Maybe some of the borders do not have such, but I'm sure the EAC is working towards establishing OSBPs in all of its borders.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Now, the floor is open to a participant to, if you have any questions or comments, to raise it. Maybe we should start with the one at the back. Do you think it's fine? Then we come front like this. So please, if you're asking a question, direct it. If it is a question, direct it to any of the speakers.
Okay, thank
the panelists.
I just like to add about the nexus between the trade, peace, and security. That's one lady in white that's talking about the harassment of women across the border trade. So someone also gave the example about the current security situation in Burkina Faso that affecting the trade. So when you see that situation, you need to build nexus between the trade, peace, and security. To my questions is that because there is always the smugglers that make it easy for the trade, to go across the borders. But given the security situation is not favorable to those in the trade space, my question, how can we address as a continent this issue of cross-border smuggling?
So who are you directing your question to?
Lady with the white. I forgot that.
Okay, thank you. Please, we have to be really fast because we haven't got much time. Go straight to your question or comment and direct it to any of the panelists.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is San.
Move away from the speaker. The speaker.
Go that direction. That direction.
Okay. So my name is Sandra. I'm from Tanzania. I'm an entrepreneur and also an accountant. So my question goes to Janice Kimaro. I'm working with women farmers in herbs production. So my question is, okay, so we have faced some challenge in terms of exports. So how is the African Women Business Platform provide opportunity to women who engage in agriculture to export the products outside the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who next? Please, very brief and direct your question to any of the panelists.
Thank you. Pacific Nezerwa from Rwanda. I'm founder of an edtech enterprise in Rwanda, Nerevet. I want to ask a question about our Burundian brother, about the incubators. I've been in incubators many times, different incubators in Rwanda. So, but the fact is that some of incubators are taking advantage about the entrepreneurs, the participants, or whatever, but they really don't adding a tangible value to the entrepreneurship ecosystem, specifically to the startups and small entrepreneurs. But for you, what do you think is the problem, and how do you make sure that that is not happening to your incubation? Last question again is about the credit to my brother from Tanzania with the Greg. So it is about how do you think like entrepreneurs here in Africa can get access to finance easily? You know, many people are starting without collaterals, or even if they have, they are being asked like high return. So what could be the solution, and what could be your recommendation to as small entrepreneurs?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Brilliant question.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the panelists who talked about accountability. Young people failing to account for the monies they receive from funding institutions. I'll start with a comment and then I'll direct you my question. I think part of the problem of the accountability stems from a lack of ownership of business ideas from the young people. We tend to jump into these funding opportunities out of excitement, and we've not actually owned the ideas, and in the end we fail to implement them, and therefore we get the funding and we fail to use it very well. So my question to you is that how then do we help them? Do you think we have an integrated approach in terms of having one kind of approach to skilling for all the African young people? Thank you so much.
Please be very brief and straight to the point, and also mention who you are directing your question to.
Yes, my name is Alvin. My question is to all the panelists. I heard you talk about entrepreneurs and you're more into goods. But majority of us here have gone to school and we've mastered a service. I, for one, I might be a lawyer who is offering legal service. I don't have goods to offer, but I'm offering a service. But I get challenges to establish maybe a law firm in Kenya. I get challenges to maybe represent somebody in court, maybe in South Sudan. But I have a client in South Sudan who would have money, to facilitate me to represent them in court. So how are we going to drive conversations towards enabling
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we can't take all the questions, but I think there are a few hands that have been up before now. So please let them ask their questions, then we can round up the panel. We've already exhausted our time.
Okay.
I know this is very sensitive, very important.
Thank you. My name is Karen, and I work as a business-to-business specialist. And my question is to Ibrahim and the gentleman next to him. You talked about credit score, so I just wanted to know, coming from a point where I have been in the business sector, how well are we doing the credit score training, especially to the customers in the bank and even the ones who are not really bank customers but do bank transactions? Because we can see that it really has a big impact on loan requests and loan repayments. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, please. We haven't got time. Yes. Then we.
Thank you. My name goes to Ibrahim. You spoke about access to credit, which I think still is the biggest problem is how long will it take to a business person to get it. For instance, maybe it will take 2-3 days because of the process of ascertaining collateral security. How do you make it so easy that somebody can get within, say, 12 hours or 6 hours? How can you make that happen? Thank
Good,
you.
thank you. And then the last two.
Thank you very much. I am Polote Emmanuel Solomon. I'm a lawyer from Uganda. My question, thank you for the session, first of all. My question is in regards to SCFTA and the place of the tax regime, you know. The fact is many youth across the different countries in Africa start businesses or have startups, but research has also shown severally that many of these businesses probably do not celebrate the first birthday.
Yes.
And one of the reasons is the aspect of the taxation. I know for a fact, for example, where I come from, I'm sorry for giving context, there are tax holidays given to investors, you know, investors coming into the country. I want to think it's the same in other countries across the continent. Can't we probably choose to advocate, or do you think it is okay?
Do you want to answer this question?
I think it should be a general...
I think Ibrahim is in the best place, or Andrew.
Okay, so don't you think it should be in the best place of the African continent or different countries in Africa to look into the direction of giving tax incentive for youth, at least for a specific period of time, yeah, so that as when the businesses have somehow stabilized, they can start paying the taxes. Because
Very good.
I
Thank
think
you.
taxation is one of the reasons why.
Thank
the
you.
businesses are
Thank you
dying.
so much. That's a
Thank
brilliant one. Gentlemen, you look like Patrice Lumumba. Are you from Congo?
Yes, I'm from Democratic Republic of Congo.
Oh, I see, I see.
Thank you. My name is Richard Chubaka, and I have a simple question to Madam Janice Kimaro. In June 2024, there was discussion around modifying the threshold of, small-scale trading, cross-border trade. Then, but after the discussion, it has been decided that it should be maintained at $2,000. So the first question I have: why did you maintain that threshold at $2,000, and the application of that measurement, how effective it is within the East African Community region? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, we would really love to take more questions, but we don't have time. In fact, we have even went much beyond our allocated time. What I think should happen is that if you have got any questions, once the panel ends, you can reach out to any of the panelists and then ask questions directly to them. And I think that will also give you more opportunity to even discuss and engage with them in a longer time than you will be able to do on this platform. Now, let me start with you, Ademarco. I don't think there's any question. Was there any question directed at you? Was there? If there's none, since we don't have time, I would just ask you to where's the mic? Do you have a mic close by? To just in 30 seconds, give us your parting shots, last words.
Yes, thank you so much. So one thing that I want to tell my young entrepreneurs here is that, yes, your business idea worth more than all what we are saying. You see, come out with a brilliant business idea and be resilient to the face of time, in the face of failure. Learn from your mistakes as an entrepreneur, because you believe in the business idea that you are running, and you need to convince people to also buy into your business idea. And now that we have the African Free Continental Trade Area, I think it's a bigger opportunity for you to market yourselves. You can market from other countries across. Don't think of the neighboring countries alone. Through partnership, through innovation, and how you utilize the NGOs, the grants, you see, it's a whole lot of opportunity for you. So I will not advise you to concentrate much on some of the finance institutions, like the loan as a startup.
because I have experienced some of these things before. And I would advise you, we don't go for loan to start a business. We go for loan when you know you have people to sell your product or services to, but you need money to scale up. So loan is for scaling up as a businessman.
Thank you, Marco. That's brilliant. Jim Petit, in 60 seconds, your parting shots and the response to any of the general questions or the specific ones directed at you.
Is it possible to answer to the question from...
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Good. Can I even answer in French, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Nezegwa, vous avez posé une très belle question que j'ai vraiment aimée parce que avec l'expérience que BBN a vécue durant plus de 15 ans d'expérience, on a fait face aux problèmes surtout de formation théorique. Il y a plus de théorie dans notre écosystème entrepreneurial et de pratique. Alors, on a essayé de changer le système à ce qu'il y ait au moins des pratiques. On a même eu la chance de gérer un projet de la COMESA qui s'appelle Biawe. Ça faisait partie de plus de 15 pays. Et nous, on a formé des jeunes, surtout femmes, qui voudraient intégrer la couture. Et on a vraiment aimé des bons résultats parce que c'était des résultats tangibles. À présent, on a eu des couturières professionnelles qui font une couture vraiment très moderne. Alors, il y a aussi notre part de questions, plutôt une part de réponse que monsieur vient d'aborder. Il faut que nous ayons cet esprit de tout d'abord commencer sans toutefois avoir des crédits. Parce que à chaque fois qu'on pense que lorsqu'on pourra avoir des crédits, c'est là où on va commencer, c'est là où vous allez chuter. Je vous le recommande, soyez surtout précis et soyez surtout fort avec vos idées.
Thank you, Jim Petit. That was an important question that he asked about incubators taking advantage of young entrepreneurs. He said, "How is your own an exception? Do you guys rip off, these entrepreneurs that you're supposed to build up?"
Sorry, can you please?
I was saying, he asked a question about business incubators such as yourself,
Yes.
taking advantage, like, I think in a simple way, cheating, cheating the entrepreneurs instead of supporting them and building up. What do you have to say about that in 15 seconds?
So, can I please also respond in French? So, à chaque fois qu'on pense qu'on triche en donnant des formations, ayez surtout l'esprit de chercher vous-même. Il y a plusieurs opportunités, surtout pour les digital skills. Madame a déjà abordé, d'ailleurs, une question qui était très sensible. On a vraiment pas mal de problèmes. Mais ayons surtout l'esprit de chercher plus d'opportunités que de challenges. Voilà.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Andrew, in 60 seconds, response to the questions asked, the general or specific to you, and then your parting shots.
I don't think I got a specific question, but there was one about the credit bureau, and I think he's in a better position to answer. But I like the question from the gentleman about exporting services. And I believe FCTA has a protocol on trading services.
Protocol on trading
so,
services, it does.
So there's
it does.
that. But I think, it's not a direct answer, but it's sort of to question, why do you need to set up an office in another country? That's one. 2, can you operate as an independent consultant? 3, can you find partners to do the law work for you so you bring clients and you share sort of retainers and things like that? So again, and I think it's more of a political question why it's easier maybe to export a product or commodity than is for Tanzania to open an office in a law firm and accountancy. So that's one. There was a second point about incentives for SMEs and why the taxation, a lot of SMEs fail within the first year. And I think it's a very important question. And I know for the case of Tanzania, for example, income tax you only pay when you reach a turnover of a certain amount. If you don't reach that amount, you don't pay. So there's one, knowing what the tax laws are in your specific countries, and it's 2, also the tax person understanding your business as well. So there's a lot of relationship building that needs to happen between a startup and the tax bodies that they serve under. But also there's an opportunity to sort of pilot and incubate some of these businesses to let them grow to a level that, and the incubation happens with, what my colleague in Burundi is doing, and other incubation spaces where they shield you and protect you until you reach a certain level. So it's not a direct answer, but there's a lot of understanding your business and understanding the laws that protect your business in that country,
Andrew.
But also
Thank you,
the
Andrew.
tax people.
Ibrahim, in 60 seconds. Your responses, pass over the mic, please, Andrew. Your responses to the directed questions directed at you, and then your parting shots.
All right, thanks. Quick one, I think there was one from my brother from Rwanda. I think he asked about collateral and high interest rates for the facility from banks. Look, I think my take here, again, is around information. Let us get close to the information of what these banks are offering. I know as a financial sector, maybe we have an obligation to do much advocacy, but there's so much that is happening that youth and women can take advantage of. There's a number of loans that have been offered without having collateral. We call them unsecured lending. There are quite a number of these. Also, there's so much initiative that is being directed into certain sectorial sector. For example, there's quite a bigger motive for a financial sector to support business in agriculture. I'll give a very high level view of this. There are other development partners who are giving loans to financial sector with conditions to lend at a favorable rate for business in this sector. So it's up to us, finding out this information. Like African Development Bank is really supporting financial sector in Tanzania to support agriculture at an affordable rate. And there's also, not to sound very complex or get much into details, there are incentive at the moment in Tanzania for banks to support agri-sector. So all pointers are pointing towards, giving that support. To your question, I think let's just stay up to date in terms of what the information that is out there, in terms of collateral and in terms of the interest rate. I think I'll keep it like that for now. And there was a question around Credit Reference Bureau. I think it's a very, very good question. I think we have a journey to take, as a country, in terms of advocating that Credit Reference Bureau is there and it can demolish your future in a matter of a second. But then again, the issue of repaying our dues comes to integrity. Whether Credit Bureau is there or is not there, you should pay your dues. But I do concur with her in terms of, a journey needs to be there in terms of an advocacy, because there are different parties that are engaged into this credit scoring. There's a responsibility for banks. As a bank, we are submitting this information somewhere in terms of your performance. If we don't do our part very well, you will be impacted. You might be rated higher, while it's not your fault, someone has not submitted the information. So banks have a role to play, but also, we end user for this particular data. I think it's important to understand what are the metrics, what are the numbers behind into our scoring. So I'll package that as, every stakeholder engaged in this process has a role to play in terms of advocacy. I think Andrew did touch base on the tax. There was one guy who mentioned about turnaround time. When you go and ask for loans, it takes longer and whatnot, and something like that. I think what I would say here, it's, situation will differ from one financial sector to another. I think it's all a matter of process improvement in terms of, which one is faster, which one is not. I think a call for action, I would say, financial sector need to invest more in automation to make sure that, we shorten up this process. We as NBC, we have embarked in this automation. For example, if we onboard you, it's an automated thing. Now the government has really supported us in terms of KYC, simplifying, the ID that I use to onboard clients. So if you open an account with us, it will be instant. An automation, you have an account. When you go to a process of a loan application, now depend on the type of a loan. Some we have worked towards automation, some we are doing still process improvement to make sure the TAT is okay.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. That's brilliant. Even 60 seconds, responses and final parting shots.
Thank you so much, my colleague from South Sudan, for that question. Number one, I want to start by saying our goal and our desire is to boost intra-African trade, is to shape the future of this continent. But when we find that there are challenges of smuggling, ideally we shall not get there. So for me, I think what can be done, the member states of the different countries should come and should have an harmonized kind of trade policy whereby all member states are speaking the same language. We need to collaborate because smuggling, curbing smuggling is not a one country's or a one member's effort. But we really need to coordinate, we really need to collaborate, we really need to come together jointly as member states of the African continent so that we are able to work together to curb smuggling. So for me, that is what I think can be done regarding smuggling. And then my last word is African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential, a huge potential for the young people, for the women, and then for us to really benefit from it, we really need information. We have to really look out for information. We really need to interest ourselves in reading materials so that we know what the protocol is all about, because we are going to miss out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Finally, Janice, in 60 seconds, responses and final parting shot.
Thank you. I think to add on the question asked by the first person, in addition to what Eva said, I think we need to have like good reporting mechanisms when it comes to the issue of sexual harassment, like whistleblowing mechanisms. On the second question on women, supporting women in export in agriculture, we have various initiatives when it comes to capacity building on various areas, e-commerce standards and certification, on the issues of branding and packaging, etc. We also do advocacy in different thematic areas that support women and youth initiatives in the EAC region and Africa at large. We also do business-to-business linkages through the trade fairs. Also, we do background checks for the counterparts. For instance, if you want to do business in DRC, we have counterparts in DRC that can do a background check to the relevant partner that you want to do business with. On the issue of revision of the simplified trade regime and why it has been maintained at 2000 still, I was privileged to sit in that meeting and negotiation that happened in June in Nairobi. And the issue came across that there was no data to sort of like convince the government why the STR threshold should be uplifted. So we ended up saying, giving out a recommendation that we need time for all the SBPs to keep track of the data of the goods that are traded under the STR across all the borders for us to be able to make an informed decision as to why we want the threshold to be lifted. On my closing remarks, I would want to urge the youth out here to sort of like read a lot. There is a lot of information that is existing for you to be able to do like the trade in goods and services across the borders. Take time to read for you to be able to make informed decisions. Take time to find mentors. There are people that are already in these spaces that are doing businesses that you're already doing. Take time to build relationship with these people for you to be able to like benefit and learn from them. And also, Andrew, I know, has touched a lot about and insisting about partnerships. It's one of the big challenges that we have when it comes to trading goods. The issue that we have as one of the big challenges is like we cannot meet demand of big orders. Can we take time to form aggregation centers? Can we collaborate? Can we forge partnerships for us to be able to
and possibly
benefit?
Cooperatives, right?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Janice. Thank you, Eve. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Jim Petit and DeMarco. I think if our audience will not mind if we continue with this for the rest of the day. But unfortunately, we don't have much time. I apologize that we are not able to take some of your questions. But like I said, the panelists are all around. Please reach out to them, engage them. I'm sure they'll be able to answer your questions in more detailed terms. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your active participation. I look forward to seeing you again some other time soon. Bye. Yes, I think we should.
Thank you very much. The panel and the moderator will take a photo. I hope our experts in photography, sometimes you call them the paparazzi. Yes, I think they will find a way to do it. Yes. Kenneth, are we okay? Or you need 30 seconds? Okay. But as that happens, let's applaud them again and receive. Thank you very much, Adam, for leading the panel. And thank you, panelists, for sharing your wisdom with all of us. Yes, Okay, Adam, you need now to be there. We have a camera very far, but it pulls you. Yes, it will pull you all the way from behind. There you are. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Give them another round as they really go. Thank you for sharing your insights and encouraging the young people of Africa to take business seriously and know that it is a line of employment, and also to change and create the Africa that we want. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go for our health break, but I want to just mention that the session that is coming after break, it's the session, of course, these others were amazing as well. We love them. But the one coming, you must be here. We are going to be having the business cohort pitching. Yes. People who know it have received it. Let me just, maybe you did not hear. What I am saying, ladies and gentlemen, even our colleagues that are online, if you were planning to go very far from your computer or your phone, you must now buy more data and settle, because we are going for the business cohort pitching. If you love it, say yeah, yeah. That one, it cannot have an option for dong dong. It is already ding ding. Basically, what will happen here is it will be a competitive process, healthy competition, where people will be pitching ideas to win grants, to win opportunities, to win connections. And do not say that I am not pitching. You can pick the idea and actually run away with it. It's allowed. So please come after break. Take your break very quickly. Even for those that are not very hungry, you can just stay and wait for the session. But we also encourage you to take some tea. So we'll be coming back after exactly 30 minutes. So please feel free. There are 2 serving points. One on my left, close to the SDGs that have also been assembled there. You can also take tea and talk to the people of the SDGs. But also there is one directly in the tea banda. Our handle is One Young Africa, not One Young World. It is One Young Africa. And the hashtag is YouLead24. Thank you so much.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa favor Afrika, mwishani wote, bonjour, mama. From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are
women, with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together. With ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We do lead, let your dream be a reality. We do lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Being part of the fellowship, I am excited.
It's your time to say, who am I?
We need to have a peace and security environment.
The start of our meetup here in Arusha has been equally very good. This is the first day.
This is a platform for me to be more empowered, to learn more.
I've got a chance to get introduced to, climate action and justice.
Everyone comes with their own story, experience, and I get to interact with them. I get to tap into these experiences, I get to tap into this knowledge, and this is actually adding on to the information or the bank of knowledge that I have. So this is a very good platform for me to grow as a person.
Kopano Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to the way, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to the way, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to the way, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
kings and queen, vijana Paul is the key. Opponents wanna feel real, twin jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom to now rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom to now rise to keep wave, come our flags of freedom.
Peace to the world. Shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
Transformative. Is a networking opportunity.
Justice and gender. These two actually is what I want to do. So you realize that most of the marginalized group in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge
I want to expand my network on the regional community, because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
What makes me incredibly optimistic this morning, and that is why we are all gathered here, is that we have agreed to the common agenda, and that is to make Africa great. I hope you do agree with me with that.
I'd like to take this opportunity as patron of this summit to thank His Excellency President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for agreeing that his great country plays host to the 7th YouLead Summit.
Youth have spoken and we have carefully listened, and it is why, for the first time since 2017, we are hosting YouLead Summit outside the United Republic of Tanzania.
The EAC has set a very high standard for other regional economic communities to reach out to the youth, and so today you have converted me, so wherever I go, I'll try to encourage even our colleagues in SADC to launch an initiative similar to this one.
Good or less good or bad, what goes on in Africa has repercussions in Europe. And conversely, what goes on in Europe has an impact in Africa, as we clearly see with the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. We thus have a mutual interest in seeing each other prosper, be at peace, and fulfill our potential.
The East African community must embrace youth as champions of African solutions to African problems. Our youth must be champions of East African and indeed African integration. Our youth must be the champions of climate change adaptation. Our youth must be the champions of peace and security in our region.
I must admit, I'm impressed by the wonderful work being done by the YouLead Summit Secretariat in pursuit of the objectives of the program in the fields of politics, business, peace and security, and gender equality. They have made me feel happy and proud to be your patron. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Secretariat for choosing a very pertinent theme for this year's summit: youth empowerment through capacity building, revitalizing youth voice and agency towards the Africa we want.
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining true gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women's voices are going to be heard and documented, but it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under-reporting data research, we still need to invest in this to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
And so I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum at least that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's a thumb up.
At Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been the climax event and convening platform for different stakeholders to debate, assess, and deliberate on the most pressing issues affecting young people. The YouLead Summit 2022 was held from the 12th to the 16th December 2022 at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Day 1 hosted the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, which examined the policy and institutional environment and the state of youth participation in political governance, explored factors that help or hold back youth from becoming leaders, and advanced new thinking on what it will take for Africa's youth to become the leadership for the Africa we want. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examined the role of stakeholders in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. It examined the relevance of the Africa-Europe Partnership to African youth and how to best make it work for the African youth in areas of digital access, economic opportunities, and decent work for youth, especially under the AFCFTA. The afternoon session of Day 1 also featured the launch of the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project and the plenary experience-based young leaders debate on If You Sat Where They, the Leaders Sit. His Excellency Donald J. Wright highlighted that youth in Africa want democracy and that democracy provides opportunity to build, strengthen, learn, share ideas, collaborate, and get mobilized to achieve the Tanzania we want. Honorable Masai Pamela Simon spoke on the relevance of such an initiative and called upon the integration of climate change as a key to achieve digital access and the future of work in Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat Hanje called on youth MPs to connect with the youth by meeting them, engaging them, and ensuring young people are meaningfully engaged. The plenary session provided the opportunity for delegates to outline their priorities if they were the leaders in certain elected positions. The day ended with an inspirational fireside chat between delegates and Dr. Susan Nasozi Mwanga, the first female head of Department of Political Science at Makerere University and Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, and His Excellency Fatoumata Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia. On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA Protocol on Youth and Women in Trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonghuru. As said, I'm the founder and the CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we wanted to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with different products so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang, the founder and team lead for Sud Health, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Sud Health Tech that ensure the provision of health services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative healthcare services during health emergencies and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa pamoja Afrika, maishani wote. From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, we're sharing to the power. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, let your dream be a reality. We will lead, let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women. We're the pillars, we're the future, here we are, let's join together. With ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you need to come back. The young people of Africa, you need to come back. Ahmed, Ahmed, support. Let us all come back. Our wonderful volunteers, please just make sure that people are back. If your neighbor is not moving, I have allowed you to pinch them. As long as they are not your supervisor, they will chase you from your job. But just make sure your neighbor comes. Yes. Hey, you go and slap those two brothers and tell them to come inside, but softly, do not injure them. Yes, Ahmed, you slap those two sisters and they come in. Softly, don't break their necks. The people at the SDG information desk, please come. Stuart, you can, I've allowed you to pinch.
Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
To maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising, We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Young kings are queen, vijana pose the key. Opponents wanna feel we'll dream jalopy. Listen now, tomorrow we'll rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, here, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah, for the choice I make.
Rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tuna rise to kiwave, kama flags of freedom. Flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Hello. Hey, hi, good afternoon. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. What's going on? Hello. The tension should go down. The pitching will be okay. The judges will be friendly. So my students don't panic, right? So we are going to start this session where we are. Is this opposition? All right. We are going to have our boot campers, the business cohort, that will be showing us their business ideas, pitching ideas. So let me hand this session to Collins to take us through the session. It's not one. Okay.
Testing, yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that is not a good afternoon that has had tea and nice snacks. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Much better, much better. A very warm welcome to you all to our business pitching flight. All protocol are observed. We're going to go directly into pitching because we know in business time is money, right? So we're going to go directly into our pitching session. On this business pitch flight, we're going to travel across the different EAC countries, and we want us to experience these countries through the entrepreneurs who are bravely going to be presenting their solutions this afternoon. On this flight, I am as introduced, Collins Kimaro, and I'm pleased to be your pitch pilot for the next 1 hour and a half or so. And the only rule I have for our flight to arrive safely is your engagement. That is the only safety rule for our flight this afternoon, for us to engage. And I want to explain what do I mean by engage. But first of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome our judges to the front. If you are a judge, please come to the front. Your seats are reserved here. Mr. Ibrahim Nzutu, Mr. Kelvin Ninyonkuru, Mr. Reiki Liho, Mr. David Yasaya, as well as Ms. Vivian Goi Karibuni to the front. Let's clap for them as they're coming. Clap for them as they come. As they're settling in, I was mentioning, we're going on a business pitch flight. We're going to travel across EAC. Each member state has entrepreneurs that will be pitching today. So that is the very first key members of flights are the entrepreneurs. These entrepreneurs are EAC Youth Fellowship Cohort 2 members, mostly coming from the business side. They're clapping for themselves. Good. Clap for yourselves and the rest will follow. Make the change there.
They will have 3 minutes to pitch. Each entrepreneur will have 3 minutes to pitch. Then we'll have 2 minutes for Q&A from the judges, and then we'll also allow the audience to participate in the questions. The EAC is a diverse language group community, so we will have some pitches in French as well. So just a quick reminder, if you don't have your headsets, please do get your headsets so you're able to follow along with the pitches. So entrepreneurs have 3 minutes to pitch, 2 minutes then for our judges. Judges, a very warm welcome to you all. We're so happy and honored to have you. The judges represent a diverse group coming from private sector, public sector, financiers, donor partners, as well as entrepreneurs, all mixed up in the judges. So a very diverse group to provide good feedback for our entrepreneurs. So let me take this opportunity now to welcome our judges to briefly introduce themselves. Your name, what do you do, and what excites you about business? What excites you about business? Today is the business day. So let me pass the mic, Moses, to pass the mic to the judges so they can briefly introduce themselves. Your name, what do you do, and what excites you about business in the region?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Ibrahim. I'm the head of business advisory for NBC Bank, and also an entrepreneur as a youth in the fast-moving consumables. But also, I do have a stake in a technology firm. I think what fascinates me, to your question around the business, I believe every story matters, and it is our responsibility as financial sector, as business individual, to be able to help, young entrepreneurs' voice to come into reality. And in this analogy, I've said a voice matters. So I believe all these good 14 entrepreneurs, they have their stories. And once you help that story, it makes a whole difference to themselves and to the society at large. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Mr. Aaron Zutu, NBC, as well as an entrepreneur. Ms. Vivian Ngoe, karibu.
Morning. My name is Vivian. I work with the European Union, specifically in economics and governance. Your question is, what excites me about technology? What excites me about business is actually technology. I can't believe today we have a business model that can bring food through technology, can bring food to my gate. Yeah.
A round of applause for Ms. Vivian Ngoe, the European Union delegation to Tanzania and the EAC. Mr. David Yesaya.
My name is David Yesaya. I'm from CRDB Bank, Manager Business Development. For myself, right now, business, it has been very potential on digital. So I'll try to see what will happen for those 14 people and how I can advise them.
Mr. David, round of applause representing CRDB Bank. And as you introduce yourself, please do stand and wave to the audience so they get to see you as you're doing a wonderful introduction.
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Yonguru. I'm the founder and the CEO of Spotter Company. And Spotter Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes into flour for porridge, flour baking, and also the crepes in Burundi. According to the question that you have asked, what excited me is that the agribusiness has the aspect of food processing, because for food processing, everyone can have access to food that the person cannot take when it is fresh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin. Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ray Kiliho, karibu.
Asante. Hi, my name is Ray. I belong to a youth organization called Vijana Think Tank, which really has been encouraging dialogue to give the government a tentative opinion. But I also coordinate programs at Office of the Secretary General to the Pan-African Youth Union, which federates national youth coordinating mechanisms across African member states. I'm so much looking here to learn and get inspired.
Fantastic, and we are all looking to get inspired with a round of applause for our judges. If you haven't seen you, please stand Ibrahim, Vivian, David, just stand so they can get to see you. They said we need to see their beautiful faces. We need to see their beautiful faces and their suits and karibuni sana. So we've met the entrepreneurs briefly, and you're going to hear more about the entrepreneurs as they come to do their pitches. We've met the judges, and now there's a very key stakeholder as part of our flight, which is you, the audience. You, the audience, are not just the bystanders in our session. We really need you to be engaged. The first way you're going to be engaged is you're going to help us pick the order of the entrepreneurs to pitch. So far they're all prepared. They do not know who is starting, who is going last. So I'll have my bag here that has all their names that the judges, that the audience will help us to pick who pitches after who. Second way that the audience will be engaged in our flight this afternoon is to pick the audience winner. So we'll have one of the winners that is determined by you as the audience. So do pay attention. As entrepreneurs are pitching, make sure you're taking notes, at least of the name of the enterprise, those that particularly stand out to you. And the audience winner, the question we're posing to you is, building what was discussed this morning about the AFCFTA, which business do you think will most likely succeed across the continent? So thanks to this framework of the FCFTA, which business will you bet? If you had $100,000 and you're willing to risk your money, you'd put in this business because you know this one will definitely win. Last way to engage the audience is to support the entrepreneurs. Pitching is difficult in itself. Trying to share your passion and your solution in a short amount of time is difficult, let alone pitching at YouLead Africa Summit in front of all this huge audience and the cameras and their members even joining online and their dignitaries in the room, etc., etc. So I need you to really encourage entrepreneurs for what they're doing today. Let me do a test. I want to hear your encouragement of the entrepreneurs. Let me hear the encouragement for the entrepreneurs. Yes, that is what we expect to hear after every pitch. To support our entrepreneurs. I have also mentioned our timekeeper, which is very important for our session today, Brian. Brian will have a sign to show the entrepreneurs. When you have 30 seconds left, he will put up the 30-second sign so you get to see. And at wonderful. And when we reach to 3 minutes, Brian will start clapping. When Brian starts clapping, the whole room follows, so that we signal the end of the pitch and we go to the questions and answer, which is as again 2 minutes. Are we clear? Welcome to our business pitch flight. As I mentioned, we are about to take off, ladies and gentlemen. Let me find the person who's going to help us kick off our pitching tonight. Let me go to the back. Those ones who are backbenchers, let me start with you today. As I bring you the mic, yes, please introduce yourself. Your network is your net worth, so I want to also give you a platform to introduce yourself and then pick for us the first pitcher.
All right, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Neema Bwaira. I work with the European Union delegation. I'm the manager for civil society and youth. Thank you. All right. Okay, the first person is Zodiac Skincare from South Sudan.
Ron, thank you, Neema. Can we have the slides, please, for Zodiac Skincare? Assumpta, to get ready to take the stage. Zodiac Skincare, we are ready for you. As you're pitching, if you need to change your slides, just snap, and the wonderful communications team will help us to change the slides in the back. 3 minutes, ready, set, pitch.
Good morning. My name is Assunta Akon, an EAC Fellow from South Sudan. I am the founder of Zodiac Skincare. Imagine having to bleach your skin to fit in the society. Imagine having to bleach your skin to be accepted by the society. 2 in 5 women in South Sudan practice skin bleach. My young sister has been practicing skin bleach to get rid of dark spots, blemishes, and acne on the face. And this came at a cost. She was deprived of her confidence, health, and interaction. At Zodiac Skincare, we have started creating skincare products that are 100% natural and sustainably sourced. Did you know that 60% of the skincare products that are on the market are contain synthetic ingredients with an average of 2.4 non-natural ingredients per an item? Surprising, right? Our market size in Africa, our total attainable market size in Africa is at $3.9 billion. And in East Africa, our service attainable market is at $2.2 billion. And in South Sudan, our service obtainable market is at $1.8 billion. Our business model, we sell our products directly to consumers. We also collaborate with other small-scale business owners by supplying them our products. Traction. In 2022, we were able to legally register our business, and with an MVP, we were able to generate a revenue of $2,000. And in 2023, we officially launched our business, and we were able to generate a revenue of $10,000 US. In 2024, we are projecting a revenue of $25,000 US. We also do not forget to respect the policy of gender equality. That's why our finance and admin is a gentleman with 2 years of experience, myself with 5 years of experience, and my co-founder with 2 years of experience. We are requesting for a grant of $20,000 US to enable us increase on our production of shea butter since we were manually creating and producing the shea butter. And with this amount, we will be able to increase on our revenue generation in 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our very first pitcher, Zodiac Skincare. Thank you very much. Please stay there so we get our questions from the judges. Any questions from the judges? Any comments?
Okay, thank you so much. I really see that your presentation was very nice, and that's a very good project. But looking at the aspect of your team, I've seen that you are a team of 3. The key persons that you have in your team, you are 3. And among those 3, I've seen that you have the finance and administration. But for the co-founder and the founder, you did not mention what exactly you are doing apart from being the co-founder or the founder. What exactly are you doing apart from having the finance and administration officer? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I do a lot in our business. And what I do is I connect and network with other small business owners to gain more knowledge on the business that I am doing. And I also generally manage the business, and I am the general advisor in my business.
Yes. Next.
Yeah. Thanks. Good product, very viable product. I think what I'm interested to see is 2 things. The costing element so far. I think you showed us the revenue. I think is 500% growth over 1 year from 2000 to 10. So, okay. I would appreciate to see the costing structure. How is it? Just roughly, not into details maybe. But secondly, I was keen to understand, the nature of material. But you did mention about shea butter along the process. Are you sourcing this in Sudan, or because I think abundantly of it's coming from West Africa, if I'm not mistaken. But do you have the raw materials in Sudan?
Yeah.
So just two aspects: the raw material and the costing element. How is it?
Okay. The shea butter we are creating is from a shea tree, and we have so many shea trees in South Sudan, but they are not basically in Juba where I make the creation of the product. They come from different states, and yeah, we transport them to our state of where we make them from. Yeah. Cost of?
The cost aspect. For example, year one, operational cost, how are you? Maybe do you spend for raw material and everything, maybe annually, maybe $4,000. Let's say for year two, except year one. Year two that you made $10,000. What is the costing aspect? The expense to travel, raw material, to buy and whatnot. Yeah. How is it?
Okay, what makes our cost very high, or it's the process of transporting the product from a different state, and we have issues of insecurities that really make it hard for us to be able to bring them to the area of production of the product, and that's where we spend more.
Thank you very much. We'll take one quick question or comment from the audience. One quick question or comment from the audience, if there is any. If there is not, thank you.
I love your product. Just to add on to what the panelist has asked, I think what he needs to understand is how much does it cost on the production, including the transportation and all, and for you to get that revenue, like what were the costs incurred for you, the expenditure in short, for you to be able to get that profit?
Okay, thank you for the question. Roughly in South Sudanese pounds is 10 million, and in US dollars it can be around 5,000 US dollars. Yeah.
Round of applause for Zodiac Skincare, our first pitch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The flight is going from South Sudan. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? This row. Please introduce yourself, your name, what do you do, and pick us our next picture.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kibora Garama. I'm working with Forum on Climate Change Tanzania. I'm program officer. And the one coming is Agrobiashara, Kenya.
Thank you. Agrobiashara is next.
Thank you so much. My name is Simon Wandera. I'm the founder of Agrobiashara. So Agrobiashara is an e-marketing website which connects farmers to the market. The problem, so over 75%, according to the FAO report, of East Africans are small-scale farmers. So you'll find that these farmers will take their agro products to the market, but they are not sure if they are going to get the market. So you'll find that around 40% of the agro products that get to the market end up rotting, decomposing, because of limited market access. Now the solution is that we have a website. You can scan, if you have a scanner, you can access it. It is agrobiashara.netleafy.app. And for the offline customers are not neglected, because we can reach them through our phone number, which is there, 0791 21 40 33. Our target clientele are small-scale farmers, which occupy 75%. And also you are targeting 30% of the online customers. You know, when you look at the current world is going towards technology. So 30% of people who are using internet or in digital platforms, you're also targeting them. Now, our business model, we are sourcing revenue through transaction fees, which we get from the website, and also advertisement. as the figures have been displayed on the screen. Traction, we launched the website in 2022. In 2023, we reached 200 active users. Then in 2024, we are really working to make sure that we expand the regional markets. When you check the website, you can see that we are already incorporated DRC, we have Tanzania, we have Kenya. So people are uploading their agro products. Competition, when you look at the e-commerce space, it's very competitive. We have Jumia, Kilimall, eBay, everything. But the unique thing about agrobiashara is specialization. You are uniquely dealing with the agro products. Then also we offer farmer support and farm market analysis. The team, I am the founder of agrobiashara, a graduate Bachelor of Education Science, teacher of biology and chemistry, 3 years experience in biology management and scientific innovation. We also have Ruth Nafula, operation manager, 2 years experience in business management, and also Brian Kariuki, a website designer, who has a diploma in website and graphic design, 3 years experience in website designing. Our future, when you look at the current one, as I told you, it is technology oriented. So we have a growth potential. So we are requesting for 10,000 USD, but I know you are good people, you can offer more than that. We are going to use it for website enhancement, market campaign, additional staff, regional partnership, and supply chain logistics. Thank you so much. Now you can reach us through the website, phone number, and also social media platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, agrobiashara. Over to you, judges.
Actually, to me, is not. Okay, actually, to me, I have no any question, but I've learned something from you, and congratulations for what you have reached, because you have said on some certain parameter you have touched on the technology, I mean environmental sustainability, you are operational wise, but what I want to hear from you, what is the main challenge regarding the government from your country? What do you want the institution to support you?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. What I want from my government is to make sure that farmers can access internet and electricity. Thank you.
Hi. So congrats for the work. Just curious, why is this business important to you?
Okay, thank you. This business is important because we are looking at the world trend. It's going towards technology. That's why we are coming up with startups and innovation that are technology oriented. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good project, and congratulations. My question goes to the weakness and the strength that you might be having regarding to your project.
So some of the weaknesses was because it is a digital platform, we can have the hackers trying to access our portal. So we are planning to upgrade the website so that we don't get such problems or weaknesses of the website. Thank you.
Wait, Simon, wait. We're finishing up. Last question from the judge.
Just a quick one. Considering it's a technology-based business, how is it prepared to change to the, how prepared is your model ready to change to the, ready to adapt to the changing market systems? Because technology evolves, right? But also my second one, just to piggyback on that one, is I see you've done Jumia, but in Tanzania there are also similar companies doing that. I don't know how much research you've done within the region to actually assess your competitors within the countries.
So now when you look at Jumia and Kilimall, they are generalizing, but we are, as the agrobiashara, we are specifically looking at the problem and addressing it. That's the different thing about agrobiashara. You know, when you become specific to a subject, you become an expert.
We'll take the last comments from the audience. Last comment from the audience. We had had a lady speaking. Let me go to Miss Gentleman.
Thank you. That's a very good innovation. My question is in terms of marketing. What are your marketing strategies? Because I can see you are looking for funds for that, especially targeting the clientele that are not tech savvy. And in that regard, also, I would like to know maybe who pays the transaction cost? Is this the farmers or those other traders? Thank you.
So it is the farmer who pays the transaction cost. Then coming to market strategy, maybe kindly repeat that part.
Question is, how do you market to your target customers?
Okay.
How do you reach them?
That's why I say that we are not neglecting the offline customers. That's why we usually do this. We create posters, we put them on open air markets, then the offline customers are able to call us. We can reach out to them by taking the photos of the agro products, then you upload, or sometimes use friends' phone to send to us their agro products images, then we upload for them.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Agrobiashara. Round of applause for Agrobiashara. Our flight is keeping on moving, keeping on moving. This row, please, I need a picker. Someone to introduce yourself. Someone to introduce yourself. What do you do? And then tell us where we're going next for the pitch.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Sisia. I am a member of the Youth Sounding Board to the European Union delegation in Tanzania. So we are going to Uganda. Gordon's Agriculture Organization.
Gordon's Agriculture Organization, 3 minutes to pitch. Thank you, Ms. Sisia. 3 minutes to pitch. Ready, set, go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gordon Victor, and I'm the founder of GAO Uganda Limited, known as Gordon's Agricultural Organization. We are farmers' best choice. We provide small-scale farmers in northern Uganda with the resources they need to tackle climate change and succeed. Imagine farming where you don't have resources, where you don't have water for your production, where you're not able to afford seeds, and you are being affected by climate change. How will you be? This is a situation where I went through when I decided to venture into tomato production, and I was able to, one, I didn't have clear source of water. I was able to go and fetch from the nearby wetland. How will you feel? The cost of the inputs were very expensive. It was really hard for me. You can imagine. I realized that this problem, I'm not alone. Over 3 to 4 million small-scale farmers in northern Uganda are affected by this. And this has really led to they are not able to get food for eating and also generate income in their family. Out of this, we realize that 70% of them lack consistent irrigation water, and they are not able to access resistant seeds that are able to plant within their local condition, and they also have very limited skill on sustainable agricultural practices. Here is where we come. We came up with solar-powered irrigation solution, which is water, where we're able to provide to these farmers. They're able to run their farm. They're able to work. How do we work? We work with the farmer groups, which are registered. We work with farmer organizations. We work with cooperatives so that we boost their production and they're able to earn income. And how we do this, that they're able to get this only in the season they pay per use. And that means they only pay on the season that they're having the challenge of water. We also distribute seeds and also offer advisory training to these small-scale farmers so that they're able to, instead of buying expensive things, they're making this on their own. In East Africa, we have total addressable market worth $1.4 billion. In Uganda, we have service available market worth $490 million. Then in northern Uganda, we have $168 million USD. How do we get money? We generate revenue through one, pay based on the usage per season or per hour. This payment is really flexible. As someone said, it is very expensive for a small-scale farmer to access irrigation equipment. So we provide this that they're able to pay per season. We also have partner subsidies. We sell also our products through direct sales and cooperatives where we partner with them. We are really unique in a way that our clients are able to get water irrigation where they are flexible, they are cost affordable to them without any stress. We have so far started operating, and I'm taking you in 2024. We have so far now 6,296 farmers. We also have partner subsidies that giving us money of 50,000. We have created impact. So far, we have 15,544 farmers, and we are projecting to reach 30,000 farmers with jobs that we have created. Our team are unique. They have experience from 3 years to 5 years. We are requesting for $50,000 to expand our irrigation and also venture into value addition, since we want a holistic approach where we are working into production, where they're able to process, and we are also able to track our impact. We have also partner. We are promoting Sustainable Goal 17 to partner with others. Thank you.
Round of applause for Gordon's Agriculture Organization, Uganda. Judges, over to you.
Gordon, sorry, I'll take it back a bit just for clarity. Particularly interested in the irrigation part, the solar irrigation part. Yes. So just picture it for me that I clearly get the outcome of this. So you have the irrigation, whatever, instrument, machines and whatnot, that has like water into it, and you lend this to customers, or how does it work?
Okay, what we do is we have already registered cooperative. For example, we had the government of Uganda project. It's called the YouGive, where first of all, they are into a cooperative. We have a machine for drilling. Then we have some of the places up shallow. First of all, we started by knowing the data within northern Uganda. Right. Yeah, so we know the depth. When you ask me in this district, I know where, so we have done a lot in that. Then we also have partnership with other solar producers. We are no longer competitive with the solar people who sell solar, but we actually provide market for them. That's why we have many partners.
All right, so you go in there, you drill, and you put your equipment that are solar equipped,
yes,
and irrigation will happen.
Yes.
All right, I was missing those pieces.
Yes.
Maybe I give chance to the judges before I give my commentary.
Any other questions, comments from the judges? Audience, do we have any reactions? Do we have any reactions for Gordon's Agriculture Organization? If not, then thank you very much for your pitch. We are going to quickly, last question from the judge.
Yeah, you've talked about your competitors. What is the opportunities you seeing from these competitors that you've mentioned?
Okay, like when we talk, for example, we had one company in Uganda called AgriWorks. What they were doing, they were providing this farmer water as a service, but they were not focusing. That means they were favoring only people who have maybe wetlands, which in Uganda currently wetlands are not allowed to be used. So they were not really solving the problem of the farmers. Then you have national water, where they're only providing water for domestic use. However, they're using chlorine water, which is also acidic to the soil when you overuse them with time. So we realize that we are not really competing with them, but actually we are doing their work. Because currently we are able to work with local government to implement government project called micro irrigation scheme.
Thank you very much.
So, sorry, I just have one a quick one. So,
Yes,
Gordon, mine is around. I was trying to digest, the model. Brilliant idea. I think it's viable. It really solves, irrigation issues. A lot of wastage in agriculture process coming from, missing those infrastructures. But I'm interested to understand two things. One, the affordability. Now that you mentioned, this process involves drilling, involves setting up this equipment. Roughly, what are the cost aspect that you're charging your client?
Okay.
And I'm asking that in line to, as you reply that, in line to understand, your target audience, type of farmers you are looking forward, so I can see the scalability of this and affordability aspect of it.
Okay. First of all, the general cost for our products costs $2,500. Out of these $2,500, we are working with registered farmer groups. That means we have a lot of criteria. First of all, maybe some of them have access loan from the bank. Maybe some of them have benefited from government projects. Some of them have been, we also have farmers organization that they are really, some of them do cost sharing. So we are able to do this because, first of all, we are sure of them paying and they're already doing something. For example, like vegetable production, or they're into some value chain.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Gordon from Uganda. We are now going to the next pitch from the back. Yeah, welcome to introduce yourself. What do you do? And help us pick our next destination.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Subi. I'm senior lecturer, but also founder of the microfinance and Subi Insurance in Tanzania. I'm here as participating as try to bring more awareness on the more women in research. And here, is it Milele Lab? Is it Milele? Yeah, Milele Lab DRC.
We are going to DRC, on va à DRC pour un pitch en français. Donc, we're going to be having the next pitch in French so we can prepare our translators as well as our headphones to make sure that we do not miss anything from this pitch.
Mesdames et messieurs, bon après-midi à tous.
Il demande que tu parles plus lentement afin qu'il puisse traduire bien.
Pensons un peu à l'économie nationale, pensons un peu à l'économie locale. Nous avons remarqué que les éleveurs de notre pays dépendent à 80% des importations étrangères, des importations qui sont vraiment coûteuses, des informations qui engendrent des coûts logistiques qui sont vraiment élevés. Alors que 40 000 tonnes de déchets agricoles non utilisés engendrent de CO2, des émissions qui contribuent au changement climatique, qui contribuent au changement de l'environnement. C'est pourquoi je suis la CEO de YouLead Lab, une entreprise spécialisée dans la fabrication des aliments pour volailles, plus particulièrement pour les poules et les renards. Nous transformons les déchets agricoles en ressources précieuses pour l'alimentation de poules et de volailles. Nous commercialisons nos produits sous la marque Mazao. Nous commercialisons également nos produits dans des sacs de 50 kg avec comme target, avec comme marque, avec comme slogan aliments riches, aliments essentiels et aliments en forme. Notre market, nous avons un market qui englobe 1000 éleveurs avec une demande mensuelle de plus de 150 000 tonnes d'aliments. Comme je vous l'ai dit tantôt, nous transformons les déchets agricoles en ressources pour l'alimentation de volailles, plus particulièrement pour les poules. Et nous vendons nos produits à des prix vraiment compétitifs pour permettre à tous les éleveurs d'avoir accès aux produits. Nous utilisons également un modèle économique Pay as you go qui permet aux éleveurs qui n'ont pas vraiment beaucoup d'argent de venir prendre le produit et après avoir commercialisé, de venir payer après. En ce qui concerne notre team, notre équipe, je travaille avec 3 grandes personnalités. Je travaille avec Juliette Moïssa, qui est chargée de la comptabilité. Je travaille également avec des grands gentlemen. Je travaille avec Danu Shindi, qui est chargé du partenariat avec les agriculteurs, qui est également chargé du commerce. Je travaille également avec Prépare, qui est responsable de la production. Notre projet FITIR, nous voulons couvrir 5 autres provinces de plus. Nous voulons augmenter notre production. Nous voulons également recycler nous voulons recycler plus de déchets agricoles pour diminuer le réchauffement climatique. Nous voulons également donner d'emploi aux jeunes. Nous voulons augmenter notre appui en agriculteur et cela va occasionner la réduction du chômage. Notre pitch deck présente un projet d'expansion d'un financement de $100,000 qui va nous permettre d'amplifier notre impact, qui va nous permettre également de soutenir les communautés locales. Sur ces, rejoignons-nous pour un avenir meilleur, pour un avenir propice. Investissez dès maintenant. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Myriam. Des questions? Any questions from the judge? Any question from the judges? Miss Vivian, karibu.
Maybe just to, I didn't hear about your revenue and cost projections, and whether you have had any break evens. Have you gotten some profits in the couple of years that you have worked?
Merci pour la question. Nous avons commencé notre entreprise depuis 2020 et nous avons pu dépenser, nous avons pu payer les installations qui nous ont coûté $32,000. Nous avons également pu acheter les déchets agricoles et nous avons pu avoir des partenaires agriculteurs. L'année passée, nous avons eu un bénéfice de $2,396,100.
D'autres questions? Other questions?
Well, I mean, well done. I think it's very clear. Maybe my comment around you, I think this is the first project we are seeing that is a green sort of related initiative. And I think just for your information, there is so much support in terms of funding for green project. If it doesn't work here, you have a very good platform to actually secure green funding. So well done. I've seen production of 15 tons per day. And then I looked at your client profile. I think you're still talking about farmers, like individual farmers. And then comes my question in terms, because I see an opportunity of B2B client. If you're doing 15 tons per day, and animal feed is quite a huge problem in Africa. There's still a lot of importation. There's quite an opportunity for B2B client. Is your focus specific to deliver jobs to local farmers? Have you identified this group deliberately and not wanting to go into B2B?
Merci pour la question. Premièrement, je vise d'aider les communautés locales parce qu'ils souffrent. Ils souffrent et puis je vais leur donner l'emploi. Je vais leur permettre aussi je vais leur soutenir en mettant l'accent sur l'agriculture parce que nous savons très bien que l'agriculture est vraiment importante et c'est un secteur qui doit être développé davantage.
Dernière question du juge, dernière question. Last question from the judge.
Oui, je vois que c'est vraiment un beau projet, tu l'as bien présenté. Et bien sûr, comme je vois qu'il y a quand même de l'impact qui a été mené parce que tu as déjà des clients qui utilisent tes produits, et tu as mentionné les éleveurs. Alors, je voudrais te poser une question par rapport au feedback que tu as. Est-ce que tu as déjà au moins collecté le feedback aux clients? Et je voudrais avoir quelques feedbacks positifs et des feedbacks négatifs que tu as collectés aux clients. Merci.
Ouais. Merci pour la question. J'ai vraiment beaucoup de feedbacks qui sont positifs parce que les gens apprécient vraiment notre produit et En ce qui concerne le feedback négatif, c'est que vu qu'on a vraiment beaucoup de clients et qu'on n'a pas vraiment beaucoup de machines, il y a des clients qui viennent acheter, mais malheureusement, ils ne vont pas trouver une quantité suffisante de ce qu'ils demandaient.
Merci beaucoup. Last comment or feedback from the audience. Any comment, question, feedback from the audience?
Merci beaucoup. La mienne n'est pas plutôt une question, c'est un encouragement déjà pour ces projets qui a une réponse du secteur privé dans le cadre de résoudre la question sur les changements climatiques. Déjà, réduire les émissions, c'est une bonne chose. Et je ne peux que dire courage et félicitations.
Merci beaucoup.
Le pays est fier de toi.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'on va? Where are we going? Next round of applause again for Miriam as she takes her seat. Let me come to this row here. One of you to present yourself. What do you do? And tell us the next destination.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth. I work with an NGO organization called El Mietu. Our next destination is Burundi and its spring communities, Akalain.
Donc, we are going to stay in French. We're going to stay in French for spring communities. As they put up the slides, just a reminder of our hashtag. Our hashtag is YouLead24. Do be sharing the wonderful happenings of this session online with your friends. Their investors may be on your timeline somewhere. So let's give them as much visibility as possible. Bienvenue, Arlene Piché.
Bon après-midi à tout le monde. Je réponds au nom d'Arlene Hachimia Toulaguié. Je représente une entreprise sociale appelée Spring Communities. Grandi dans un environnement qui est tout près du dépotoir, où les déchets plastiques s'accumulent et où toutes les odeurs polluantes sont omniprésentes. Quand on est enfant, on y allait pour pouvoir chercher quelque chose à revendre, mais aussi pour jouer. Il y avait un centre communautaire qui est dans notre quartier. Qui menait différentes conscientisations sur différentes thématiques. C'est là où j'ai été conscientisée sur les impacts négatifs de la pollution plastique. Selon la Banque mondiale, sur 630 tonnes de déchets produits quotidiennement en mairie de Bujumbura, 50 tonnes sont de déchets plastiques, signalant que le plastique prend environ 450 ans pour se dégrader, ce qui constitue un réel danger pour l'environnement et la santé humaine. Aussi à Bujumbura, pendant l'année scolaire 2020-2021, 191 281 élèves ont abandonné l'école suite au manque de matériel scolaire, malgré la gratuité de la scolarité. Spring Communities a choisi de pouvoir contribuer à relever tous ces défis à travers la production des stylos à base de déchets plastiques, garantir l'accessibilité au matériel scolaire, mais aussi pouvoir créer de l'emploi. Avec notre marché potentiel de 2 859 911, nous avons un revenu prévisionnel annuel de 562 052 $. Notre business model, nous allons gagner de l'argent à travers la vente des produits dérivés du recyclage, mais aussi la formation de jeunes et des enfants sur l'art du recyclage. Nous avons déjà 6 écoles partenaires, on a déjà installé 6 poubelles, on a déjà collecté 3 tonnes de déchets plastiques, on a déjà gagné 5 000 $ à travers le service de formation de jeunes sur l'art du recyclage, on a déjà gagné 4 prix dans le domaine de l'environnement et l'entrepreneuriat. Nous avons des concurrents qui sont Big du Kenya, mais aussi ceux de Tanzanie. Mais les avantages compétitifs est que nos produits sont écologiques, vendus à un prix abordable, mais aussi avec une écriture fluide. Nous avons en projection financière, nous allons gagner avec 562 052 $ pour la première année, mais avec une allure de croissance de 15%. Nous avons un team qui a plus de 10 ans dans la gestion des projets, mais aussi, il y a certains qui ont déjà travaillé dans des entreprises de recyclage en Tanzanie et au Burundi. Nous avons besoin de 207 000 $ pour pouvoir acquérir des machines appropriées afin de pouvoir créer un impact significatif dans la communauté. Rejoignez-nous pour réduire, réutiliser et recycler. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Any questions from the judges, comments, clarifications, questions, comments?
I think you'll pardon me. It's a slow afternoon. I tend to ask questions over the presentation matter that I could have missed. Sorry, I'm not so clear a bit. On the, what I understood is that you're recycling plastic. Yeah, just a quick one. What I understood, you're recycling plastic, but I'm not clear. Have you started production of the pen? Has that started yet? So just that one bit.
On n'a pas encore commencé à fabriquer les stylos, mais déjà, on est dans le processus de pouvoir, dans les activités préliminaires qui sont la collecte, mais aussi, on a des gens sur le processus de pouvoir chercher un défaut pour avoir acheté des matériels. Donc, c'est une expansion du projet parce qu'avant, on faisait des objets d'art, raison pour laquelle on est dans le service de formation des jeunes sur l'art du recyclage. Donc, on est en train d'expandre les produits.
Okay, thank you. I think I will definitely,
Je traduirai. Continue.
Yeah, thank you. I think I will definitely evaluate over what you just said, but also maybe my advice to you, sometimes having a prototype is very, very important. Seeing is believing. So when you have a prototype into pitching adds more value rather than an idea or concept. But it's a very good one. I will evaluate based on that. Thanks.
Any other feedback from the judges before we go to our supportive audience?
Yeah, maybe mine is just more on the market viability. I think it also aligns well with the prototype. If you're asking, the amount you're asking is quite big, and if you inject this money and then people don't buy the product, has there been an assessment of the market to see how they would respond, or like how, if I went to a shop, why would I choose your product and not a big pen? You get, I know the market is there because every day we use pens, but maybe even you might find in production it costs more to produce a more sustainable or recycled pen. So have you done some analysis, assessment of the market? Maybe there are also other countries that have done similar work.
Premièrement, nous travaillons avec des ingénieurs qui ont déjà travaillé dans des entreprises qui faisaient du recyclage. Déjà en France, Butter Two Pens, ils ont déjà fait la fabrication des stylos à base de déchets plastiques. Aussi, nous avons une partenariat avec le ministère de l'Éducation. Nous travaillons en partenariat avec les écoles. Donc déjà, les poubelles sont installées dans des écoles. Aussi, pour les enfants et les jeunes donnant des formations, ce sont des jeunes qui sont dans les écoles. Déjà, on a des clients. On a déjà des clients qui sont des gens non partenaires parce que ce sont les élèves qui utilisent des stylos. Oui, 6 écoles, c'est pas donc. Et pour les autres, on va essayer de mettre une stratégie marketing, que ce soit en ligne, aussi continuer à viser des organisations qui travaillent dans le secteur de protection de l'environnement, au cas où, par exemple, si l'UNICEF à leur rentrée scolaire donne des matériels scolaires aux enfants, pourquoi pas ne pas nouer des partenariats avec ces organisations qui travaillent pour promouvoir la protection de l'environnement, à pouvoir acheter nos stylos afin de pouvoir donner aux élèves d'utiliser le stylo écologique.
Merci beaucoup. Do we have any other comments, questions from the audience? Comments, questions from the audience?
Thank you. My name is Eric Godiferamsa. I'm a founder of two entities. One is non-profit called Kijanai Foundation. We are working in Zanzibar at the Makutano Africa. It's a business entity. My question is not a simple question. Just evaluate your projects and your business entity. All the pitches focus on sustainability projects and business. I want to give you advice. You cannot, if you have pen, take your pen. I'll give you the stakeholders in Japan. They're called Borderless Japan.
Testing. There is a recommendation for us to visit Borderless Japan. They support green projects from Japan, sustainability projects.
Borderless Japan is a business entity that supports all sustainability businesses. So you see all the pitches focus on sustainability businesses. So go to their website, search for Borderless Japan. They're going to support your business from every stages you're going to build up your business.
Thank you
Also,
for the recommendation.
the Mitsubishi Electric Company, they support all the sustainability business. And AI for good, also all these companies in Japan. Yes.
Thank you. Be noting down those companies to look at later. Mitsubishi, AI for Good, and Borderless Japan. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Sachant qu'on est déjà partenaire de PNUD et l'ambassade de France sur ce projet.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Because of, she said that they are already partners of the French embassy in her country. She was adding. Thank you very much. Because of time, we'll have to just take the last two questions from here and here. Akleen, just hold on there.
Hello, my name is Kajage Laurian, professional marine scientist. My question, I was saying, my name is Kajage Laurian. I'm a marine scientist by profession. And my question is, my question or comment will be, if you're making pens for the children, don't you think you'll be adding to the problem in a way? Or are you also providing education or waste management for those pens that are already being used in the schools so that you can keep them in the recycling chain?
C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai dit on est déjà en partenariat avec ces écoles. On a déjà installé 6 poubelles dans les écoles pour pouvoir récupérer les stylos déjà utilisés, genre les parties des stylos déjà utilisées.
Last question.
Hi. So, congratulations for the business and the solutions you're creating. So, mine is not a question, but rather an encouragement that keep doing that, and also in doing so, would be important to explore partners that can subsidize your business. The likes of governments and organizations that are really attached to the cause of sustainability would be your primary target as clients, because sometimes if you position your business directly to consumers, I think the greatest effort you'd have to do is education into why the consumers would have to buy your pen or pencil as opposed to the conventional pencils. So I think you keep doing that, and you could explore primarily organizations and governments for subsidies, because these are the ones addressing the agenda, and that way I think you'll have more turn up. Congrats.
Thank you for the recommendation. Round of applause for Spring Communities. We are going on swiftly from this row. I need one of you to introduce yourselves. This is a wonderful networking opportunity. Introduce yourselves and pick for us, where are we going next?
My name is Anastasia Wambagi. The next picture. Oh, my name is Anastasia Wambagi. I'm a sign language interpreter. Yeah. I'm working as part-time with EIBL company, which deal with issue of training for sign language as a basic, and also dealing with measuring hearing. The next picture is from Tanzania, John Kisomo.
John Kisomo from Tanzania. John Kisomo from Tanzania. 3 minutes to pitch. 3 minutes to pitch, followed by 2 minutes Q&A. Ready, set, pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is YouLead Summit, an EAC Youth Fellows from Tanzania, and the founder of John Kisomo, which means nerd. Okay, so by the show of hands, how many of us have ever experienced extreme academic stress during studying or during exam preparations? Good. And how many of us have even lost classmates due to it? I have. And researchers say that 60% of students and researchers like you and me experience the same problem. And this is why I introduced to you John Kisomo Platform. John Kisomo Platform is our very own African baby that is also an all-in-one learning platform that helps you actually engage with your educational content and your learning materials. How does it do it? We have several features that help you engage with your educational resources. We have flashcard generations, which help you test and improve your memory. We have our learning roadmaps. These are actual customized and tailored pathways that help you go through the essential topics that you have to learn through our platform. But we also have another feature that gives you access to more resources, such as articles related to the specific topic that you're learning. As John Kisomo, we have the potential to access more than 800,000 students and researchers in higher learning institutions, and we believe that we are well positioned to serving this community because statistics also say that digital platforms such as ours have the potential of improving academic performance by 23%. As of now, we have been able to acquire 200 users in the 2 months that we launched our demo, but we aim on gaining more than 1,000 users in the next year. And our revenue model is based on subscription and freemium models whereby users would have to pay to get unlimited access to our features. But we also aim on gaining partnerships with higher learning institutions who will be able to upload their educational content on our platform so that they can be used by students and fellow researchers. Yes, we have competitors within and outside our region, but our uniqueness is that we are able to give you the experience that you won't get from any other competitors because we'll be able to actually engage with your educational content and learning materials. Our team is composed of 2 able people, including me, which is the co-founder and product strategist, and my fellow, who is also a co-founder and the lead programmer. And our asks as John Kisomo is that we need you to give us and trust us that we can use $5,000 to further develop our platform, gain more market, but also improve our technical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John Kisomo. Thank you very much. Over to you, judges, for a quick round of questions or comments, clarification. Please, Ziri.
Hi. So congratulations for that. How do you train your system? Where do you get the information?
Okay. Our system is AI powered, so we use machine learning. Yeah, that is how we train our system.
So how do you feed it? Where do you get the resources from? Do you
as in the educational materials?
Yes.
Yes, we get the educational materials from publishing companies like Google Scholar and others, and other publishing yes.
Sources, okay.
Yes.
Next question.
Yeah, thank you. Great idea. I think following question, comment from my fellow judge. I think maybe you're already doing it, but aligning that to, the existing curriculum of, let's say, if you are going to target secondary education or higher learning education, I think you mentioned you get material from the Google. Not so sure how that tallies to the curriculum in these institutions, but I think aligning them, maybe that's the ultimate goal. Aligning them to the current curriculum might be a bonus, but also I'm thinking as an value-added service, if you can be able to, a lot of students that are being given homework. It's hectic, for parents to track homework of students. But if through this, a parent sitting at the office is able, to go through his phone and check the progress of his students' homework, his children's homework and whatnot, can be an added value. So I think it's a viable idea. And there are a lot of platform-based, cloud-based that are supporting e-learning. Maybe you can see how you can build synergy with them. So good luck, but I think it's a good idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Feedback from the audience? Any feedback from the audience?
Sorry, Collins. Maybe
Yes, you
just a question also on the value addition. Yes, you're providing material. As you mentioned, there are so many others doing that. But I think for me, I would have seen also your added value in how you simplify. Because yes, you can give me an article, but I will speak for the case of Tanzanians. They don't want to read an article that is 30 pages. So how do you make sure you simplify that content? Someone is able to go capture an article and they're able to get the gist and move on. I think that would also be your great value addition to the academia field if you're targeting higher learning institutions.
Well, that's actually our competitive advantage because with John Kisomo, you'd have you'd be able to generate flashcards which are simple questions with answers to those questions that help you test and improve your memory. But we also have a feature that helps you summarize the lengthy materials that you have to go through.
Thank you, lady. Thank you very much, John Kisomo. Because of time, we will move on. Thank you very much. And now, let us have a picture from this row here, Introduce yourself, tell us what do you do, and pick for us our next destination.
Good afternoon. My name is Espoir Ngalukie from DRC. I'm a political actor and a political activist, planning to be an MP of the city of Goma. So, the next is from Uganda. System genius, Robert.
Thank you very much. STEM genius, take to the stage. 3 minutes to pitch. 3 minutes to pitch.
Good afternoon. As already introduced, my name is Robert, co-founder and CEO of STEM Genius. So if you can access my screen, I can't see mine here. There's a girl there, a nice girl. Her name is Clara. So Clara goes to school, but she comes back the same way she went. It's not happening to Clara alone. It's happening to quite a millions of children across Africa. According to the World Bank, it shows that learning is not happening in Africa. For example, 9 out of 10 kids do not have basic math skills by the age of 10 due to crowded classrooms, outdated curricula, then shortage of science teachers. That's why we're coming in, STEM Genius, providing interactive simulation software that allows kids to interact with science through play. We provide some bit of AI to provide adaptive and personalized learning for all. A little bit more about our product, Genius Math gamified platform, as I said already, targeting kids in primary, then science simulation lab to allow kids interact with science and understand how it affects the world around us, supplemented by coding and robotics to prepare kids for careers and tech. After all, we know that the fourth industrial revolution is already on. Opportunity is quite there for us to create impact, standing at 3.8 trillion total available market in Africa and obtainable market, available market at 729 and 57 billion obtainable market. So kids like Clara, we take kids focus just a process of learning with providing them with a wide range of activities, STEM activities. So kids like Clara will have to go through process of orientation, a little bit of product design and development that ends with assessment. So we work directly with private sector with parents, then B2B, private schools, corporations, develop partners for partnerships, then B2G to support public schools. That's with government. So over the last 2 years, we've been able to educate up to 1,500 learners organically, and we intend to educate up to 1 million kids next year if we launch our platform. And so the team is quite broad. We're requesting for $500,000 US. This will go 60% into content creation, 25% on marketing and sales, and 15% on personnel. And the team is quite big with over combined 35 years experience. I've been co-founder 2-3 times. Over 5 years experience in STEM education. I work with Ivan as STEM Cafè as country lead. And then Ram, I've known him over the last 7 years. He's our CTO. He was my CTO also in my first startup. And so please, I invite you to work with me to create spaces for kids like Clara. And guess the return is the next generation of innovators and problem solvers that will take care of Africa's future. Thank you.
Thank you, STEM Genius. Thank you. Over to you, judges. Questions, comments, clarifications?
Thank you, STEM Genius. I'm just, first of all, congratulations. I'm a little bit intrigued. I'm looking at scale. You know, for the like of Uganda, at least half of the country do not have access to electricity yet. Only about 40% have access to broadband and internet. How are you getting to all of these Ugandan kids?
All right. So when we started majorly into offline. all right? But then we've seen a big increase, especially in schools. For instance, if we have 100 schools, we can't teach them physically. So that's why we moved into distribution. So but quite, you need to know that Uganda launched a new curriculum that allows computers in school. And recently they launched a new one that allows smartphones in school. So it's an infrastructure that's being built. It's a problem, but it's being built. As a moment, there are schools that already have infrastructure. And we've tested the math app with over 3 schools. So we focus on schools that are already infrastructure already, but then we're working with partners as well that can help us to build infrastructure. We already had a talk with one of the largest organizations in Australia, supporting a chain of over 14 schools in Uganda, 1,000 remote Uganda. And they deployed over 1,000 tablets to over those 14 schools. So our work is deploy content there.
Sorry, maybe I have a question on the, hi. Good, yeah, good initiative. I have a question on the sustainability. How is your business going to be sustainable in the next 10, 15 years?
All right, to give you a quick answer there, over the last 2 years, nobody has funded us. And we're a team of close to 10 people. So we've been bootstrapping. That really shows that we can sustain ourselves. So if you deploy the platform, it means that we can offer private sessions, continue to create private sessions with parents. If the platform will be widely accessed, then we'll have millions of children learning. Then we integrate content to classroom. So they will pay a premium package, subscription package, could be per term, could be per annum. Then also we'll work with government to support public schools. You know that government in Africa is a key player in education. Then also partners can sponsor programs for certain community.
And of course, I think you didn't speak about the cost. You've just mentioned it in rough terms. How much have you injected and have you had any returns? I also didn't see exact figures on the returns.
All right.
Today.
So up to now, we have pilot revenue of around $8,000. We intend to close the year maybe with 10 to 15. What was other question?
The cost.
The cost, yes. Our platform is free. It has a premium package. But then if you want to access unlimited content, it will cost you $67 $9 per month per kid. If it's a school that wants it, at least $5,000. For a classroom, a school that has enrollment over 500 learners. And the same follows. But if it's for coding robotics, a session has up to 6. Actually, has 6 sessions a package, and $67.
And maybe just a rollout, just on the question on the rollout. Are you segmenting? Have you maybe started with schools in Kampala and then you're moving, because also we take into consideration the energy access and...
Yes, we segment them. Priorities middle to high end, but then partners and say government helps us to serve rural communities that can't afford to pay.
Thank you very much. Any reactions from the audience? From the audience, there is a hand here.
Hi. Good afternoon and congratulations for the great work which you are doing. It's not like a question, neither comment, but I'm curious to know, because I'm also working in STEM education in Tanzania, but for us in our country, we have like an authority, some sort of Tanzania Institute of Education. So for those robotics and other issues, you must get approved from them. So I just wanted to know, how about you in Uganda? Is they approved or it's part of your curriculum?
All right. So you need to know that STEM education currently has no regulator. And even at Western world, there's a regulator. But our content, we build it based on the existing curriculum. We modify the existing curriculum. If it's coding and robotics, we do basic platforms. And if a school wants a services, so a teacher or a parent, we explain by detail. All right? So currently, there's no regulator for STEM education according to, but our content is built on existing curriculum. If we're to come to Tanzania, you have to understand Tanzanian curriculum. Then we put our innovation to simplify learning for children. All right, then maybe as a close, I would like to inform you that starting next year, we intend to launch science maker centers across Africa. Hope it goes well. You should be able to see in a few cities in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for STEM Genius. Round of applause for STEM Genius. We are now going for our last pitch before lunch. Our last pitch before lunch. This row here. Please determine for us where are we going. as the team prepares to take us to lunch. Reminder to everyone, let us be writing down the startup that stands out to us, the enterprise name, so we can vote for them as audience as well.
Okay, my name is James Sylvester. I'm a country director, Yungo UNFCC in Tanzania. And moving on is Agrodevi DRC Maverle.
Thank you, Merveille. Agropavé, Agropavé, Agropavé. For the slides, Shadrach, Agropavé is next. Thank you so much. Merveille, welcome.
So I'm going to present to English, but I will respond in French.
No problem.
Opening with the issue and agency of the plastic waste is becoming a serious environmental crisis to the DRC and to the world. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Merveille Shungu, the CEO of Agro Congo Business in Democratic Republic of Congo, dedicated in environmental and agriculture initiative. Establishing with the scope of the problem, DRC produce more than 40,000 kilos plastic waste each year, and much of which in our ecosystem, and is the result of the extreme pollution on our environment. Introducing to our eco-friendly pavement solution. That's why we're committed to transforming this waste into opportunity. Our solution is addressing to the municipal and local governance, to the construction company involved, to the green building project, to the educational institution, and to the household, tourism and hotel and tourism and hotel and more hospital in Goma. So our business model is to recycle plastic waste. After recycled plastic waste, we store it. After storing it, we produce a eco-friendly pavement, and we sell it and deliver it to our customer. So about our traction, we have already conquered 75% of the market, and also we have more than 30,000 kilos of plastic waste in our storage. So we have many competitors in our community, but our value is that our product contributes to the climate, to the achieving of the SDG 13, that is to the fight of climate change and its impact. Our needs, we need $50,000, which can help us to the equipment and machinery and to project-related working capital. So our team made up 4 people, namely Merveille, a CEO, Héritier, a technical director, Rose, a marketer head, and Victor, a accountant. So join us in building cleaner community and healthier environment. Thank you.
Round of applause for Agropavé. Round of applause for Agropavé. We'll now take questions from the judges. Questions, comments, clarifications.
Hi, so congratulations for that. Not quite a question, but then why agro? I thought it's something agriculture. Maybe you could respond to that as well.
I mean the name, eh?
Yeah, the name, agro. Maybe they do more than plastics. Just curious.
Bon, merci pour la question. Oui, du nom, agro reflète l'agriculture, mais ce qui est de nos activités, nous sommes dans l'agriculture et dans l'environnement aussi. C'est-à-dire que nous faisons pour la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, ce qui constitue zéro famine, mais aussi, à ce qui concerne la réduction, de combattre les changements climatiques dans notre région. Merci.
Other questions, comments from the judges?
Yeah. Congratulations. I think it's a viable product that is needed. You know, making pavement concrete from waste. There's so much opportunity. But two things caught my attention. One, the amount of fund you're asking. I think it's 15, if I'm mistaken, 15. And I saw $5,000 for a machine. I think that's where my question is going. So is it one machine? And I was a bit, so I know a company called Tereco. Maybe you can Google it up. They actually do similar thing, but at a greater scale, where they use plastic waste and sand to create building materials, pavement block, roofing, and concrete block. But the machine were quite expensive, when I going through the catalog. And when I see yours, 5,000, it got me interested. So maybe my question, I see so much opportunities on scalability. Maybe you are short selling yourself by asking that amount. Maybe it can be food for thought. But just make me understand, is it a cost of one machine, but 5,000? And aren't you interested to go for a higher end in terms of expansion?
You want to answer first or you?
Yeah, I want to answer. Merci pour la question. Oui, à ce qui concerne le montant que j'ai mis là-bas concernant la machine, $5,000, oui, c'est pas, premièrement, nous avons déjà un prototype. Et si j'ai mis le montant, c'est pour nous permettre, premièrement, que nous puissions un peu lancer le projet afin que le projet soit expandu autour de notre communauté. Et par après, nous aurons comment élargir nos activités en augmentant une machine qui produira à grande quantité les pavés. Merci.
Last question.
Oh, so you haven't started producing the pavements? You haven't started producing the pavements?
Oui, j'ai déjà un prototype.
Ah, okay. Because I saw you already say you have 75% market takeover. Were you meaning in your city or in Congo?
Oui. Voyez-vous, connaissez-vous que la RDC, c'est un pays qui est en voie de développement, mais aussi il y a plusieurs provinces et plusieurs provinces qui ne sont pas encore urbanisées et il n'y a pas encore des infrastructures. À ce que je peux dire que par rapport aux 75% que j'ai mis là-bas concernant le marché, je peux dire que c'est les marchés locaux et les marchés nationaux. Pour dire quoi, je m'explique. C'est-à-dire que nous avons d'abord, avec le prototype que nous avons pu d'abord conquérir le marché avec le prototype et nous rassurer si réellement le projet sera rentable au niveau de notre communauté, au niveau de notre pays. C'est un peu ça.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Pourquoi tu penses que ton projet va être meilleur et que tes produits vont être quand même trop sollicités par rapport aux produits déjà existants sur le marché? Parce que je sais très bien qu'il y a beaucoup d'entreprises qui produisent des pavés. Et donc, pourquoi tu penses que tes produits vont être trop sollicités par différents utilisateurs de ce produit?
Bon, je sais que je peux dire que mon produit est le plus meilleur parce que premièrement, ça contribue dans la réduction de la pollution de l'environnement par les déchets plastiques. Et ce qui constitue la valeur du produit, par le fait que ça permet à ce qu'il y ait une réduction, une grande partie de la réduction de déchets qui se trouve au niveau de la communauté. C'est un peu ça. Donc, nous sommes dans le projet qui contribue dans la réduction de combattre plutôt les changements climatiques au niveau de notre communauté.
Merci beaucoup, Merveille. Any reactions from the audience briefly? Any brief reactions from the audience? If not, then round of applause for AgroPavé. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our pitches so far. We'll be taking a health break now so that you get energy to come back and clap even more for the pitches after lunch and for the entrepreneurs as well. We kindly ask that we are back in the room by 2:45, so that we can continue our session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you're making your way for lunch, there'll be coupons at the entrance of the restaurant. At the end, here. There'll be coupons here that you can use for your lunch. I think the volunteers will be helping with this, apart from the EAC Fellows and the SDGs, which will be given by your team leads. Bon appetit, enjoy your lunch, chakula chema.
shape young men and women with the pillars, with the future. Here we are, let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I see light in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Reality. mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati. Twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
Tusonga mbele mama Africa, Africa.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers.
Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Humanity, showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe pamoja we can achieve. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Queen vijana pose the key. Opponents wanna feel real twin shallow P. Let's unite, tomorrow will rain. Pour on me, please quench my thirst. Bring it, peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money, yes, see together. Beautiful people, yeah, mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, salute, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to you wave, come our flags of freedom.
change. Peace to the world.
What solutions are we seeing coming out of this space?
What I see happening within the climate space and young people in the climate space is finding this nexus between having something that supports our livelihoods as well as being able to engage in our passion for the environment.
One of the things we've realized is that indigenous knowledge in the communities is not necessarily captured in our research and even in the design of some of our solutions.
There's an audit and there's an environmental impact assessment that we should be able to feed in, because while we look at where things are happening, what are we doing closer home? You know, what is me and you doing to ensure that we are safeguarding the environment and ensuring that we have sustainable climate?
According to the World Health Organization, about 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. Let that sink in. 2 billion people globally do not have access to safe water. One of the most precious commodities, that is oil, that is petrol, that is diesel. Why is it that water is more expensive than diesel, than petrol? Have we ever asked ourselves that question?
Among of the burning session in the EAC Youth Fellowship, climate was among of it, because it sparked the conversation from youth who are being tired with the stories about climate action, and what they need now is to take action, not about the stories.
Being part of the fellowship, I am excited.
It's your time to say, who am I?
We need to have a peace and security environment.
The start of our meetup here in Arusha has been equally very good. This is the first day.
This is a platform for me to be more empowered, to learn more.
Got a chance to get introduced to, climate action and justice.
Everyone comes with their own story, experience, and I get to interact with them. I get to tap into these experiences, I get to tap into this knowledge, and this is actually adding on to the information or the bank of knowledge that I have. So this is a very good platform for me to grow as a person.
On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA protocol on youth and women in trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade, entrepreneurs, in the AFC FTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC YEA, for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC YEA 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonghuru. As said, I'm the founder and the CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we wanted to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with different products so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang, the founder and team lead for Sud Health Tech, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Sud Health Tech that ensure the provision of health services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative healthcare services during emergencies and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular. The morning of the third day of the YouLead Summit was dedicated to the Arusha Peace Forum, and the theme of 2022 was From Policies to Actions, Climate Change Nexus. The forum featured the voices and expertise of prominent youth leaders in the fields of peace and security from across Africa, as well as civil society representatives such as Oxfam Horn, East and Central Africa.
In a reflection of South Sudan context, where we talk about peace and security, it's a post-conflict agenda that we are looking at on how best we can rebuild back the country from the status of conflict to the state of recovery and post-conflict development, which it takes the aspect of youth participating, when to take the aspect of women representation in the political space. And most of you people might have heard about the peace agreement that was signed in Addis in 2018. To cope the aspect of the conflicts in the country. So the youth have taken an upper hand in terms of saying that peace process is very inclusive in terms of the social inclusion in the society.
What we have been doing in Kenya, particularly, is Social Media for Peace. So the Social Media for Peace project is an EU-funded project and implemented by UNESCO. And we as SAPs have been conducting trainings on using social media for peace, because what we have realized is that conflict is moving from physical violence to online platforms. And this is very relevant to the theme digital access in the future of work.
I think what do you feel could be the role of young people in ensuring that there is peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the eastern part of DRC? And I want us to have a very honest conversation here. I think you have seen from the publications that we have specific leaders from the East African community being blamed for fueling the chaos in the eastern part of DRC. And to add on to that, you have also seen that there are different processes. I know there's a Nairobi process which is happening as we talk, but how do we ensure that this process will also be different from the other engagements which have been held before that?
The conversation culminated with a keynote address by the first daughter of the Republic of Kenya, Ms. Charlene Ruto.
In Kenya, I'm a youth champion, and one of the things we are looking at is how we can create more work opportunities for our youth. And one of our team members has said, when we create work opportunities for our youth, that is then how we remove them from being used for conflict in different areas. I want to say we've convened here today to share our thoughts and to agree on ways and methods for the youth to tackle these issues. And so what does this mean for the youth to tackle issues of peace, security, and also climate change, which I'm a great champion of back in Kenya? Fundamentally, it means we are drawn here to rethink our way of life. It means we are here to drastically shift from the popular and sustainable ways of life to more sustainable ones. And the only way we can do this is to tell the right stories to our youth and our children so that we can awaken a new spirit of collective thinking and collaborative workings among African nations, working towards managing challenges that face our youth like war and lack of opportunities.
The afternoon session was dedicated to the Gender Equality Forum themed African Youth Priorities towards the Commission on Status of Women 67, Innovation and Technological Change and Education in the Digital Age for Achieving Gender Equality and the Empowerment of All Women and Girls, providing a platform for African youth to deliberate and provide recommendations towards the Commission on Status of Women 67 in 2023. The Gender Equality Forum commenced with opening remarks from Ms. Makena Mobobia, Executive Director of MS Training Center for Development Cooperation, Dr. Mona Girgis, Director of Plan International Tanzania, and Ms. Hodan Ado, UN Women Representative in Tanzania. The opening remarks commended the work of EAC Youth Fellows and the importance of the fellowship as a contribution to achieve gender equality and empower young women in the fields of politics, business, trade and entrepreneurship, and peace and security.
I believe that this Gender Equality Forum and fellows graduating today as a convening that focuses on women leading in the future for now, driving policies, championing change, and breaking barriers beyond the challenges. It is that same drive, the strong will, and resilience that matter as well henceforth. And this fellowship opportunity becomes that training ground and launchpad for young women to effectively execute as leaders too.
The opening remarks were followed by an intergenerational dialogue on bridging the gap to foster innovation and technology for gender-sensitive education, serving as the consultative platform for CSW 67. Speakers included Honorable Nusrat Hanje, Member of Parliament of Tanzania, and EAC Youth Fellows, Ms. Anita Soina, Ms. Glory Florentine Kimario, Ms. Patsy Mugabi, Ms. Isabella Eli Mamalekela. The Gender Equality Forum concluded with the graduation of EAC Youth Fellows and the launch of the call for applications for the second cohort commencing in January 2023.
And as a graduate of EAC Youth Fellowship, I must say this has been a great platform to learn feminism and leadership. It was such a profound network with young women who are intelligent, with creative mindset on how we can take over in leadership space in politics, peace and security, business and entrepreneurship as youngsters.
Day 4 of the YouLead Summit is dedicated for the post-summit agenda, where we have delegates and invited speakers break down into countries for them to be able to discuss the key priority areas and solutions that are going to inform YouLead Africa's next year of programmatic actions.
We need a review of university courses to meet the marketplace demand. We want the courses in our university to be very practical.
There should be access to reliable funding so that young entrepreneurs can kickstart their ideas, and those who have started can also can scale their businesses.
So East African heads of state need to pay much attention on ensuring that meaningful representation spaces are created for youth.
As we prepare to be in politics, we should have political tolerance in terms of our political agenda.
Healthy people budget improvement that will help us to introduce and come up with innovative systems that promotes alternative energy sources. And that includes funding sources for young innovators in different areas and different regions of East Africa and Africa at large.
African problems are political problems. If we need to solve our problems as Africans, we need political solutions.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Kwa pamoja Afrika, mwishani wote, bonjour, mama. From country to country, yeah, we gotta work together. We are leaders now, aiming higher for the better. Together, to make our nations greater, by sharing to empower. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, listen, together we shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. Has a say loud and a brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and
So you
women.
lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
So you lead, I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. Hello, Kunjani.
Whether you believe in a higher power or not, it is an undeniable truth that us as humans have been destroying our Mother Nature with our actions, which calls for a collective responsibility to restore it.
Only when the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last stream poisoned, we realize that we cannot eat man.
Justice is all about going back to our roots and protect our Mother Earth. Going back to where we come from.
Gather around One Young Africa. The YouLead Summit is back. For the 9th year running, we bring together an Africa-wide audience of youth leaders, continental, regional, and national policymakers, private sector, and NGO stakeholders to craft responses to the continent's rapidly growing youth population, their challenges, and opportunities. The YouLead Summit is convened annually by the East African Community and MS Training Center for Development Corporation through their youth engagement initiatives, the EAC Youth Ambassadors Platform, and YouLead Africa. From the 4th to the 8th of November 2024, the YouLead Summit will be held in Arusha, Tanzania, under the theme Igniting the Potential of Africa's Youthful Population, Reinstating Education as an Eminent Public Good. As has been the tradition, we'll explore this theme through the lens of our signature forums. Day 1, the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action, a proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders.
Aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is that you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I'm very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it will be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversations with these young people, I've realized that there is a need of business people and politicians who work together.
shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud, in a brighter future, let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
I lead, we lead together. So you lead, I lead, we lead together. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality. We will lead, we will lead. Let your dream be a reality.
Yeah, vijana wa Afrika wote waungana, vijana vijana kutoka mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
It is a great pleasure to be with you today, and I look forward to this session where we reflect on how best to bridge the gap that still exists for gender equality. Of course, we know while there are milestones won, we are still far from really attaining to gender equality.
Data matters. In the context of generation equality, it is important that young women's voices are seen, recorded, documented, and then provisionally implemented. That's why research also matters.
From what I know, that there's already a manifesto document that highlights that young women voices are going to be heard and documented. But it's up to the government to make sure that there is a reporting on that.
Under reporting data research, we still need to invest in these to be able to find solutions for even women at the grassroots level, even women who are still ashamed of reporting because of the stigma around violence against women. So there's still more to be done.
So I do recognize the point of underreporting of data. I do recognize the point of underrepresentation of views. But I think that we do need a forum at least that allows for us to report the underreporting of data, that allows for us to understand that this is still a continuing problem. And so I think that this forum is actually very important because it allows us at least a vehicle where we can make some progress.
Are people underground are capacitated enough? Are we capacitating enough? If we are, in what ways? And after all, we are talking about sustainability, which include all parts of the community and all members of the community, including women. Then what's going on under the ground?
At the global level, women have to celebrate the fact that the UN, the global government, African Union, the continental government is cognizant of inequalities existing in the continent. And as a result of that, where we fail to achieve gender equality, efforts have been made towards achieving gender equity. That's in terms of.
At Plan International, we are proud to be co-conveners of the Gender Equality Forum together with MS Training Center of Development Cooperation, YouLead Secretariat, the East Africa Community Secretariat, the Office of the African Union Chairperson, Person's Youth Envoy.
My river of life
to this particular fellowship starts way back in campus when I led the students in the Students' Union for about 2 to 3 years, and I had this motivation to do politics to the higher level. So I delved into trainings that were training people on how to be good political leaders, especially women, and I got a lot of insights to understand how the system works and how my country understands and takes women in politics and how it treats women as well. Later on, when I delved into YouLead Summit as well, I found the link on the group to apply for Lead Her. This motivated me to just still delve into women in Africa and trainings in Africa as well, to come back and bring that to my community.
The reason I applied for this fellowship is because of my interests. I'm interested in public management, in leadership, in being a leader that makes an impact and a positive impact at that. And immediately I saw the advert, I just thought, wow, what a good thing it is to be in a space of female leaders and female leaders with a positive impact. It was such a good opportunity, and I said, why not? I need to connect and network with like-minded people. So I gave it a shot, and I'm so privileged that I was actually shortlisted.
Would describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing.
Transformative. Is a networking opportunity.
We learned about climate justice and gender. These two actually, it is what I wanted to learn most. So you realize that most of the marginalized groups in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community, because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
Today we are going to be focusing on conversations relating to youth and business. For a while now, since the year 2019, YouLead has been programming around youth and business. We have collaborated with a number of partners to do the same, including the African Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat, Africa Youth Business Council, and ECOYACA. We created this body so that we can provide a platform for young people to be able to participate. The former, for young people to organize around business, and the latter for young people to influence processes at the AFCFTA.
The AFCFTA is a blueprint for attaining inclusive and sustainable development across the continent over the next 50 years in the context of African economic integration.
Today, one of the greatest disservice you can do to yourself is to limit your education to the classroom.
Very passionate about helping Africans build global businesses, because we've grown up being drummed up that we've been enslaved, we were colonized, that even when we have the biggest ambition for our businesses, we want it to be Pan-African. I challenge people to go beyond that. Do not think Africa, think global.
we have some youth that are really already engaged in agriculture. They are really trying their best to make sure that their agricultural enterprises are doing well, but they have some barriers that are affecting them and hindering them from doing their best in the agriculture sector. To the people in power, the people who have the resources, and the people who can help these youth to really exploit their potential in agriculture.
Sadly, we have never transformed from our leaders whom we so carefully select to represent us. So we need to stop looking at ourselves as inferior. We feed the world, we are the world, and the world looks up to us.
Yani amesema kwenye mashine na kulima labda. Nikamwambia Tanzania we very blessed na mapapai. Yani tunatafuta mkoa ambao
We have to study about how people who stay in these more natural places are healthier long term.
It's not just about climate, it's also about leadership, it's also about business. And so a fellow who comes for this fellowship becomes an individual who is all round, not just one who is limited in the limited scope of just business or just politics or just climate or just environment. So that nature that is holistic, I think, is one that is very important for any leader.
Control over. There are things you do not have control over.
The EAC Youth Fellowship is impactful. It has equipped me with skills regarding negotiation, the importance of having youth involved in these negotiations.
I have skills in video editing and graphic design, so I'm going to use those skills to create advocacy for climate justice.
So I was like, that's an idea. This can help so many people.
As aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is that you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I am very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it would be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversations with these young people, I've realized that there is a need of business people and politicians who work together.
Lakini hizi project kubwa ambazo ni za sola tunatoa mpaka milioni 3, milioni 5. Sasa kama wewe ina maana utengeneza proposal yako au kutana na watu wa CRDB katika proposal iko na value chain.
On day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum explored making the AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality, opening markets and opportunities for women, youth, and SMEs. It also served as the last mile for YouLead's ongoing process of collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on consultation and collecting of youth and women views and contributions for AFCFTA protocol on youth and women in trade. The forum started with opening remarks by distinguished guests and representatives of MS Training Center for Development Corporation, the East African Community, the East African Business Council, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the International Trade Center. It was followed by the Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable, which hosted a fruitful dialogue and exchange on Africa-Europe partnership and entry points for young people. The discussion, which hosted representatives from both Africa and Europe, including the African Peer Review Mechanism and the Young European Federalists, tackled several aspects including partnership for green transition and energy, partnership for digital transformation, sustainable development and jobs, peace and governance, and migration and mobility. The afternoon session of the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum provided an opportunity for delegates and distinguished guests to discuss YouLead's work on youth in business, trade and enterprise, and the entry points and opportunities for women and youth in trade, entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA Women and Youth in Trade Protocol. This was followed by the EAC Youth Enterprise Accelerator Awards, EAC for cross-border trade innovation. The session featured presentations by 4 applicants of the EAC 2022 who were given the opportunity to present their business idea proposals and invite startup investment from the partners attending the summit.
The problem is there's a lack of equitable financial inclusion for young people in Africa. And also, the root cause is financial illiteracy. Many of us know how to make money. The truth is, I don't have to teach you how to make your money. The issue is, how do you manage it? And what's our solution? We'd like to empower young people to make informed financial decisions through financial literacy programs. So there's a prepaid debit card we've created to grant users access to financial services and also to enable them practice good personal financial habits as they learn.
My name is Kevin Yonguru, as said. I'm founder and CEO of Spota Company. And Spota Company is an agribusiness company processing the sweet potatoes. 64% of population in Burundi affected by malnutrition. And you guess what? Most of factors which are there, we recognize one factor, and that is the one we need to work on. That factor is related to the increase in price of sugar. As you know, that sugar is mostly used in preparing porridge and bakery products, as you know. But in Burundi, you realize that along 7 months out of 12 months along the year, we have shortage of industrial sugar. Along the year, we harvest around 746 tons of sweet potato. That's why on that opportunity, we came up with different products so that we help the population of Burundi to be able to access to the highly nutritious porridge that doesn't require the sugar. Even if there is no sugar, they can still use this porridge.
So we have Peter Garang from South Sudan, who is the founder and CEO of Sud Health.
Thank you. My name is Peter Garang, the founder and team lead for Sud Health Tech, a company that is currently under prototype. I just want us to take 1 second to think about losing a sister, a mother, a wife, because of something that you and I can prevent. That is what exactly happens in South Sudan, where 1,150 lives are lost during delivery. My team and I came up with the Sud Health Tech that ensure the provision of health services through telemedicine, and that will act as an alternative healthcare services during health emergencies and beyond.
The forum was closed with remarks by His Excellency Albert M. Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry, Mining at the African Union, which marked the launch of the African Youth Business Council, AFYBC, a continental apex body for the youth-led private sector entities, institutions, and associations in Africa, advocating for a youth-friendly business policy environment in general and making AFCFTA promises to African youth a reality in particular.
Visibility yako ndio hiyo tunakuja ni visibility. Visibility yako ile iko
would describe the EAC Youth Fellowship as life-changing, transformative.
Is a networking opportunity.
Justice and gender. These two actually is what I want to learn most. So you realize that most of the marginalized groups in the rural areas are not able to get the knowledge.
I want to expand my network on the regional community because I know that among us, the majority of people will be the leader of our different countries in 10 years, 20 years, and we need to know each other for now.
It's up to us as youth to now take up the challenge and rewrite this wrong that was ideally not even, we didn't participate much in it, but it's now time for us to take part in creation of policies, programs and initiatives that will be able to alleviate and mitigate the risks that have been brought about by the climate crisis.
Kopano Africa. Youth, we are no longer tools. So let's have peace in every step that we take.
Showing up to maintain our sanity, adapting to love in this reality. With hope you can see, we struggle to be heroes rising. We believe a more job we can achieve. Rise to the way, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to the way, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to the way, come our flags of freedom. Flags of freedom.
Vijana pose the key. Upon is what I feel will twin jalopy. Listen not, tomorrow will rain. Call on me, please quench my thirst. Bring in peace, oh that's my wish. Kenya, yeah, money here, sit together. Beautiful people, yeah, Mama Africa. See the sun rising, we go get up. For the better, so look, we achievers. Hakuna kulala, I'm not ready for game, I'm not ready for play. For the choice I make, yeah. For the choice I make, yeah.
Rise to the wave, come our flags of freedom tonight. Rise to the wave, come our flags of freedom unrelenting. Flags of freedom tonight. Rise to the wave, come our flags of freedom.
Peace to the world.
Africa.
shape young men and women. With the pillars, with the future, here we are. Let's join together with ability to change communities, with love, with peace, to respond to our need, to call for unity. Africa, hear me cry, never leave me alone. As I say loud, hear the brighter future. Let's join hands for youth and women. Let's join hands for youth and women.
Mashariki, magharibi, kaskazini na kusini, hata na kati, twaja pamoja ili tufanye nini?
There's actually a study about how people who stay in these more natural places are healthier long term.
It's not just about climate, it's also about leadership, it's also about business. And so a fellow who comes for this fellowship becomes an individual who is all round, not just one who is limited in the limited scope of just business or just politics or just climate or just environment. So that nature that is holistic, I think, is one that is very important for any leader.
Things you have control over. There are things you do not have control over.
Time to rejoin the conference room. Time to rejoin the conference room. If you can hear the sound of my voice, Karibu Nindani, welcome back inside. Let's continue our session. Time to rejoin the conference room. Time to rejoin the conference room. If you're outside, welcome back to the main conference room. Volunteers, please help us usher our delegates back into the room.
It has equipped me with skills regarding negotiation and the importance of having youth involved in these negotiations.
I have skills in video editing and graphic design, so I'm going to use those skills to create advocacy for climate justice.
Welcome back to our afternoon session. If you can hear my voice, time to come back inside. Time to come back inside as we wind up our session.
What makes me incredibly optimistic this morning and that is why we are all gathered here, is that we have agreed to the common agenda, and that is to make Africa great. I hope you do agree with me with that.
Had to leave. He's been called by the government office.
I'd like to take this opportunity as patron of this summit to thank His Excellency President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for agreeing that his great country, please host to the 7th.
Welcome back inside. The delegates, come back inside. If you can hear the sound of my voice, come back inside. We continue with our pitching session. Welcome back inside. We're going to continue the pictures afterwards. Welcome back inside.
I think moderator should give us background. What to reach out to the youth and you get it. So what's a jackpot? You have converted me, so wherever I go, I try to encourage you to launch an initiative similar to this one.
Good or less good or bad, what goes on in Africa has repercussions in Europe. And conversely, what goes on in Europe has an impact in Africa, as we clearly see with the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine. We thus have a mutual interest in seeing each other prosper, be at peace, and fulfill our potential.
The East African community must invest
Give him one.
as
Later.
champions
Now we have to go inside.
of African
We're going
integration.
inside.
Our youth must be champions of East African and indeed African integration. Our youth must be the champions of climate change adaptation. Our youth must be the champions of peace and security in our regions.
I must admit, I'm impressed by the wonderful work being done by the YouLead Summit Secretariat in pursuit of the objectives of the program in the fields of politics, business, peace and security, and gender equality. They have made me feel happy and proud to be your partner. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the Secretariat for choosing a very pertinent theme for this year's summit. Youth empowerment through capacity building, revitalizing youth voice and agency towards the Africa we want.
My river of life to this particular fellowship starts way back in campus when I led the students in the Students' Union for about 2 to 3 years, and I had this motivation to do politics to the higher level. So I delved into trainings that were training people on how to be good political leaders, especially women, and I got a lot of insights to understand.
Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats as we prepare to continue our session. Find your seat quickly. There's space in the front if you're looking for space as well.
Later on, when I delved into YouLead Summit as well, I found the link on the group to apply for LEADHER. This motivated me to just still delve into women in Africa and trainings in Africa as well, to come back and bring that to my community.
The reason I applied for this fellowship is because of my interest. I am interested in public management, in leadership, in being a leader that makes an impact and a positive impact at that. And
Hello.
immediately I saw
Good
the
afternoon.
advert, I just thought, wow,
Good afternoon.
what a good thing it is.
Good after lunch. How are you? How was your lunch? Let's move forward. Let's occupy the first seats. Let's Those who are behind, let's occupy the front seats. Let's occupy the first seats. We occupy the first seats. I need the chief whip in the house. Guys, let's go to these seats. Yes, yes, in front. Everyone. I'm going to disable the internet. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's occupy the front seats. It's okay. Hello. Why do you fear front seats? Those who are outside, kindly come in, enter the tent. Collins, I think we can resume.
Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon, delegates. Our flight is about to take off. Our flight is about to take off and continue after some maintenance work that has been done. Now we're continuing our business pitch flight. But before that, I see we're a bit sleepy, a bit tired. So I want everybody to stand up. Everybody to stand up, please. Everybody to stand up. Everybody to stand up. And I want you to look across the room. Look across the room at somebody you've not spoken to so far in this YouLead Summit. Someone you've not spoken to so far. One of the key outcomes of this summit is to network and meet each other. So I want you to walk to that person now. You have 2 minutes. Walk to that person now and introduce themselves to them. Walk to that person now. Walk. Move from your seat. Move from your seat. Move from your seat and meet somebody new. Move from your seat and meet somebody new. Tell them, what do you do? Do you have business cards, LinkedIn profile? Let's tell them what can you offer and what do you need? Maybe you can find your partner. Indeed, I don't know you also. My name is Colin. I like it. Rupa Fazo. Nice to meet you. Karibu. Welcome to Tanzania. What do you do, Rupa Fazo? Nice. Nice. What do you do? Uh-huh. Fantastic. Good things. As well as another hat. That's more to wear. Good job. Myself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can take our seats again. We can take our seats again. I hope you've exchanged numbers. I hope you've exchanged business cards. If you have them there, we can take our seats and continue the pitching now. Thank you very much. We can take our seats and get ready for the next pitch as we're winding up the pitches. And now, a reminder for you, audience, to be paying attention to which is the enterprise you want to vote for. We'll have the voting after the last pitch, so please do pay attention to the name of the enterprise that you'd like to support. Let me come to this row here. This row here, our flight needs direction. Please tell us, where are we going next?
Hello everyone, my name is Jovita Pantaleo. I am a lead II Fellow II Cohort. And the next, from South Sudan, and the name is Plan B Recycle.
Lab for Plan B Recycle, Plan B Recycle, which also has the video. Timer, Brian, please be ready to start timing. Judges, be ready to start judging. Audience, be ready start to support our entrepreneurs.
The slide, please. Hello, I'm Mark Leon. I'm from South Sudan. I would like to greet you first in my language. Salam alaikum. Thank you so much. I feel the energy. Now let's go. Me and my team together, we formed. Back, please. Me and my team together, we form a Plan B Recycles. It's a eco-solution to the waste that are endangering our planet. We are recycling the plastics and other solid waste by turning them into a building materials like bricks, fibers, and pots. That one is in the future. And this is not only, we are not only solving the waste issues, but housing as well by providing affordable housings that last, durable. Next, please. The problem, we have 3 problems that we have identified. The first one is the plastic waste pollution. Second one is flooding and poor infrastructure. And third one is housing crisis. Now, according to the report by UNDP South Sudan, it says that 80% of the plastic waste in South Sudan, particularly in Juba, are dumped hourly. They are not recycled or they are not put in a proper way. And then 50% of the housings, of the people are experiencing the housing crisis, and 50%, 70%, then 50% annually, South Sudan is experiencing the flooding. My brother can testify to that. And then we came with a solution. We also came with 3 solutions. The first one is turning plastic waste into a building material. All right? And then the other one is affordable and sustainable, offering, because it's a low cost and it's affordable for the people. And then also we are creating a community impact by addressing the climatic issues. Let's go, please. Now the revenue. We are a construction company. We construct using plastic bottles. All right? And then we have partners, like for example, we have Celestine of Don Bosco. It's a religious institute that partner with us and we're able to build the houses. And then, ladies and gentlemen, proudly, I'm telling you today that we have so far built 15 houses using plastic waste. And then 5 latrines, mostly which are funded by the institute that I've told you before. And also UNDP funded us by providing for us the bottles that they used and bring to us and we recycle them by building houses. Please. Now, all right, we have the advantages because we recycle waste using a technique that is different. By recycling, not like the other people, we recycle by building houses. Let's go, please. This is our team. I myself, Mark Leon, and then Andrew, the chief engineer with a degree in civil engineering, and then Charles with the degree in accounting. And then call to actions. You're wondering why am I calling for $500,000 because we want machines so that we have a plan so that we can make pavers and better plastics bricks that can make us to change environment in South Sudan in particular and in the world as well. Thank you so much. I've been Mark Leon.
Thank you, Mark. Plan B Recycle. Over to you, judges. Over to our judges.
Yeah, thanks to see another, plastic recycling idea. If I look at that compared to, the other pitch from Agro Congo, I think it's just a scale. And, you're going for a bigger ask of a cake. So I think it's nice. Maybe if I can just share one comment to think along through the process. I did mention a company called Tereko when we were reviewing the Agro Congo. So it does similar thing at a much bigger scale. And I think the plants were costing around $120,000 if I'm not mistaken. But they do have a model where if you do strategic partnership with them, you don't have to buy the machine. They can lease the machine to you on partnership basis. I think when you pay 60 up to 70%, they can be able to give you a machine, or I think somewhere around there, 60 or something like that. So you don't have to buy the whole equipment. You could look at alternative ways of partnering with such firms. But I remember something that really came across when these guys were pitching to one of the local building agency. I think the concern was around, it's lesser safety issues on pavement, but when the discussions start moving to housings in a bigger scale, there was a concern around, strength of the bricks and whatnot. So maybe your engineering team, can look at that as you want to expand more. Just food for thoughts, given my understanding in this industry. But other than that, I think it's a brilliant idea, and good luck. We will evaluate accordingly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe my question goes on the revenue model. We haven't had you haven't presented how much you have been. First of all, is the timeline. When did the company start?
All right, we started in 2021.
21. Yeah. Maybe if you could give us roughly how much you have injected, maybe also your costs per annum, and your profit along the 5 years, 5 years, so that we see, is this sustainable in the coming years? Is it a business we'll come to Juba and find?
All right.
The last one is maybe on the scalability. Do you plan to only remain in Juba, or considering flooding is a problem within the South Sudan in totality, do you also plan to go beyond? But even within, there are so many African countries just in this particular year that have suffered flooding. If plastics are offering a better building material that can help prevent that, why not? Is it something that you're also considering?
All right. There's one report by UN says that plastic waste can last for 20 to 500 years. So we have advantage of that. It is durable. Scalability, of course, we have to start first of all from our home. First of all, we are the first construction company that deal with plastic recycling bricks. Okay, so it gives an advantage. But first, we are starting with home. After that, we are, in near future, after we get the machines, we are able to scale even to EAC region as well. So far, we started by a group of us, we start by constructing as like other normal construction company. But then, we are just youth who come up and build something, Then along the way, we thought of something like recycle. And so far, I think the revenue, if I could put it on what we have get like from the beginning to where we are today, we have so far made something like $50,000, and we have the injection that we are putting so much. It's the material that we buy, like for construction companies, used for tools for the machines and the rest. So roughly it can be 10,000, and now you can see the profit that is $40,000. So I believe it's sustainable because we are not solving the environmental issues only. We are also solving the housing crisis, and also we are fighting the flooding in South Sudan as well. Maybe we can extend as a scalability as you put. We have a bright future ahead.
Thank you. Last question from the judges.
Yeah, Plan B, I would like to know your customer segment. I did not get it clearly in your presentation.
All right. Now, I've mentioned about one of the partner we partner with, which is Celeste and Sister Don Bosco. We are partners that come to us, and we build the projects that they bring to our life. For example, they come with us that we have something we need to build 10 houses for the what? For the poor, and we build them for them. Okay? And then we have some individual, after they see the houses, they feel impressed. They come to us, and we build for them also the other 5 houses. So far making it 15 houses. And that the Latrine I've told you, it is the company, it is the UNDP who come to us, and they say that we have a project of what? Of latrine for a school, and we build for them 5 latrines of the school. So when we are talking about that, we are talking about the partners, mostly, who look into environmental issues. They are our main customers. And then we have individuals who feel impressed by our things, and they come and they also help us.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, please.
Any quick reactions from the audience? Any quick reactions from the audience? We'll take one.
Thank you so much. I think I'm so much impressed with the model. A quick question in terms of the costing. If you compare this material, the plastic materials, and the normal other materials for building, how do you compare the price? Is it lower or more costly to use this than the other building materials? Thank you.
All right. Now, since we have been building with our material before we transition into plastic waste, the difference is this: building a full concrete house, a full set actually, can take you something like more than $10,000. Something can reach to 15,000, based on the structure of the thing. But with plastic waste, if it's too much, it is $7,000. Full house, a full concrete house. I don't know whether it's expensive, but from where I come from, building materials are very expensive. But when we use plastic waste, it's less. It's very less, and that gives us advantage over the other people.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Plan B Recycle. Round of applause for Plan B Recycle. You may take your seat.
Thank you so
Mark,
much.
Thank you very much. The flight is continuing to move. The flight is to move. Let us come here to pick the next picture.
Hello, my name is Khadar. I'm from Somalia. The next presenter will be Banina from Kenya.
Name of the enterprise is Kalna. Name of the enterprise is Kalna for the pitch deck. Ready, set, pitch.
Thank you. My name is Penina Orengo. I am the co-founder of Kalna Poultry Feeds. Thank you. My name is Penina Orengo. I am the founder of Kalna Poultry Feeds. When you think about the food that we eat, particularly indigenous chicken meat and eggs that you ate chicken last night, you ate eggs this morning. When you think about it, we think about rich flavors, we think about high nutrition and high protein content. But behind every bite that we take, there's a story of resilience, sustainability, and local farming, especially a story of women farmers who cultivate and grow poultry farms in our backyards. So what if the crisis of food crisis is right, the solution to food crisis is right in our backyards? What if the work that our grandmothers and mothers are doing in poultry farming is the solution to food security? At Kalna Poultry Feeds, we believe that indigenous poultry farming is not just a business. We feel like it is a solution to climate resilience and an approach to food security. One of the problems that we are solving is to provide access to women farmers, particularly to resources and products that will allow them to scale up their poultry farms. And then we are also looking at affordability in terms of poultry feed products because of the high costs of poultry feeds that is there. We know that approximately 15 million Kenyans face food prices. And we also know that there's low productivity in the sector of indigenous poultry farming because more people are engaging in commercial poultry farming. Next. So what solution are we bringing? We process and package and store and sell high quality protein foods. We use the local farmers to grow their own ingredients that they bring to us and supply to us. And we process those ingredients and into poultry feeds, which we sell back to them, which allows us to maintain affordability because they are our suppliers in part. We also want to help women access educational programs through trainings and those capabilities. How are we aligned with the UN SDGs? We are aligned with SDG 2, 8, and 13. Our enterprise was born in 2020 with a grant funding, and through 2021 to 2026, we've been growing it across Kenya, particularly Kisumu and the Western region. Why now? We want to maintain climate resilience given the current climate situation in the world. And we also want to leverage on the technological aspect by using data patterns to help farmers, particularly women farmers, to learn their patterns and grow their poultry farms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kalna, over to you, judges.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know more about your team. I don't know if you are running this business alone or if you have others as your team members.
We do have a team of experienced agriculturalists. One of our CEO actually is an agriculturalist with over 10 years of experience. Our production manager is well versed with the machinery that we require to do the production process. And myself, as part of the team, I am a Bachelor of Commerce graduate, and I like to leverage data to align patterns in the poultry sector and help farmers to build and scale up their businesses.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your presentation, but you didn't mention the competitor around you. And also, as we know that Kenya is, sorry to say that, is an aggressive environment for the business. How will you manage to sustain the business if you get this fund?
So in poultry feed manufacturing, our main competitors are the small businesses that are doing the same business around Kisumu, because our focus is in the local area of Kisumu. The biggest competitor that we have is Unga Feeds, which is one of the biggest feed manufacturer within Kenya. But our competitive advantage is that we're focusing on sustainable solutions. We're focusing on women, providing access to their information on poultry farming and how they can scale up their businesses. And we're also focusing on the climate aspect of it. We're helping them grow their own ingredients and then use their land to grow their own ingredients and then supply them to us.
Thank you very much. We'll pause there for judges' questions because of time. Any audience reaction? Any audience reaction?
Thank you. My question is, how long do you think it will take your business to become a unicorn? That means a multi-million-dollar business.
I think in the next 2 years, we are planning to scale up to the entire Kenya. And for us to become a multi-million, like global, I feel like the trade aspects that we just talked about today will contribute to us scaling up probably in another 3 years, so maybe 5 years.
Round of applause for Kalnam. Round of applause. Thank you very much, Penina. You may take your seat. Our flight is continuing swiftly, and next we are going to...
Hi, my name is Kola Jonathan. I'm the founder of Scaver Solutions, where we make machines which help in post-harvesting of peanuts. And the next person is Trade Legacy from Burundi.
3 minutes to pitch. 3 minutes to pitch Trade Legacy. Timing ready. 3, 2, 1, pitch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bon après-midi. Habari za mchana. Good. My name is Bokim Benini Jose, the founder and CEO of Trade Legacy Burundi. Trade Legacy is an agri-tech company that empowers farmers with a modern technology to maximize yield. On top of that, in Trade Legacy, we exist simply because you deserve the best. Imagine Claudine, a small-scale farmer in Burundi, in the rural areas. And her land is very fertile. Also, she dreams of building her, building her future through her harvest. Now, Trade Legacy came as a solution to turn her dream into reality. According to a report from the UNDP Burundi, 90% of small-scale, 90% of the population in Burundi rely on subsistence agriculture, with no surplus to sell or export. Also, there is a lack of climate and soil data. Sometimes it leads to limited access to market. So Trade Legacy is suggesting some solutions, which are the modern equipment. Some of them are sensors and monitoring system, as well as a solar-powered irrigation system. Also, we provide trainings for small-scale farmers, especially for basic digital literacy, as well as we are trying also we are building a marketplace platform so that they can get real-time price as well as a real-time demand report. Our market is 12 million people in Burundi, as well as over 5,000 cooperatives in Burundi, and that's the largest cooperative network in Burundi. So our we are selling the modern equipment, especially the sensors, which will capture the climate and soil data, as well as we'll produce sales also, as well as microfinancing for small scale. We registered our company in 2021. So far, we have trained over 200 small scale farmers. Also, there is a 60-hectare land available. So we have a team with a very good experience, from 3 to 7 years experience. So now our price is $43,500 US. 50% of that will be used for equipment, 20% for training, and 30% for market and operations. Thank you.
Round of applause for Vokim, Trade Legacy. Judges?
Sorry, before my colleague asks, and so that I can understand, your business, you're dealing with the sale of equipment, right? To the small-scale farmers.
I think that I will respond to that question in French. Maybe you can use the kit.
Okay.
Yes, let me respond in French to be comfortable.
Feel free. Let's put on our translators.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour la question. En fait, oui, il y a il y a la technologie et les équipements aussi. C'est ça.
Other questions? Other questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for a good presentation. Again, we're starting to see trend in terms of similar, idea coming up. So I think yours is more or less too similar to, yeah. So exact thing that I'd asked the previous guy. I see part of the funding, huge part is going into equipment. So I would like to understand, the costing of this equipment. And again, I had asked the other gentleman the same question, but maybe I was not very clear enough on the follow-up question after he responded to me on the cost of the equipment. My essence is to understand, the target client that you are targeting. So when you look at, SME, the whole SME is usually categorized in terms of the manpower in that SME and also the capital those SME are applying. So if SME can be categorized into micro SMEs, I think it's less than $3,000 in terms of capital that's being applied, less than that. So the essence, I want to understand the scalability from that. So when you respond, let's say the cost of equipment and the target clientele of the farmers you're looking for, I can be able to picture it at an East African level, how scalable this thing is. So if you can respond those two things.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mukim.
Yes. This translation. Oui. Merci, merci beaucoup pour la question. Alors, d'abord, il y a le marché. Comme je l'ai dit, on vend la technologie, mais aussi nous avons notre propre parcelle, je dirais, oui. C'est 60 hectares. On utilise la même technologie dans notre propre terre. OK? Et après la technologie, on a aussi, on fait les formations pour, on vend cette technologie-là à l'ANACOP. Je l'ai précisé dans mon slide là-bas. C'est l'association des... it's the largest small scale... it's the largest small... it's a network for cooperatives in Burundi. So we sell that technology to those ones. So we have the technology, we have our land. Also, we train them so that they can be able to take advantage of those opportunities for that technology. For the market, we have 12 million Burundians living there. So it's our market. Also, we have the AFC FTA, which gives us access to almost 1.2 billion people in Africa. Yes.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je trouve que c'est vraiment très important de voir qu'il y a des solutions qui viennent appuyer les femmes entrepreneurs et bien aussi d'autres jeunes dans l'agriculture. Comme tu as commencé à montrer qu'il y a une femme qui est en train de cultiver, mais par rappel, et ne parviennent pas à avoir des rendements suffisants comme prévu. Pour vous, la solution est de donner des formations à ces agriculteurs. Alors, je voudrais savoir, comme il peut y avoir, tu n'as pas mentionné ça, mais il peut y avoir qu'il y a de la compétition, il y a d'autres organisations qui pourront quand même, qui sont en train de faire les mêmes activités, de former les femmes entrepreneurs et les jeunes. Est-ce que quel est votre point fort par rapport à la compétition qui pourrait être là? Merci.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour la question. Je dirais que la compétition est là, parce que comme je l'ai dit, 90% de la population, ce sont des agriculteurs. Mais ce que nous proposons comme solution innovante, c'est la technologie pour booster la production. Et aussi, on a les données nécessaires qui proviennent du sol. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Other reactions from the audience? Thank you, judges. Any reaction from the audience? We have, we'll take one question here.
Yes, thank you for that pitching. I am called Aloysius Oraku. I work for a community-based organization in Uganda that is a partner of Action Aid. I'm also a graduate of the Climate Justice Academy here in MSTCDC. So my question is, with that particular innovation, how are you taking care of our climate? Thank you.
Répète encore la question, s'il te plaît. Juste.
The question is, how does this solution address climate change?
OK. OK, merci beaucoup. Alors, comme je l'ai dit, à travers les sensors qu'on met dans le sol, on a des données en temps réel en provenance du sol. OK? Alors, c'est-à-dire qu'à partir de ces données, on saura comment donner des solutions qui viennent répondre aux solutions qui sont, je dirais, friendly à l'environnement. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Round of applause for Trade Legacy and Bookim. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we are remaining now with our last three pitches. Our last three pitches. Thank you. Please help us select where we're going next as you introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Everine Mugisha from ADB Burundi. The name Luku Chap, Tanzania.
Round of applause for Luku Chap, Tanzania. 3 minutes to pitch, 3 minutes to pitch, 2 minutes Q&A to follow. Ready, set, pitch.
Did you know that 20 to 30% of the energy that we pay for is wasted? So you can imagine how much money do we throw into trashes. My name is Elisha Kato from Tanzania, a co-founder of Lookup, an energy management platform. When I was a uni student, I was exposed to the tough reality of bills. So I had to budget each and every cent that I had. But unfortunately, at the end of every month, electricity bill was a shock to me. It kept on increasing without I being able to pinpoint why. This affected my financial status and my academic, because I had no money to fund my other stuffs. So this is the reality for the millions of energy consumers in Tanzania and Africa. The outdated energy management infrastructure relies on manual readings and manual tokens, leaving consumer uninformed of their energy consumption patterns. So they end up falling into wasteful routines. And this not only leads to the financial strain, but also affects the climate, I mean the environment. I will let you know that energy sector alone accounts for about 75% of the total carbon emissions in the globe. So Lookup is here to change that. We bring back to consumers the power of making the right informed decisions by empowering them with real-time data about their energy consumptions and enabling them to pay energy bills seamlessly with no need of manual tokens. And this is done from any location, no need to be at home. But also, Lookup offers actionable insights to help consumers cut wasteful routines by up to 40%. So we are saving cost, we are saving the environment. With the current market, which is vast in Tanzania, with over 6 million households currently connected to electricity, at the demand growth rate of about 10 to 15%, we have the potential of about $2 billion in Tanzania alone. And our business model relies on transaction fee for automated bill top-ups, subscription for detailed analytics, as well as direct sales of smart meters. So we have made waves. We've acquired over 100 pre-orders and engaged with site operators ready to consume our products. We've made engagements with TANESCO, the national utility company, and we are reaching out to you, seeking $50 million to further our future growth and be able to save these 100 pre-orders and make the lasting impact together. Our team has got vast experience in both energy management, business, and engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, Lukuchap. Thank you, Lukuchap. As the judges prepare the questions.
Sorry, I asked you for 50,000. Thank you.
We were ready to give you 50 million. You know, you gotta aim higher.
Yeah.
So, good idea. I wasn't so clear a bit on the how part. You know, you explained very well on the outcome. You know, you want to introduce a service, you know, for users to be able, you know, to understand their energy consumption. You talked about users to be able to pay for their energy wherever they are. Yes. You know, if I look at the current, you know, M-Pesa or the whole mobile money thing, I think that can be done, you know, to pay wherever you are. But I do agree there's a gaps on some of the things, like on the utility service that you're saying, someone to understand, you know, the wasting energy and how is it being wasted. That's a value added. But I haven't understood the how part, you know. For example, I was expecting, if I am sitting here in Arusha and I want to know, for example, at home, my units at electricity, how much are they? So I was expecting you to tell me that I can go in my phone and check, and I know, you know, the units that I'm using now, maybe I can command it to stop, no further leakage to continue to happen as I'm sitting here. I was more looking forward to hear the how in your solution. That did not come out very clear. I don't know if you want to get an opportunity to do that. We can ask the moderator. But it's a good space. You know, we are working on the old infrastructure. For TANESCO, there's a lot of area to improvement. So your idea, they are quite needed, you know. You know, sometimes I usually think it should reach a stage, if I have 100 of units of electricity, I can go somewhere and cash out these units into real money. It should reach a stage like that. So it's through ideas like yours, we are able to get this utility. So what I can say, good luck, but I'm really keen to understand the how part. How do you bring those added service? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Please, technical, can you return the previous slide, second last? Yeah. So this is our platform. We synchronize the in-edge meters.
Sorry, and for the sake of maybe fairness, because we're kind of giving him like extra time, please keep it very minimal so that we treat everybody fair. Yeah, thanks.
So we synchronize in-edge meters, consumer mobile phones. So right from where you are right now, through Lookchap platform, you can be able to see how many units are consumed in a day in your household in Dar es Salaam and you are in Arusha. You can be able, before the energy units get completely depleted, you even get notifications. You have remained with one energy unit, please recharge. And after recharging, for example, we are here at the summit. Your household is in Dar es Salaam. You've got the notification that you've remained with one unit recharge. You recharge and the units get automatically topped up in your household in Dar es Salaam. There's no need of you to go back in Dar es Salaam when you start inserting tokens.
Thank you. We'll take one last question from the judges.
Yeah, maybe my question is on, we have heard of how much you're asking.
Yes.
Is sustainability with regards to finances.
Yes.
What is the timeline? When did you start this platform?
Oh, all right.
No, just answer. Ask my question. When did you start?
2022.
2022. How much
Ideation.
money have you pumped? So if you can tell us so far, how much have been your costs setting up this platform? And then maybe your revenues. You haven't told us how you plan to make money or how much money you've made. And the long term, how does this platform continue to give you money?
So we started in 2022 November, where Isteco, with partnership with East African Community, gave us a seed fund of $5,000 for making an MVP. We made an MVP. We presented to UNESCO and other stakeholders, and we secured another. We won't trust one business angel who is with us to date, and we have spent like $10,000 up to now in the R&D about this. And we have acquired one cell tower operator interested to deploy our solution. I don't want to mention its name. How are we going to make money? Through transactional fee for the automated bid top-up. We've made an estimation that we're going to, when we have at just 2,000 users, in 3 years we're going to reach $1 million. Yes, 1.6%.
Thank you very much. Are there any reactions from the audience? Any reactions from the audience?
My name is Evelyn Immer. First of all, congratulations on thinking of such a solution, especially with our electricity system right now. My question would be in terms of security for the owners of the meters once they synchronize with your application. What is the security of their tokens not being, let's say, hacked through your app with their token meters?
Well, concerning about security, these tokens, we use the token that has been specified in the International Electoral Commission standards. So they are very safe. And we also consider the cyber security staffs. We use the firewall protocols to prevent cyber attacks.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Luku Chap. Luku Chap, you can take your seat. Luku Chap, you can take your seat. And our flight is almost landing. Our flight is almost landing. We now need this row to help us pick somebody from this row. Introduce yourself and help us pick who is the next pitcher.
Hello, my name is Telios, and the next speaker is Nelevat from Rwanda.
Thank you. This is the Nelevat Enterprise. Nelevat, thank you very much. Pacific, welcome. 3 minutes to pitch as we wind up. Ready, set, pitch.
Hello, fellows. My name is Pacific Nezerwa. I was born in Rwanda rural areas, but grown in the town city. Growing up, I was having a very huge challenge of working around an hour going to my school. That was secondary school. But guess what? I was looking for professionalism in tech. I wanted to be a software developer, but I was having a problem of not having an access to digital training. Oh, but yes. So the problem of solving is digital skills training, which hinders workforce preparedness. Guess what? More than 90% of global jobs will demand proficiency in digital skills. I'm pretty sure that you, me, and all of us, we need digital skills to be able to perform our tasks at our jobs. That's the fact. The man you are looking there is a very sad man, confused. Who is me? Who should be you? Maybe your brother, maybe your sister, maybe your cousin. Those are us. we require to be that in Rwanda, there is more than 85% of young people that are off track, means they are also in that category of confused, sad, and depressed young adults. But there is an opportunity. That's what in Elevat we are solving. Elevat means elevation. We are elevating education and empowering learners and the future of East Africa, the future of Africa. This is an opportunity to serve more than 500 million young people in Africa, aged between 16 and 35. We have a solution which is impactful digital training programs. We're doing this into using innovative e-learning tools and branded learning solutions. We have built an innovative e-learning platform. When I was coming here, last Friday before we come here, I had invited youth fellows which were coming in this program to test together, to showcase this learning platform. Trust me, you can test it also. We have freemium models and we have also other skills there. Again, we are having a market overview which we are able to serve more than 80,000 USD in millions. We have a B2B, which we are having direct payment, subscription, partnerships, consultation, and corporate sponsorship. We have made success of 200 and 500 learners. We now have more than 300 active learners, and we are looking forward to impact more than 2,000 2025. We have a super team, which you have me. I have 7+ years of experience, 7 years of experience of our technical advisor, 15 years. And we have Dr. Susan, who has more than 20+ years of experience in education and psychology. We also have a combined of 35 years of experience. Yes. So we have a competitive analysis. For us, we're doing digital training, or we are doing online training, branded learning, affordability is there, and we also offer jobs or outsourcing. Well, so we have partners and accelerators. We didn't do this alone. We have partners and accelerators who are helping us doing this both locally. We have won Youth Connect. We have won East African Startup Awards. You have been in partnership with ACC in cybersecurity and other more partners. So now, lastly, we are asking for more than 85,000 USD that can help us develop e-learning tools more very advanced, have AIs, personalization, and other things that could help you and me to make it happen. So we are also looking to create content. That should be any course that you may want to deliver to make sure that you can learn where you are sitting, or you can learn on in physical spaces that we are setting. What is branded learning? Training, registration, product development, technology means community outreach, and marketing. Lastly, we are thanking you to help us in this elevation journey that we are making, me and you together, to make sure that education is public, means, and being accessed by each and everyone. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Neleva. Thank you very much. Over to you. We'll take 2 questions from the judges. Just 2 questions from the judges because of time.
Yeah, thank you so much. And this is very nice, since the theme of this year, the YouLead Summit, is focusing on education. Congratulations on this business you are doing. My question goes to the point of knowing how and why will your business scale efficiently? Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, I have been in operation 1.5 years, since 2023, but I was in ideation long time ago, starting 2022. We have been able to secure funds, we have been able to make everything, but what we are relying on is the B2B, where we are making sure, if you can see in our market overview, that we have featured B2B, where is corporate sponsorship. We are looking for partners like you, like any other one who have more organization like MasterCard Foundation. We are seeking for GIZ and other organization. We are also looking for those very focused profit organization to make sure that they are coming to us. We do corporate sponsorship. We are making the impact, but also at the same time, making sure that they are also contributing to our movement. Also is about individualism, where there is B2C grants, where they can pay through our e-learning platform, one payment at a time, but they are also professional courses that we ask for $100, but this is not a fixed price. It depends on a course. If you are in cybersecurity training course professionalism, we can ask more or less. It depends on the cost. So it's B2B market and depending on corporate sponsorship. Thank you. I hope I may be able to answer that question. Thank you.
Last question from the judges.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for good presentation and really nice looking good shoes. Good stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not so sure if you're born in a rural, but it's okay. So brilliant idea. I think you've partly answered what I wanted to ask in terms of scalability. I think, partnership is the key.
Exactly.
We are speaking of youth lacking digital skills and whatnot. This can be sovereign initiative. How do you align with sovereign body for you to be the go-to person for people to get these skills? Very important. Yeah. So good to know also already in operation. I think it comes to my first question. Not so sure in this space, this line of work in terms of accreditation. You have platform like Udemy, very well-known platforms. I believe maybe there are some sort of accreditation one needs to have to get international recognition and whatnot. Maybe you can think about those lines. But secondly, I think this also goes to other pitches that I've talked about, web-based learning, web-based service. Yours is on learning, but others, they pitch here about other services that are web-based. There's an aspect of a support function or team, a call center to be able to support such kind of operations. When you're taking public money as a subscription, online payment and whatnot, there's a lot of frustration that comes along with that. And hence you need to be equipped in terms of support team. So these are the areas maybe you can also look at. But brilliant. I think it's a great idea. And I think coming from from Rwanda, Rwanda now they've revamped the educational system, moving from French into English. There's an e-learning project like this. Maybe you can also attach yourself to additional curriculum to Rwanda Development Board. Thanks.
That's why I can thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any reaction from the audience? Do we have a question, a comment, seek for clarification? Looks like we do not. Thank you very much. Nelevat, you may take your seat. Round of applause as Pacific leaves the stage. And our flight is almost starting to descend now as we prepare our landing. We welcome our last pitcher from Kenya, Angu. Karibu sana. A round of applause for Shadi. Angu is the slides. Angu is the slide comms team. Three, two, one, pitch.
Hello. Does everyone here know what inclusion means? Okay, let's talk about clothes anyway. So, clothes are meant for three purposes: functionality, style, and comfort. My friend Vasundhara has mobility impairment, and she has to give up 2 of these to only get 1. Can you imagine having to depend on someone to go to the toilet? This infringes on your freedom, your right to privacy, and also makes you a burden and dependent to other people. What about me who has albinism? Earlier today, the temperature was 30 degrees, and if I dare to go out without having another pair of clothing or clothing on me, then that means I am risking nasty sunburns and skin cancer. Yes, my clothes are stylish. My clothes are comfortable, but they do not serve the functionality purpose, which is to protect me from the sun. Did you know that in Kenya, there are, after the 2019 census, there are 0.9 million persons with disability, a population which the fashion industry has been ignoring, setting aside, leaving behind, and not including. What about East Africa? What about Africa? And so I decided to found Angu. At Angu, we infuse inclusion and innovation to bring you adaptive clothing that serves style, comfort, and functionality. Here, instead of having the normal buttons and zippers, we have magnetic closures, we have open seams, adjustable hems, we have elastic waists, so that our users, our beneficiaries can be able to put on and take off their clothes at will and independently. We also make sure that we customize our clothing to fit any body measurement. And understanding that the fashion industry is one of the biggest emitters of GHGs, which add to the climate change, we use extremely organically quality. We use quality organic fabrics to make our products, in which we promote slow fashion and we reduce wastage. This is inclusion for us. Right now, as we stand, the global adaptive clothing market stands at 135.8 million USD, with a 7% compounding annual growth rate up to 2031. And our team, we sell to consumers, direct consumers, and also partner with retailers. Our target market are persons with disability, with an extension to the elderly, people with chronic diseases, and you who want to feel how it is to have a cloth that is functional, stylish, and comfortable. We have a team of 3 people. I, Charlene, who is part of the design team, Joshua, who is in the marketing business, and Olive, who is in the production. We are asking for 2,000 USDs because we want to continue with our business in implementation and also to scale it. And now I will ask you again the final question. Do you now know what inclusion is? And if you want to feel included, then patronize Angu. Thank you.
Round of applause for Angu. Thank you, Charlene. Judges, 2 questions from the judges.
Thank you. I think, guys, together we can raise $2,000 if one by one contribute, right? I mean, let's take that as a challenge, you know, by close of business, maybe we can raise $2,000. This is the smallest amount we've seen today, and I think it shouldn't be an issue. So I'm putting on this challenge to you. Yeah, starting with me. Yeah, sure. I hope you accept dollars. Okay. Oh, yeah, she's asking dollars.
Yes, I do accept dollars.
Yeah, great. So just to be very specific, on the first slide, the value proposition for these clothes is flexibility to open, right? All right, great.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. I just want to be clear on that. But thank you. I think it's an innovative thinking, and yeah, we'll judge it accordingly. Thanks.
Yeah, my question goes back to the money. If you could give us rough, how long ago did your company start? Maybe I missed it.
Okay, the idea was born back in 2022, and it was the idea that came from my own personal experience. But until last year, when I met my friend Vasundhara, and I noticed that this is not a problem that only I face, but most of people with disability also face, and I noticed also the elderly face this, and that is when I started thinking of it, and we started implementing it early this February this year.
So roughly till today, how much have you put in? Made any profits maybe? And also I would have loved to see your marketing. How do you reach your target audience?
Okay, so we have not yet made any profits, but we have worked with people already. We created some outfits with Olive already, and we shared it with some of our friends in the disability community, and the feedback is because that was the prototype that we were using, and the feedback is what has made us go to the next level.
Thank you very much. Any reaction?
The question? How we make it? Okay, so first we've been marketing through word of mouth, social media, and we have a website right now, so we envision to go globally, strongly on the online platforms, and also just to continue marketing through word of mouth.
Thank you. Any reactions from the audience? We'll take one.
According to the World Bank, it is like most persons with disabilities are living in severe poverty. And your business is to sell those clothes to those people with disabilities. How can they afford as your market to buy those products from you, and how do you manage the price for that market? Thank you.
Okay, so this is where our competitive advantage comes in. We understand that so many brands like Gucci or Balenciaga have tried to create adaptive clothing, but then they're very, very expensive that even a middle-class person from Kenya will not comfortably afford it. And we understand that even in Kenya, more than 80% of persons with disability live in poverty. And yes, because we know this and we are making our products from sustainable materials, having sustainable organic cotton fabric and creating these products, because they are not too expensive to make, we will also make them pocket friendly for our beneficiaries to buy. And looking the fact that they are long lasting and we promote slow fashion, that means when they buy our clothing, they will not have to keep buying more and more and more and more clothing, because they will serve them for a longer time.
Round of applause for Agus. Thank you very much. Charlene, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, our flight has landed. We have reached our destination now, having toured the EAC states, experiencing problems, experiencing potential solutions through these entrepreneurs. Let's give a big, big, big round of applause for all 14 entrepreneurs who have pitched. At this time now, we would release our judges to deliberate so that we can come back to hear their feedback. We ask you to be as efficient as possible. Thank you so much for that. And as we promised in the beginning, that you, the audience, you are representing the market of Africa, and you need to respond to the question of which business do you think will succeed under the AFCFTA. From the business you've heard today, you are the African market, coming from different countries, different needs, etc. So all that you've heard today, where would you put your bet on? Communications team, thank you for projecting the voting tool we're going to use. So please bring out your phones now. Bring out your phones. This is the time we want you to use your phone in the session so that we can vote for one of the enterprises. Thank you. On your screen there, you'll see a QR code that you can scan. The QR code will take you directly to the voting link so that you can vote for your vote. Which enterprise would you pitch in? Judges, please continue with your deliberations. Judges, please continue the deliberations. Come up with the total scores.
There's someone who ordered for Bajaj, wants to go to town. I think it's at the reception. So if you ordered for one, it's near the reception. In the parking yard. I don't know if it's a Bajaj or Uber, but it has arrived.
Good question. Just 5 minutes. Just quickly.
not everyone.
It's
Like
been
few people. Actually, say for private internet.
If you're struggling to access the link, please enter the website, and there you can put your code 38363758. You'll get to the poll, and you'll get to the poll and be able to vote from there. If you is anyone having internet issues? We hear concern of internet issues. Internet issues. Can we see hands up? How many with of internet issues? Okay. Let's keep trying. Let's keep trying for it to connect. And if it doesn't, then we'll take in your votes in another way. If you've been able to vote, you can disconnect from the internet so that others that are struggling to connect can connect.
Just to give you a 10-minute warning. Okay. But can you follow me?
So we write all the enterprises here. You can tag it. See, those are the delegates. The names, they're not
Yes, sir.
So kwanza print now that.
Are you the one running the net? That's why you can't see. It's your net. But I can see the result.
If you're struggling to vote, technical issue, please come and see Brian here. Please come and see Brian here, part of the bootcamp faculty team, or up there. He'll be up there so that you can cast your vote that way. So if you have an issue voting digitally, please see Brian and make your vote. We want to be inclusive. We understand digital sometimes can be a challenge, so you can cast your vote offline. Yes. You're done. If you voted, no need to go. Only if you're struggling to vote because of internet issue, go and see Brian, cast your vote.
But you don't vote twice, huh?
No.
if you have already voted that with the system, you don't come to see Brian, right? But
correct. Yes. Only if you're having internet issue, you can go and vote directly in there with Brian. We're gonna add both scores together.
you come one by one, and when you reach here, faster.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Please see Brian if you're having issues voting. Make sure your vote counts. Make sure your vote is heard.
Remember, if you vote by system, we see your head. If you come to vote twice, it's a rigging.
We're winding up. We're winding up. If you haven't been able to, if you've cast your vote digitally, thank you very much. If you can still cast it digitally, please proceed. If you're struggling, please come and see Brian here.
Are we okay? Okay. So we believe all of you, most of you have voted through the system, right? So those of you who haven't come, we are closing with the manual voting. And those of who are used to violent elections, here we are democratic. The process is transparent. You know what is happening tonight in the world or tomorrow, the voting, somewhere. Okay? All right, for manual, we are closing. I think, Brian, we are closing. Then we wait for judges. The judges will give us results. Then after, we will announce the winners and the way forward after the winning. Then we'll go for another session, which is non-tiring, which is a networking cafe, where you will network with business people, share ideas, contacts. You never know when you are pitching, someone loved your idea, right? Yeah. Collins, if you can bring our judges. So my fellow, my friends, the one that pitched, kindly hold your heart. It shouldn't be a lot. You are all the winners. So don't get pressure, don't get heart attacks. The way I see the faces of the judges, they have judged with mercy. So we are waiting, the Electoral Commission is compiling the results. You know, there are manual voting, system voting, then also judges. So if you are seated near the one who pitched, please do some massage. Say all is okay. You are all winners. Whatever comes, it's by God's. And those who will win, if you get a check, remember us. But believe us that the voting will have been transparent. There is no concoction and editing. So the people in machines, you can be giving some good music. If you have gospel, you can pray it. It's the time to be near. So you can pray some gospel so that I can mend and melt our hearts. Thank you. DJ, some music. Kemi, some music, okay?
Thank you very much for your participation throughout our flight. We have safely landed now, and we are ready to hear the feedback. As Moses was saying, really, for all the entrepreneurs, we are very, very proud of you. We know the challenge that it is to pitch in front of such an audience. So round of applause for all our winners today, which are all the 14 brave men and women who have taken to the stage. And we all wish you well in your journeys. In the room, you have potential partners, potential investors. So make sure we are networking as well after today's session. Without taking too much time and building anticipation, let me now briefly welcome the judges. First, Ibrahim to present brief feedback.
Thank you, panelists. The competition was very tight, I must say. So first of all, congratulations to all of you. You have made, it's quite a courage, to try and to get the opportunity to stand up front, to present your fact. You're already a winner by far. So I would say, let's just keep the spirit up. Coming to the numbers, it was a very, very tight call. And the top three that have emerged, of which Madame will announce, there is a very small margin or difference between the first, the second, and the third. This shows all these ideas were great. And even if you look, out of the 14, the least scoring idea compared to the first or the winning idea, also margin was very tight. So this shows all these ideas, they're viable, and there's bright opportunity waiting ahead of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Feedback or maybe sharing any opportunities that we'd like to share for the room to look into for the fellows who've pitched or any other entrepreneurs.
So yes, in the words of my colleague Ibrahim, everyone is a winner. Even if you've not been announced, just know your idea is implementable, it's scalable, and I would recommend reach out to people. There are many people who are not judges in the crowd, but have good business acumen that could really give you constructive feedback. You know, I once sat in a panel and someone said, and it's a bad example, but I'll give it. They said sometimes it's not the business is not good, it's just the presentation. So sometimes maybe there are just small things that you need to tweak here and there so that when people listen to your idea, it's captivating from the go. So that's something I would love to add. So my biggest encouragement, reach out to people, ask them for feedback. If you find the judges, ask them for feedback. Maybe they might remember your idea and how maybe you could improve for future pitching. But also it's a good opportunity for me to share some of the EU opportunities that we do give for scale up, for startups. So I'll give some that are very, maybe considering I work in the context of Tanzania, but also I encourage, we can reach out in our different countries to look out for these opportunities because some of the companies are international. So for example, in Tanzania, we recently gave a grant to FSDT. I don't know if many of you know FSDT. It's the Financial Sector Deepening Trust. And the part of the funds that we gave them, they will be granting some small businesses, predominantly focusing on youth and women, which many of you here are our target. And so look out for that call. It's in preparation, and we are hoping that it will be launched soon. It could be in phases, but many of you, your businesses are viable because also we have areas that we prioritize, maybe climate friendly, environmental friendly. Are you addressing a particular gap, maybe geared towards more gender? But generally, if you are youth and women, youth and women businesses in Tanzania, please look out for that grant. And then we have an initiative called the IYB. It's youth. I forgot but yeah, it's an initiative in our headquarters, and what they do is it's been piloted in some African countries. So some of you, maybe your countries are beneficiaries. So they select a cohort of young entrepreneurs. Some of them are women, some of them are youth, and they give them mentorship. And they mentor them through the process of pitching, developing good proposals, until where they're able to actually give them some seed funding. But the fact that you go with them through that whole journey is a great initiative. So please also look out for them. And this one is global. So any of you from South Africa, Burundi, whatever you're from in the continent, look out for the opportunity. And then we have in Tanzania, we are supporting the government in setting up the first venture capital fund. And we're still discussing the nitty-gritties, but please look out for it. It will be the first one of its kind, but it's crucial because it aims to provide funding to youth businesses. The last one I would speak about is so even the IYB is a venture capital, but it's just the difference is it's more global. While in Tanzania, we are also hoping that together with the government, we'll be able to establish a venture capital. We are looking into 2025. And hopefully we shall be able to find some initial funding to put into that venture capital. The last one is the Funguo. How many of you have heard of our Funguo program? Yes. So we have a Funguo program in Tanzania. We have similar in other EU delegations. So look out for these initiatives in your. But it's a grant-based program that we give to startups, businesses that are scaling up, businesses that are off-taking. So look out for it. We had a previous call, and now we're in the process of assessment and probably awarding. But we will have another call, and I think it will be the last one in this phase in the first quarter of the year of 2025. So for the businesses, especially the Tanzanian businesses that have pitched today, why not? And you can reach out. I think they also they link you to some hubs and some, who can provide some mentorship on how you access this funding. Yeah, happy to answer questions, not now, but considering the time, but definitely do grab me and we can speak more.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Kevin, any last remarks in terms of feedback, could be opportunities for the entrepreneurs to leave with here?
What I would like to say is to encourage everyone, because according to the businesses that you have seen, as my colleague has already mentioned it, we've seen that the competition was very tight, and all those entrepreneurs are really working hard to see that our community, Africa, is changing towards to the positive way. This is the way in which I'm encouraging everyone, even if the name, your name is not going to appear among the three who are going to be announced. Know that your project is really, really viable, and it has been considered as a good project. And another thing that I would also to comment on is that we have seen that there are similar projects, and on those similar projects, even if they are not in the same, in one country, you find that there is a project on climate action, recycling the plastics in DRC, in Uganda, in South Sudan. One thing that I can say is that as young people, as entrepreneurs, we have to be sharing ideas, because what you can do can be good to another entrepreneur in South Sudan if you are in DRC. And so the one who's in South Sudan can also share the knowledge to you, so we can keep improving. That's all. As I conclude by saying congratulations to everyone who presented project.
Beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin. Lastly, from CRDB, Mr. David Yesaya. Karibu.
Thank you. It was a good time for me to be here, and many things have been said by the previous judges. But what I can say, the last one, is that all of you have the good idea, and the idea we are matching. But what I can say is just know how to position and to put the visibility of your idea. Sometimes you can lose just because you failed to position it during presentation. Have a good time.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for all our judges. We're very grateful for your time, for sharing your experiences and constructive feedback. We definitely will take it into consideration for the entrepreneurs.
Colleagues.
And
Sorry, IYB stands for Improve Your Business, and I've just seen actually it's in Somalia. So there's Somali in the house?
They are
So
present.
look at, so if it's in Somalia, it's in many other countries. Definitely look for the opportunity.
Fantastic. Let us indeed look for the opportunities. And without taking more time, we are very privileged to welcome to the stage to share with us those three selected entrepreneurs, both from the judges as well as from the audience vote. But I need you to clap a lot for the person who is coming, who is one of the brainchilds behind all that we're doing today, Ms. Lagara. Let's give a warm, warm, warm round of applause as she comes and closes out the session for us. Stella Karibu.
Thank you, Collins. You have all done an excellent job in planning the entire pitching process and even the training to prepare the fellows for this session. Yesterday, I did not appreciate the faculty. It was by a random accident. I was supposed to appreciate them and appreciate them on behalf of all the faculty who have been a part of preparing the EAC Youth Fellows. So please help me clap for them for all the good work they have done. Clap like you know what value they have added to your life. And then a special clap for Collins, Eve, and Moses for preparing this particular pitching session. And for the rest of the faculty, Brian and Kuda, for supporting the judging and everything. Please, a good clap for them. And of course, for the judges. You know they could change their mind. You better clap for them nicely. It's not every day that you have people who will spare their time to share with you their knowledge on what you need to do to improve your business. Especially because they also have the capacity to set up your business and do it better than you, because they've been in the market for long. So when you have an opportunity to get feedback from judges of this caliber, number one is to appreciate, number two is to soak in everything that they have shared with you. I like the fact that everyone had an opportunity to hear from them. You also had an opportunity to hear from the audience. So even if you don't win today, at least you have something that you can do to improve that pitch, and the next time you make it, most likely you will come out at the top of whatever competition you shall be pitching for, or you at least get the investment that you're seeking from whoever you shall be trying to convince that your business is viable. All right? So first of all, I want us to clap for everyone who made an attempt to actually pitch. Every single one of them. I'm asking you to clap for them because, one, they are my fellows, and you know, you've seen from yesterday that they're my personal people. So the 13 of them, 14, who actually came out to develop business pitches, have spent sleepless nights, panic days. I saw some of them even missing certain entertaining events just so that they can sit down to develop their business pitches. And so I don't take it for granted that you actually did. Everyone in the room has seen that you took some time to do the preparation. I really, really wish the screens were in front of the room so that you could all see what they were talking about. But at least you've heard from them. Having said that, let me not be the person who will receive stones from the crowd because I'm taking too long to get people out of their misery. And I'm not even going to try and continue doing counseling here by telling you everyone is a winner. I'll just pull the last of last, and I'll pull it hard and fast. At number 3, we have Gordon Agriculture Organization, Uganda. Please clap for Okejo. Come to the front. People need to see you. They also need to confirm that you're the one they voted for. That's Gordon Okejo. You had his speech. He has come out at number 3. And then, at number 2, we have Lukuchap, Tanzania. Congratulations, Kato. I don't know how you did this, but I know your mobilization capacity. So the way I'm seeing people cheering for you, I suspect you have been doing a lot of homework in terms of mobilizing votes. Why am I saying he mobilized votes? Because he also turns out to be the audience's favorite. Clap for him again. So he was the judge's number 2, but he happened to be the audience's favorite, and he made it to number 2. So drum rolls. As I announced number 1, it could be any of you. It could be all of you. But because we are only giving this opportunity to one person, help me congratulate Milele Lab from DRC. Help me congratulate Milele Lab. She knows the meaning of this. She really knows the meaning of this. If you remember yesterday, I had mentioned to you that someone did not have a travel document and they had applied for the regional fellowship. That is the winner of the business pitching. If she knows how to tell stories like me, by now she should have told somebody that the girl on the microphone here was about to cancel her participation in the EAC Youth Fellowship. So I would have cancelled my winner. Congratulations, Miriam. Well done. Well done. I want us to give them another good clap. Congratulations, all of you. Please come and stand here with the judges so that you take a picture with them.
Stella?
Yes?
Just inform them so that they know we are not biased. The East African community is representing. We have a Ugandan, a Tanzanian, and a Kenyan.
Very important. Please come and stand with the
This is Congo.
Yes.
But the African community is
So please take that one first and then I'm going to join them. I don't want to cramp their style. Can I join now? See your life.
Collins, Brian. I want to stand on the front. Ugandan. Aha. Here. Hey. Hey. You also.
As you carry all those flags, kindly note that it was a Kenyan who was facilitating. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, faculty. Thank you so much, judges, for such a good job. Very well done. And thank you to all the fellows for participating in this exercise. It was free and fair. I have confirmed that nobody was paid to influence this process. And I truly appreciate all of you for your contribution to this process. Nyaribi, wherever you are, I would love to hand over the microphone back to you. Hi, DRC, you're doing the most. DRC, you're doing the most. Can someone find me Nyaribi? Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Stella. And if you love her dress, say yeah, yeah. Hey, the ladies, you need to say Stella for fashion and design. She's ding what? Ding, ding. Amazing. And a round of applause to our judges and the winners and those that participated. Everybody was quite important. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm reminded that I need to share a way forward for the winners. All the winners, we're going to have our own separate meeting about your winning. So let's not discuss it in front of all these people. Yeah? But we'll have a separate meeting. Please see Moses, and he is going to mobilize me. All right?
Thank you, Stella. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5. We are going to break for tea, but there is a special session that is coming. Quite interesting with games and fun. You want to be back after the tea. We have called it the SDG Workshop, led by 2030 Beyond. As if that's not enough, we also have games, Ludo, Scrabble, if you want to improve your English. We also have snakes and ladders, cards that have been provided by Elimu Yetu Games. So certainly, and those will lead us to dinner. Tomorrow, we will be here, and you know from the program, what we have tomorrow? Anybody that can guess? Dance! Yes, the dance may be there, of course, but we shall have the session on peace and security as well as gender equality. So the team at the back will be able to play for us the Amani song. Tomorrow we shall, I think Amani means peace. We shall start with that song tomorrow, as well as the YouLead song. So the crew that was here, make sure you take enough water, put on your dancing shoes. In the morning we are back to open the sessions. But then also, we expect that you are tweeting and sending the messages out there and sharing with the people that are not here with us. Of course, we have the online audience, and we must apologize that we have not engaged them as much. But tomorrow, beginning tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, we want to engage the online audience. So we shall work with the team at the back to see that the people that are joining us from all over the world are able to contribute as well. Ahmed is signaling, so I'll just get that whisper and then we shall close. Yes. So there is a request that we need to be taking back our plates, especially after meals. It's, I think, a very good culture that, unlike in the hotel where you leave it there and then everybody will take it for you, you will need to do that. And also, we are being requested to keep the compound as clean as possible. Serviettes, disposable plates, kavera, we just need to put them in the waste bin. Especially that we are going to talk about climate change and justice tomorrow. And then there is a team waving. You wave again. It was so dramatic. You see what they are doing? There is a team at the back doing something. Basically saying that the gadgets need to be left here. Please do not think that God or Allah has blessed you with the earphones or headphones. They are ours. You need to leave them behind. We shall use them tomorrow. And I think that's it. Some people were asking if they should rewear the t-shirts. I don't know. But just be decent. If you can wash and rewear, it's very good. But if not, just put on decently and come for the sessions tomorrow. Yes? Yes. So after the tea, please come back. After the tea, please come back for the SDG workshop session. It is full of games and interaction as much as possible. So with that, you could go and have the tea and come back within 30 minutes. Just please come back, please. Thank you.
Make sure it's nice.
Leaders Forum examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation in governance, leadership, and development. Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examines the role of policymakers and development partners in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. The SDG Workshop shall examine the SDGs, the pace of their implementation, and propose ways in which the youth can influence the implementation of the same. The Presidential Address, co-convened by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Secretary General of the East African Community. The Fireside Chat with His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete on education as a priority to achieve the African Union Agenda 2063 aspirations. Day 2, the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum gathers young business leaders, decision makers in government, and development practitioners to find solutions to pressing issues in the region's business development. The East Africa Youth Enterprise Awards seek to recognize youth-led businesses across the East African Community, EAC, partner states that are resilient, innovative, and are simultaneously taking deliberate, innovative actions towards decent livelihoods and youth unemployment. Day 3, Arusha Peace Forum, a youth forum on peace building and conflict prevention, showcasing models that promote the role of youth in peace building and participation in conflict prevention as proactive measures to maintaining peace and security in Africa. The Gender Equality Forum discusses ways to dismantle the structural causes at the root of the gender inequality and advances the Action Coalition's commitments. Day 4, Post-Summit Agenda of Action, a proactive mechanism to ensure that the life of summit discussions go beyond the summit reports, actively transforming regional business and politics by providing the right environment at program level in partnership with YouLead consortium members and stakeholders.
Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika, Tusonga mbele mama Afrika, Afrika,
Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been the climax event and convening platform for different stakeholders to debate, assess, and deliberate on the most pressing issues affecting young people. The YouLead Summit 2022 was held from the 12th to the 16th December 2022 at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, and MS Training Center for Development Cooperation under the theme Digital Access and Future of Work. Day 1 hosted the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, which examined the policy and institutional environment and the state of youth participation in political governance, explored factors that help or hold back youth from becoming leaders, and advanced new thinking on what it will take for Africa's youth to become the leadership for the Africa we want. The Policymakers and Development Partners Roundtable examined the role of stakeholders in creating an enabling environment for youth participation. It examined the relevance of the Africa-Europe Partnership to African youth and how to best make it work for the African youth in areas of digital access, economic opportunities, and decent work for youth, especially under the AFCFTA. The afternoon session of Day 1 also featured the launch of the Tanzania Youth Democracy Dialogue Project and the plenary experience-based young leaders debate on If You Sat Where They, the Leaders Sit. His Excellency Donald J. Wright highlighted that youth in Africa want democracy and that democracy provides opportunity to build, strengthen, learn, share ideas, collaborate, and get mobilized to achieve the Tanzania we want. Honorable Masai Pamela Simon spoke on the relevance of such an initiative and called upon the integration of climate change as a key to achieve digital access and the future of work in Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat Hanje called on youth MPs to connect with the youth by meeting them, engaging them, and ensuring young people are meaningfully engaged. The plenary session provided the opportunity for delegates to outline their priorities if they were the leaders in certain elected positions. The day ended with an inspirational fireside chat between delegates and Dr. Susan Naswazi Mwanga, the first female head of Department of Political Science at Makerere University and Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, and His Excellency Fatumata Tambajang, former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia.
Whether you believe in a higher power or not, it is an undeniable truth that us as humans have been destroying our mother nature with our actions, which calls for a collective responsibility to restore it.
Only when the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last stream poisoned, we realize that we cannot eat money.
Justice is all about going back to our roots and protect our Mother Earth. Going back to where we come from.
As aspiring leaders and politicians, think about how you present what it is that you want to present to your constituencies.
I must say that I am very excited to be here because I have been attending the sessions online. I have realized that politics and business must work together. I actually never thought when I was applying for this fellowship that it will be of importance putting the business people together with the politicians, the young politicians of East Africa. But I have realized through diving in the conversations with these young people, I've realized that there is a need of business people and politicians to work together.